The ultimate Magic Academy trials were finally kicking off. Rookies and veterans alike flooded the main training grounds, all facing one straightforward mission: trigger the visible zone and forge an unbreakable barrier. Romy, an elite rank 6 instructor, completely flexed her insane power levels. She materialized a spell sphere with such flawless accuracy, warping her mana like an absolute boss. She shifted flawlessly between defensive walls, offensive strikes, cross formations, and even detached states. Every underdog in the lower tiers desperately craved that kind of mastery. But then, the spotlight hit the total rookie. Zero aristocratic bloodline. Zero formal combat. Dumped straight into Class 7, the absolute bottom of the barrel. Every single student on campus had already caught wind of the wild gossip. Whispers claimed he possessed literally zero mana, so when he casually strolled center stage and instantly snapped a defense shield into existence, the crowd brushed it off as pure luck. Yet, the moment he seamlessly chained into an attack mode and a cross pattern, the entire field went dead silent. Only the absolute top-tier elites could pull those off. But then, he dropped a massive bombshell, winding up for a technique restricted strictly to S-class prodigies. Jaws dropped everywhere as the crowd realized this kid was actually trying to manifest the mythical deviate zone. But the mana fizzled out before solidifying, sparking an absolute roar of mockery from the stands. Haters immediately started sneering that a filthy peasant could never master a skill requiring decades of grinding. Seriously, what did you just mutter, Nick? The kid just froze for a heartbeat, took a breath, and fired it up again. This time, his aura absolutely surged. The power spiked so violently that it erupted in a mind-blowing shockwave nobody saw coming. On his literal first day of drills, this madman forged an omnidirectional barrier, sporting 144 glowing facets. A structural masterpiece that high-ranking seniors, the whole academy was reeling, questioning who this freak of nature actually was, and if he was truly some street rat. But what totally flew over their heads was the fact that he was never born a peasant. He was merely raised in the dirt, because back when he was a helpless infant, somebody dumped him inside a random barn, until a rugged local scooped him up and raised him as his own flesh and blood. That abandoned baby grew up bearing the name Arian Sharon, and he harbored a single, burning obsession: to master the mystic arts. One fateful day, his adoptive dad, Arian Vincent, dragged him along for his very first trip into the sprawling metropolis of Thormia Creus. While the old man crushed some errands, Sharon sneaked into a local bookshop to peek at a spell book, but the snobby owner brutally tossed him to the curb. The literal second she spotted his peasant rags, it was game over. No matter where he roamed, locals relentlessly hunted him down and booted him out of the districts. Relying on pure street smarts, though, he smoothly ditched the angry mobs and vanished into the shadows. Sneaking out to snatch his dropped shoe, a single, electrifying word echoed through the alley and completely hooked his focus: magic. Slamming his ear against the cold stone, he secretly eavesdropped on an intense wizardry lecture echoing from the courtyard next door. Just as the kid quietly doubted if he would ever become a sorcerer, the elderly instructor's voice blasted straight into his brain, declaring that if he hungers for it, he can definitely achieve it. The boy completely froze in sheer panic, totally mind-blown over how the Grandmaster had actually pinpointed his exact aura. Right then and there, the kid locked in a choice that permanently rewired his entire destiny. Scaling the brick barrier, Sharon was staring down his very first glimpse of a legitimate wizardry institute and an actual spellcaster. When the senior warlock summoned the squad to gather, Sharon did not even hesitate. He vaulted the barricade and casually blended right into the crowd of elites. That legendary caster, Master Alpheus, the absolute boss of the academy, and a terrifyingly powerful rank 4 sorcerer. Our main guy practically begged him for a quick mana showcase, since he had been deprived his whole life. Touched by the kid's hype, Alpheus decided to flex a little. With a casual flick of wind mastery, he literally yanked the entire class straight up into the sky. Sharon was absolutely floating in euphoria. But the second gravity kicked back in, he started trembling so violently from pure terror that the entire courtyard erupted into merciless giggles. He could not have cared less, though. He had just tasted a reality he never thought could actually exist. Still, a quick ride was not enough. Now our boy was dying to learn how to actively weaponize mana himself. The Grand Master warned that the process was brutally complex, but Sharon relentlessly pushed for a live demo. Instantly, a student activated her spirit zone. As the master asked exactly how many pebbles were hidden inside his clenched fist, she flawlessly answered 6, and our hero's jaw dropped when he realized she nailed it. What in the world was that sorcery? The veteran broke it down, explaining that you have to hyper-focus your brain until your consciousness literally erupts outward, letting you sense every single molecule in the room, like it is a physical extension. Sharon instantly locked in and gave it a shot. After grinding his focus for a hot minute, his eyelids snapped open, totally bummed out as he admitted he only picked up random echoes. The old master muttered that it was a predictable outcome, turning his back on the kid while totally convinced the rookie had completely bombed the test. Sharon, however, knew deep down he had totally nailed it. But heading back to meet his dad, he runs straight into a pack of local thugs. Right as they corner him, ready to throw hands, this girl drops in like a literal guardian angel. Plot twist? This so-called angel was way more toxic than the thugs combined. She straight up ditches him to catch a beating anyway. After Sharon gets absolutely wrecked, this menace of a girl strolls over, casually claiming him as her new personal slave. While the whole squad cackles, our boy is low-key panicking, like, "Oh hell no, please tell me this is a joke." Right then, time literally stops. The world around him freezes dead in its tracks, and like a spark igniting in the dark, Sharon blindly crashes into the spirit zone. Out of nowhere, his teacher's magical demonstration flashes through his mind on repeat. Snapping back to reality, he accidentally triggers this insane shockwave of wind. It blasts the bullies so high into the air that, when they finally slam into the dirt, it's an absolute bone-crushing wipeout. Amy stands there utterly shook, demanding to know who the heck he is. With people rushing over to see the chaos, she dips out into the sky so her cover isn't blown. Shirone bolts, screaming for his dad, realizing for the very first time just how brutal this world actually is. Cutting over to the elite Karmas estate, Amy touches down at home. She marches right up to her dad, admitting some random kid just humbled her crew. He barely even blinks, brushing it off as karma for her skipping classes again. Amy just rolls her eyes, totally unbothered. She flexes that she's already mastered their entire curriculum and is just bored out of her mind. Her dad sighs, asking when she's finally going to mature, pointing out that genius or not, she's way too reckless. Big mad, Amy storms upstairs to her room. But his harsh warning that her arrogance will eventually get her stabbed in the back actually hits deep. Pausing, she glances back and asks if he's got any connections at the Magic Academy. If he does, she wants an inch. Fast forward to winter, back at our hero's cozy cabin. His dad asks where the boy ran off to, and his mom mentions he trekked out into the freezing woods to chop some timber. Dad is instantly alarmed. With a blizzard raging outside, he trudges into the heavy snow to track him down. Trekking through the frost, a memory hits him. That warm spring morning, he first brought little Chiron into this very forest. He nearly lost the kid back then, and even sensed some weird, unexplainable vibe. Cut to the present, our boy stands dead still in front of a massive trunk, gripping his axe. To anyone else, it looks like regular lumberjack chores, but he's actually trying to recreate that wild magic from before. That intense surge of power, he only tapped into by pure fluke. Since his magical knowledge is practically zero, he can't use clairvoyance to peer into the past. But he can absolutely dive back into the spirit zone. In this heightened trance, his senses go into overdrive, feeling every texture, shape, and scent pulsing through the woods. Just one look at the bark, and he reads the tree's entire history. Suddenly, a weird, pulsating glow catches his eye deep within the wood, even though he has zero clue what it actually represents. Trusting his gut, he winds up and buries his axe straight into that glowing sweet spot. He was just riding the vibe, but the second the steel connected, it clicked. He could literally fell a massive tree with a single, perfectly placed strike. If that wasn't magic, nothing was. Hiding behind a nearby pine, his dad watches the whole thing go down. To him, the swing looked like a blinding flash of lightning. At first, Sharon figured he just got incredibly lucky, just like that crazy day he randomly landed the ultimate blow. But soon enough, the truth sinks in. This wasn't luck. It was about pinpointing that exact, critical weakness. So, he grinds. Day in and day out, he pushes his limits, swinging his axe over and over, desperately chasing that perfect feeling. Boom, a 3-year time skip, and as autumn rolls in, our boy has leveled up hard. He finally understands that real vision isn't about the eyes, it's about feeling the flow. Now, he can slice down a towering tree with one flawless chop. Wrapped up in a deep meditation, he straight up loses track of time. 5 solid hours slip by. But his connection to the forest is insane. He's practically merged with nature, feeling the pulse of the grove, bugs crawling through the dirt, and roots quietly sipping water. The symphony of the woods is so mesmerizing that those 5 hours feel like a fleeting second. That's when the old man's cryptic advice echoes in his mind. Master this. Riding that high, he finally heads back. But outside his cabin, there's a super fancy carriage parked out front, pulled by snow-white horses. He figures they must have some VIP visitors chilling inside. Walking in, he spots his parents talking to the head butler from the insanely wealthy Ogant family. The sharply dressed guy introduces himself as Tom. Sharon is super confused. Why would an elite noble's servant be hanging out in their rusty cabin? Wasting no time, Tom sizes him up and starts grilling him with questions, checking if he's literate and asking his exact age. After interrogating him, Tom admits the kid has serious potential, mostly because he actually knows how to read. Knowing how rare that is for a lumberjack's kid, plus noticing his solid manners, Tom drops a massive offer. How would he feel about working for the prestigious Ogant family? Our guy is literally seconds away from backing out, but Tom cuts in, laying out how desperately they need a warm body in the library. Basically to act as a human security camera, so 0 books go missing. The gig locks him in for 2 whole years. The heavy lifters will lug all the massive stuff, while our boy and the head butler catalog the pages. That hooks him instantly. This massive archive might just stash the top-tier magic theories. He craves to become a legit wizard. But there's a brutal catch. This op stays completely off the grid, known only by his family. Not a single scroll crosses that threshold, and 0 outsiders can ever catch wind of it. If word leaks, he and his entire bloodline get wiped out. Suddenly, the sheer terror painted on his parents' faces makes total sense. The bag is massive, but it literally puts a target on their backs. Tom flexes that a massive payout like this is practically a pipe dream for any working-class peasant, low-key daring Vincent to ship his kid off to a safer life. But Vincent fires back, swearing he only entertained this insane deal because he's desperate to give his boy a real shot at his ultimate fantasy. Tom chuckles, brutally questioning if Vincent's actually buying his own hype. Let's be real. He probably just wants the cold, hard cash. Vincent instantly bites back. Tom admits the kid's reading skills are cracked, but seriously doubts he can survive the mental grind. He then grills Vincent. Why keep stringing the boy along with fake hopes if he genuinely wanted to protect him? That sharp question yanks his dad right back into the past. Flashback to his wife, playfully teaching their son a few words, like it was a game. By age 6, the kid was already devouring entire texts. He even carried himself with this crazy, high-born energy. But his absolute genius intellect was the real showstopper. Vincent constantly low-key suspected some royal DNA was flowing through his veins, forever obsessing over the fact that if the kid had just spawned into a wealthy elite family, he would have absolutely dominated. Instead, they were dirt poor, and Vincent was just sweating it out swinging an axe. Watching his son trace his own miserable, calloused footsteps completely terrified him, paralyzing him with the thought of dooming his boy to a lifetime of chopping wood. Shattering his own pride, Vincent crashes to his knees, frantically begging the butler to take his kid, swearing on his life that the boy is a straight-up prodigy who reads like a scholar. He insists he doesn't want a single penny. He just desperately needs his boy yanked out of this dead-end existence, totally blind to the nightmare waiting on the other side. Adjusting his hat, Tom coldly points out that since literally 0 other nobles will ever hand out an opportunity like this, the debate is officially over. Out of nowhere, our main guy steps up and locks in, accepting the gig. Tom is completely shook, while Sharon's dad instantly freaks out and tries to veto. Tom demands to know if he's actually dead serious, slamming down the brutal reality check one more time. If even a whisper hits the streets, the executioner is taking his whole family's heads. Unfazed, our guy says bet. He wants this smoke, and promises he won't point fingers if it all crashes and burns. Tom flashes a wicked smirk, totally caught off guard by a peasant with actual spine. He announces he'll bounce back in exactly 7 days, giving the kid a week to back out. But the second he crosses those mansion gates, he is practically a prisoner until the 2-year contract vanishes. Vincent completely loses it, screaming at him for agreeing. He's convinced these rich elites just want disposable pawns. Crushed by guilt, he cries out that he'll shoulder the blame and cancel the whole thing. But suddenly, tears stream down our hero's face as a massive smile breaks out. Because in his eyes, this insane gamble is the absolute greatest gift his dad could ever drop on him. He pulls his father into a tight embrace. They both just break down sobbing, though Vincent's tears are fueled by pure terror, not happiness. Catching his breath, his dad vows to hold the fort down and protect his mom. It's his ultimate duty as the man of the house. He begs his boy to survive and race back the second it's over, because they absolutely need him. Right in that heavy moment, Vincent internally agonizes over whether he finally scored a win as a dad. Exactly 1 week later, a slick royal carriage rolls up to whisk our guy away. Meanwhile, his dad violently scribbles his signature on the contract, officially selling his kid to the job. The exact second the ink dries, the elites yank the parchment away and shove our boy inside the ride. The heavy doors slam shut, and the driver immediately starts yapping. Even through the thick wood, his cracked senses pick up his parents bawling their eyes out on the dirt road. He stretches his hand toward the window, but he forces himself to lock in. This is his one-shot ticket out of the mud. It's either going to crown him or completely annihilate him. He's literally rolling the dice on surviving 24 months surrounded by god-tier power. The scene then cuts to the massive kingdom of Tormia, where the Ogent clan reigns supreme, an absolute powerhouse bloodline, spawning legendary royal knights since the dawn of time. The old man of the house is a brutal army general, rocking the title of a third-tier state swordsman. The current boss, Ogent Bischoff, sits at the 4th tier. But to keep it 100, this monstrous family literally owns the entire city. During the ride, the driver hypes up their insane fortress and the iconic main strip. The second our guy hops out, someone checks him, asking if he's shaking in his boots. The streets literally whisper that this bloodline is packed with straight-up monsters. Trailing them deeper into the sheer gravity of it all finally hits him. He's standing dead center in the territory of the Ogents, the ultimate second-tier aristocrats. This whole sector is basically the staff command center, packing the crew's dorms and the tiny room where our boy is bunking. Right on cue, the familiar butler intercepts him and kicks off the VIP tour. Very first stop? The legendary archives. Our guy's jaw literally hits the floor. The head servant casually drops that every single tome in this room is eventually destined for the sacred vault. Until then, our guy's main gig was sorting the chaos. Every single week, he'd snatch up a hit list, hunt down the specific volumes, and stash them in one central spot. He clocked in for a solid 9 to 6 grind, but even after his shift, stepping off the estate without a pass was strictly off limits. Sliding him a piece of paperwork, the attendant mentioned that the head butler would break down the mansion's strict rule book. He asked if there were any questions, but honestly, after hearing Timoran's entire setup, our boy knew this gig was a literal do-or-die opportunity. He just had one thing to ask. When could he start? The answer was a no-brainer. Tomorrow. Fast forward 24 hours. And our guy was strapped into a crisp butler fit, figuring out that every single text needed to be cataloged by the author. Plus, the filing system had to be completely flawless. That was super critical since topics constantly bled into each other. Take a manual on sword history, for instance. It could be interpreted in a dozen different ways. One dude might toss it into the advanced combat section, while somebody else might dump it into a basic history pile. But while piecing this puzzle together, our protagonist realized a massive cheat code. All information is low-key connected. The ultimate anchor? History. It's the invisible thread weaving the entire universe together. Basically, the past is the absolute backbone of all intelligence. If you actually grasp what went down back then, leveling up in any other subject becomes a total breeze. Out of 10,000 total volumes, roughly 850 focused purely on historical events. To fuel his massive dream of becoming a mage, he made a hardcore vow to devour every single one within 2 years. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, realizing the deputy head butler was totally creeping up on him. Since his little reading sessions were strictly off the books, getting busted was not an option. Timorin just casually dropped that our boy was a total workaholic, asking if he was pulling another late-night shift. Going completely rigid, the kid jumped to his feet and confirmed it, but there was zero praise. Instead, Timorin coldly warned him not to let his health crash, because if he messed up, the backlash would fall entirely on him. Suddenly, Timorin closed the distance. Our guy's heart pounded, totally terrified the boss had caught a glimpse of his secret studies. But nope, the man just flicked some dust off our hero's collar, dropping a heavy reminder that this exact room was the face of the family estate. He needed to stay looking sharp. Walking around looking like a mess would instantly tank the Ojin family's elite reputation. He was also ordered to fix his messy, overgrown hair. The kid was literally trembling in his boots the entire time. But he kept his poker face locked in. He read between the lines perfectly. Inside these walls, he had to walk on eggshells. For the next 24 months, he needed to play it so safe that absolutely nobody could point a finger at him. He even debated pulling his hair back into a tight tie, just like his old man. But honestly, a way more massive headache was staring him down. He could barely decode a single page of the heavy lore covering the 3 empires and 7 kingdoms. Just wrapping his head around Tormia was already a total nightmare. So how was he supposed to absorb the rest of the world? Was he actually supposed to speedrun and cram every single detail? Then it clicked. Mindless cramming wasn't the play. He needed to deeply absorb every single sentence so he could pull out that info like a weapon whenever he needed it. Cut to a few days later, he totally passed out face first into his studies. When Timorin patrolled the aisles, he instantly spotted the chaotic paper trail. He also caught sight of the exact massive tome the kid had been agonizing over for 2 straight weeks. Flashing a super subtle smirk, Timorin whispered to the knocked-out kid, genuinely wondering if he thought he could actually pull this off. Honestly, if our guy was actually speed-reading and mastering those elite texts, Timorin would have totally shut down his after-hours study sessions. But seeing him drooling on the desk, he totally let his guard down. To him, the kid was just a clueless dreamer punching way out of his weight class. Regardless, the dusty mansion life dragged on, and 3 whole months evaporated. Our protagonist kept grinding, and organizing the endless stacks finally started feeling like a breeze. Maybe even a little satisfying. He leveled up his servant skills and stayed on top of the massive checkout logs. He even started making small talk with the rest of the staff, especially tracking down the dudes who were dodging their overdue returns. That whole mess hit him with a brutal reality check. When stuff went missing, it was the low-level workers who took all the heat. But the wildest part? The actual elites couldn't give a damn about the archives. Despite that, the entire operation stayed afloat, and he quickly figured out it was only surviving because the peasants were breaking their backs keeping it together. Those same bottom-tier workers were literally risking their necks over paperwork the royals would forget in 5 seconds. Right then, our guy made a choice to freeze his emotions and play the game perfectly. The ultimate survival strategy was to live like a total NPC. Suddenly, a chaotic black-haired kid crashed through the heavy doors, screaming at the top of his lungs that ditching a single day of practice wasn't going to kill him. Piecing the rumors together, our hero instantly clocked him as the youngest heir to the entire Ojan Empire. His loudmouth ranting made it incredibly obvious he had just bolted from the training grounds, which was apparently a massive taboo here. The kid bolted over, desperately ordering our guy to cover for him and play dumb. Seconds later, a furious bearded older dude stormed into the room, roaring for his runaway student. He immediately barked out, demanding to know if a blue-haired kid, a literal pipsqueak the size of a peanut, just booked it in here. That insanely specific description totally threw our boy off, but he played it cool, acting totally clueless, and asking the geezer who he actually was. The old man growled back in this gritty, gravelly voice, claiming he was the absolute sword master, the exact kind of beast who could slice that literal peanut right in half with zero effort. Then he snapped at our guy to quit messing around, and dropped the kid's exact location. Zero hesitation, our boy totally snitched. He sold him out instantly, pointing. The kid was absolutely seething. But the master just yanked him by the collar and dragged him out like a rag doll, utterly sick of this little brat dodging his training arc. He was dead set on beating some heavy discipline into him. Just dragging the screaming kid away, the old man leaked this terrifying aura that matched the literal head of the family. So our guy wisely chose to mind his own business. Word on the street was that once this master locked onto you, you'd straight up vanish off the grid for an entire month. Meanwhile, our boy was leveling up his reading speed like crazy. That very first book took him 20 grueling days, but once he actually cracked the code on how to digest the lore, he absolutely blitzed through 82 massive history books in just 4 months. Exactly like he figured, the initial grind was the only brutal part. Once he pushed through, the ancient text stopped looking like alien gibberish. Building that rock-solid foundation made everything else a total breeze. After devouring a couple hundred volumes, tackling the remaining 650 didn't feel like a pipe dream anymore. And drowning himself in the history of mages only solidified his craziest theory. See, a scientist just obsesses over pure concepts, but a magician literally bends reality to make those concepts exist. When you look at it like that, mages and scientists are basically operating on the exact same wavelength. The only reason every nerdy scholar doesn't just morph into a wizard is insanely simple. They literally can't tap into the spirit zone. So if our boy could somehow sync his massive brain power directly to that spiritual dimension, that would be his true origin story. Just the thought of it gave him major hype. He might actually have a real shot at becoming a legitimate spellcaster. Suddenly, the massive library doors flew wide open. In stomped the youngest son, absolutely radiating pure, unfiltered rage direct. The kid snarled that he only survived that absolute hellscape for one single reason: to end our boy's life. Our guy was genuinely floored by the sheer level of petty grudge holding. Still, he asked if this was literally all over that tiny snitching incident. The blue-haired brat didn't miss a beat. No duh. Did our guy have any clue about the absolute torture he just went through? He was forced to scale a jagged cliffside, up and down, on an endless, brutal loop. When his bloody hands finally gave out, and he was dead sure he was going to drop, the only thing keeping his heart beating was pure, unadulterated thirst for vengeance. Looking into his crazy eyes, our boy realized this kid wasn't just throwing a tantrum. His murderous rage was 100% genuine, and honestly, the kid spat out, asking if he seriously thought this epic meltdown was just over some physical pain. Hell no. He was seeing red because he had placed his total trust in our guy, and our guy completely threw him under the bus. He flat out called him the biggest coward he had ever crossed paths with. Crushed under that heavy, murderous aura, our boy couldn't help but cynically reflect on how the top dogs always twist the rules to fit their own selfish narratives. But biting his tongue, the only words that actually left his mouth were, "Okay, what's it going to take to fix this?" A twisted little smirk crept across the kid's face. He basically said a basic, "my bad," wasn't going to cut it, gesturing for him to follow. They marched straight out to the gritty dirt of the sword training yard. Cracking his knuckles, the younger son proudly announced he was going to personally. Our guy internally sighed, mentally preparing to just get absolutely demolished. Still, he chose to just tank the incoming assault. Taking a brutal beating was way better than getting killed and throwing away the one golden opportunity his parents literally gambled their lives for. A heavy wooden sword clattered at his feet as the angry kid dramatically challenged him to a full-on duel. It was payback time. Yet, honestly, our boy was still totally clueless as to why he kept getting branded a coward. In the kid's twisted mind, he was furious purely because our guy just stood there and let the old geezer drag him off to hell. To him, our boy was a traitor who totally ditched a bro in need. Suddenly, the kid's whole vibe darkened. He firmly stated that regardless of how much his own bloodline trashed him, he absolutely refused to be looked down on by anyone, especially not our guy. Trying to flex, he ordered our boy to swing first, cockily promising he wouldn't even strike back until he took 3 free hits. But our hero wasn't stupid. He knew this brat had that freaky Ojaneth clan blood, and in their freakishly strong hands, even a blunt wooden stick could effortlessly shatter. If that happened, how was he supposed to survive? So, he locked in, deciding to weaponize every ounce of theory he'd crammed into his brain. 3 strikes. That was his entire window. His first swing, total whiff. The kid deflected it so insanely fast, our boy didn't even process the movement. The second swing met the exact same pathetic fate. The blue-haired brat just scoffed, mercilessly roasting him and asking if he even knew which end of the stick to hold. But our guy completely tuned out the trash talk, his brain dead. 1 shot left. Taking a deep breath, he violently forced his consciousness into the spirit zone, hacking into his opponent's rhythm. Instantly, the younger son flinched, sensing a massive shift in the vibe. The kid lunged forward to counter, but with a sickening crack, his wooden blade violently snapped in half. He froze, jaw literally dropping, as our boy cracked a slight smile, realizing the first clash tested the blade, the second mapped out the rhythm, and the third, total execution. 3 relentless years of drilling that lightning-fast swing finally paid off. The young noble just froze, absolutely mind-blown by what he had just witnessed. But our boy kept it humble, brushing it off as no big deal. He simply called it the Thunder Cleave. He broke it down for him. His dad hauled timber up in the jagged peaks, and he grew up chopping down giant trunks. Lacking raw muscle, he had to cheat the system using pure, flawless momentum. The mountain crews literally dubbed it the lightning strike. Ryan was absolutely paralyzed. How do you unlock top-tier combat skills just by hacking away at pine trees? Having grinded with a blade for 15 straight years, his brain short-circuited. That level of precision completely defied logic. Suddenly, a ghost from his past flashed before his eyes. Someone else had pulled off that exact same god-tier flex at barely 12 years old. Back then, the entire clan witnessed the terrifying bloodline awakening, realizing the second young master was light years ahead of his peers. He practically swallowed all of their father's monstrous potential, basking in endless hype. Meanwhile, Ryan was left choking on his dust, forever trailing behind. It literally ate him alive. Staring down our MC now, those overlapping shadows of his prodigy sibling triggered something dark. The vibe instantly shifted from shock to pure venom. Completely clueless about the landmine he just stepped on, our guy braced himself. Ryan just barked at him to shut his mouth, unsheathed a heavy steel broadsword, and launched it straight at his feet. Snapping a wooden toy didn't end the duel, Ryan growled. If our underdog could shatter a practice blade with such lethal force, then he deserved to bleed against real steel. The ultimatum was set: 1 month, live steel, a fight to the absolute limit. Gripping the cold metal, our MC's knuckles turned white. This wasn't a game anymore. One wrong move, and he was getting packed up. He desperately tried to talk the noble down, pleading that he was basically a clueless rookie, but Ryan was completely locked in. That was exactly why he got a 30-day grace period. If he possessed the sheer grit to master that lumberjack strike, he could definitely hack the rest of a swordsman's kit. Oh, and 0 chance of dodging this fade. Ryan demanded the absolute satisfaction of crushing him personally. Hitting the library, our guy felt sick to his stomach as he dug into the chaotic lore of the Ogant dynasty. The ruthless patriarch rocked pitch-black hair, just like the oldest heir, a terrifying Tier 6 Imperial Blademaster. The firstborn daughter flaunted ocean-blue locks and insane latent power, though she ditched the battlefield to become the kingdom's star pianist. Then there was Rai, the second son. another black-haired, freak-of-nature prodigy. Surrounded by these walking legends, Rian was branded a massive flop, barely scraping by despite hoarding private tutors. The entire estate whispered about it, making our MC want to vanish into thin air. He was already drowning in daily physical abuse. And now he had accidentally nuked the fragile ego of a kid suffering from extreme middle child syndrome. If this were a simple written exam, his head wouldn't be on the chopping block. But playing the victim wasn't going to save his skin. He needed a solid survival strat, especially if he still craved that wizard title. Having roughed it in the brutal wilderness, he knew his stamina tank was practically infinite. If he could just hotwire his reflexes to block lethal swings, he might actually cheat the Reaper. His game plan? Min-maxing his magical and physical stats simultaneously. Across the yard, Ryan was sweating bullets, blasting through his 100th circuit. His grizzled instructor nodded in respect. The kid was shredding his previous records. The veteran questioned what kind of fire got lit under him to push this insanely hard. Ryan just bared his teeth, barking that this pathetic jog barely qualified as a warm-up. Since he wasn't collapsing yet, he demanded absolute torture. The old master instantly sensed the toxic energy. His first instinct was that the big brother complex was acting up again. But whatever was fueling this madness, he dropped a cold disclaimer. If Ryan literally worked himself to the grave, the blood wouldn't be on his hands. Meanwhile, our boy unrolled a mystical blueprint he had obsessed over for months. It mapped out the mana core, the holy grail for spellcasters. But right beside it was the terrifying schematic for the warrior's path. Normal folks know their anatomy, but unlocking an aura schema means redlining your physical vessel past the breaking point. Legends claim true grandmasters can micromanage every single muscle fiber perfectly. It was the absolute polar opposite of channeling magic. Should he risk dipping his toes in? He closed his eyes, desperately trying to tune into his own heartbeat. But deep down, he figured trying to brute force a warrior's aura, when his brain was wired for wizardry, was a straight-up disaster waiting to happen. The memory of that mysterious girl from 3 years back suddenly hit him. She was practically radiating aura energy, completely absurd for a kid her age. Shaking it off, our MC decided to glitch the matrix by drilling combat forms, while keeping his magical core completely engaged. He lunged into action, chaining together an 8-way omnidirectional slash. At that exact moment, Ryan was practically tearing his own muscles apart in a blind rage, desperately chasing an aura he couldn't grasp, as his mentor watched with growing dread. Catching the vibe that something was seriously off, the master finally blocked Rai's blade, officially calling it quits for the day. He grilled him on what was eating him up, straight up joking that the kid looked ready to commit suicide by cop, right there on the training grounds. When pushed for answers, Rai vented his frustrations, admitting he had zero clue what his actual talents were, but he knew exactly where he sucked. His mentor didn't sugarcoat it, flat out telling him that exact mind. Taking heavy offense to that, Rai clapped back, swearing he knew exactly how the gifted elites operated and what made them so untouchable. A master born with zero hesitation, pouring every ounce of their soul into the one thing they absolutely dominate at. But the terrifying truth for regular guys like Rai, it's that overwhelming itch to just rage quit when things get tough. That, the old man preached, is the ultimate killer of potential. A smirk crossed Rai's face, totally caught off guard by the harsh truth. He openly confessed it was weirdly the most comforting reality check he'd ever got. Even so, throwing in the towel wasn't an option. If he wasn't handed god-tier stats at birth, he was going to claw his way to victory through pure, unfiltered sweat. When you strip it all down, swinging a blade is just the brutal art of executing someone with style. Because of that raw truth, surviving a duel relies. So our main guy shadowboxed against ghosts. To a rookie, an attacker's onslaught seems to come from literally everywhere. But in reality, pretty much every lethal strike boils down to just 8 specific angles, which meant his only mission was totally mastering the art of slicing and parrying through those exact 8 paths, locking himself in a brutal, month-long grind to perfect them. He drilled the basics from sunrise to sundown. The second he nailed one stance, he seamlessly flowed straight into the next sequence. Footwork, slashes, rinse and repeat. He battered his own muscles over and over until, in one breathless second, he dropped the hilt and finally reached enlightenment. Blade wielders lock themselves into a lifestyle of infinite loops, and honestly, the way of the steel feels just as wildly boundless as casting high-level sorcery. Staring down the barrel of his upcoming bloodbath, our boy silently prayed for absolution, fully accepting he probably wasn't walking away from this breathing. Yet, his conscience was totally clear, zero regrets. Teetering right on the razor's edge of the afterlife, he had tapped into a mind-blowing new realm of power. Before long, the heavy doors of the shadowy arena slammed open. Rai was already planted in the dirt, itching to pop off. He locked eyes with our lead and dropped one chilling question. Was he prepped to die? But what seriously rattled Rai's cage was the insane glow-up the kid had gone through in barely 4 weeks. His entire aura screamed danger. Rai couldn't lie to himself. The last time they crossed paths, this dude was basically holding his weapon backward. Now, he stood completely ice-cold, clutching live steel before a literal execution match. Ryan's blood began to boil, secretly panicking that his opponent might actually possess the same freakish potential as his own prodigy sibling. Shoving that toxic insecurity away, he lunged forward, absolutely convinced there was zero timeline where he actually takes an L today. Tracking Ryan's explosive dash, our main guy instantly recognized the massive skill gap between their raw stats. Even with the odds stacked, his heightened senses picked up on something totally invisible. Ryan's jaw practically dropped, seeing his target predict his lethal slashes, completely mind-blown by the absolute lack of panic in the kid's eyes. Internally, our hero kept psyching himself up. Even if he couldn't totally mute his survival instincts, he rationalized that his dread was just bleeding in from a future that hadn't even been written yet. If you just unplug your brain and ignore the aftermath, literally anyone can swan dive straight into the abyss. This was way deeper than just making peace with the grave. Our guy was violently strangling every ounce of his internal terror and fury, locking it all down. A manic spark ignited in Ryan's pupils. He blitzed in like a freight train. Catching the telegraphed movement, our boy flawlessly deflected the crushing blow tearing in from his right flank. Ryan totally saw that parry coming, firmly believing that flimsy parlor tricks could never shatter a wall of pure force. Doubling down, he unleashed an absolute hurricane of savage, high-speed cleaves. A harsh reality hit our hero. His sensory hacks definitely exposed the attack patterns, but his physical reflexes just couldn't keep up with this insane tempo. A sickening slice ripped across our guy's chest, instantly painting his ragged clothes in a deep crimson. But instead of folding, an eerie glow ignited in his stare. His brain had already mapped out the follow-up execution. Throwing his body backward in a desperate acrobatic evade, he barely dodged the fatal clip. Internally, he was tearing his mind apart, trying to decode why his defense was crumbling. Sniffing blood in the water, Ryan basked in the kid's confusion. He viciously taunted him, demanding to know if the harsh reality of his pathetic weakness had finally sunk in. Ogun's specific combat style was strictly optimized for wielding massive buster swords, meaning there was zero chance. Ryan had violently weaponized every single ounce of his natural-born talent, literally shattering his own skeleton in training, all to cultivate enough raw torque to rip this kid into pieces. Yet, for our battered protagonist, the clash was starting to feel bizarrely off. If that previous strike was actually designed to be the kill shot, Ryan absolutely should have chained it into an upward scoop, directly gutting his ribcage. But he didn't. His wind-ups were stupidly wide. And that was the ultimate light bulb moment. Ryan wasn't some flawless god of war. His fundamental grasp on the steel was surprisingly shallow, but he had zero clue how to actually string them together. The second our boy clocked that fatal flaw, the game changed. Ryan's actual combat specs were way lower than his flashy moves suggested, so Chiron dashed straight into the danger zone. Flipping the script, he went full aggro. Ryan was caught completely lacking. His jaw practically hit the floor as our guy bulldozed right into his personal space. Before he even realized it, Ryan was pushed right up against the wall, those basic strikes suddenly feeling like heavy artillery, and Chiron noticed the rich kid was gasping for air. So he locked in, pacing his swings and managing his own stamina bar. That's when Ryan absolutely lost it. Staring at Chiron, all he saw was a terrifying mirror image of his prodigy older brother. Trauma dumped straight into his brain. The ghost of that sick, arrogant smirk flashed before his eyes. A toxic reminder that he was just dirt beneath a genius's shoe. Boiling over with pure rage, Ryan screamed that he was going to claim the title of the world's absolute best sword. Then he launched himself like a heat-seeking missile, completely throwing Chiron off. Was the guy just button-mashing at this point? But zooming in, Ryan's sword movements had turned into pure glitch mode, way too unhinged and lightning fast to predict. A massive web of lethal trajectories exploded right in his face. And then, bam! The next slash ripped through the air out of nowhere. Chiron barely parried it by the skin of his teeth. The deafening clash sent cold steel spinning violently into the dirt. But it wasn't our boy getting disarmed, it was Ryan. The noble stood there, totally shook. At the literal last millisecond, Chiron had micro-adjusted his grip and violently deflected the kinetic energy. Ryan's eyes were blown wide open, his brain stuck on a single loop. Who the heck is this monster? Honestly, Chiron was just as shell-shocked. He couldn't wrap his head around surviving that bloodbath, but pulling off the dub just unlocked a massive headache. He had just styled on a high-ranking aristocrat. After completely crushing Ryan's massive ego, the fallout could be toxic. Chiron kept his blade locked on his opponent's throat. Meanwhile, Ryan aggressively palmed his own forehead, whispering that he took another pathetic L. Then he dead-ass told Chiron to finish the job, said he'd take it like a man. Chiron just stared, asking if he was out of his mind. Before Ryan could spit out an excuse, our boy shut him down. "You really think I'm making it out alive if I slice up a VIP like you?" Ryan stammered, trying to argue that they both put their lives on the line. But Chiron snapped back. "You chose to play deathmatch. I was literally just trying not to get iced." This entire clash was brain dead from the jump. Somehow, Chiron got scapegoated for all because this rich kid threw a tantrum over practice. Ryan looked up, asking if Chiron was calling him a backstabber. Throwing politeness out the window, our guy dropped a brutal truth bomb. He told Ryan to take a hard look at the absolute trap he'd shoved him into. Squeezed between a spoiled youngest son and a terrifying instructor, a real man of honor would never drag a bottom-tier servant into that crossfire. He twisted the knife, demanding if Ryan had even bothered to check his own massive privilege while flexing on his master. Reality finally hit Ryan like a freight train. Stripped of his bubble, he realized the adrenaline instantly evaporated. Chiron collapsed, his HP completely drained, practically a walking corpse. Ryan blinked, totally glitched out. Weren't warriors supposed to drop some poet? But the icy grim reaper he just fought vanished. Left in the dirt was just a frail kid whose legs had turned to jelly. Ryan still hard believed he was the chosen one. But this guy? He didn't drop the toxic mockery like his older brother always did. He had clashed with him, no filter, giving it absolutely 100. Swiping the grime off his forehead, our boy breathed out, "Chiron." Ryan dropped his own intro right back. Then, swallowing his pride, the noble extended his hand. He nervously asked if they could squad up as friends. Cut back to the library grind. The head butler, Ungo, dropped some insane stats. Chiron had cataloged over 7,000 out of 10,000 massive tomes. He gassed up the rookie for crushing his freshman year. 365 days had officially wrapped since our boy clocked into the Great Ogun archives. With the backlog shrinking fast, his sorting speed had completely skyrocketed. Now he was staring down a tiny stack of just 200 books, closing in on his massive milestone of 850. Tearing through 3 titles a day minimum, the ultimate forbidden knowledge was practically at his fingertips, and he never dropped his brutal sword routines either. Brushing shoulders with the Grim Reaper taught him the true flavor of terror. He legit thought he was catching a game over that afternoon. The grind was suffocating early on. The wildest plot twist, though? Ryan actually became his bro, constantly lurking around the massive bookshelves. The noble gaped at the towering aisles like a tourist, totally shook that his own bloodline hoarded this much paper. Like, did they even crack the covers on these? To Chiron, this vault was pure gold. Never stopping his hustle, He tossed a glance at Ryan, saying the archives were highly active since Gale and the older heir pulled up all the time. Honestly, Ryan was starting to think the whole Brainiac vibe was pretty sick. And as they vibed more, our boy realized something crazy. Despite being built like an absolute tank, Ryan usually had that sweet, soft boy, youngest sibling vibe. But the second he started chucking books across the room, our boy's soul literally left his body. If even one page got bent, he was a dead man walking. Ryan tried to chill him out. He legit couldn't wrap his head around why some dusty pages mattered more than a pulse, swearing that even if Sharon torched the entire library, he'd still have his back. Sharon just clutched his temples. Ryan would be way more tolerable if he literally just zipped his lip. But nope. Sharon deadpanned that his blood pressure would only drop if Ryan actually stayed put, before grilling him about his sword practice. Ryan just brushed it off, calling it basic, boring drills. He totally lied to his instructor, claiming he was training in the library. Sharon shot him a glare, asking what he was actually doing here. He was supposed to be sweating it out. Instead, Ryan threw a total tantrum about being bored to death. Sharon already saw his buddy slacking off hard. And once Ryan started yapping, he absolutely never shut up. Even so, exactly 10 minutes later, Sharon dragged him into a chair to hit the books. If Ryan was hiding in the library, he was going to actually study. Totally salty, Ryan groaned, asking if Sharon really needed to inhale this much text just to become a mage. Sharon just nodded, admitting he was massively lagging behind, since he never had the privilege to study before stepping foot into this exact library. Now, he had blazed through over 600 history volumes and memorized practically every single detail. Ryan's jaw literally dropped. He legit couldn't process how his friends speed read like an absolute machine. They were literally the exact same age. But Sharon carried this intense, mature energy. Ryan snatched a book, sighing that his brain was already fried. The intro kicked off with a huge question. Who would absolutely dominate in a fight, a mage or a swordsman? The author basically blew his whole life chasing this theory, but then totally drifted, yapping endlessly about the glowing peaks of the Artesian Mountains. Then it randomly dropped some lore about a flesh-eating tree chilling 6,000 meters up in the snow. Ryan instantly threw in the towel, snapping that this garbage was completely useless. Sharon barked at him, demanding why he quit so fast. He pushed Ryan to power through, but the kid just whined. The dumb book didn't even have any cool sword illustrations. Sharon fired back that you can't judge a massive thesis off page 1, practically forcing him to focus. Ryan could not care less. In his mind, nobody in their right mind would ever actually set up a duel like that. Suddenly, Ryan's older brother strolled in, totally unbothered, declaring the swordsman would effortlessly wipe the floor with a mage. Sharon instantly snapped into a deep bow for the young master, while Ryan scowled, challenging his brother's logic. Sharon froze solid, panicking internally if this arrogant guy had been eavesdropping the entire... The vibe in the room instantly turned ice cold. If a lowly servant got busted acting way too chummy with a noble, brutal punishment could follow. Ryan wasn't backing down, pressing his brother on his toxic confidence. Was he just biased because he swung a sword too? The brother smirked, saying certain was a big word, but anyone with eyes could see how completely mages and archers were outclassed on this continent. Ryan just kept throwing punches in the argument. If they were hyping up a straight-up, one-on-one death match, did military rank even matter? Completely blowing off his brother's massive ego, Ryan pivoted to Sharon and asked for his actual take. Sharon was totally blindsided. He was barely processing the question, and with his anxiety literally redlining, pulling together a smart answer felt totally impossible. Still, he knew he had to lock in and speak up. He broke it down. If a blade wielder and a magic user had the exact same power level, breaking a mage out of their mental zone would be insanely tough. But if the swordsman blitzed them with a heavy strike before the spell dropped, it'd be game over. The brother brutally cut him off with a toxic smirk, shooting him down instantly. The swordsman stomps, zero debate. Sharon was low-key stunned, but Ryan totally got it. His older sibling had been shoving this exact agenda down his throat since they were kids. The guy literally thrived on crushing the dreams of anyone he looked down on. The brother kept yapping, pointing out that since Sharon was a massive history nerd, he definitely knew about the armor of the 5 gods. Sharon stayed dead silent, while Ryan chimed in, asking if that was the legendary gear that shatters a mage's mental zone. Sharon's brain instantly visualized the terrifying concept. A mage's ultimate weapon is their focus, and trying to fight them while they're locked in is literally like boxing great white sharks in the deep ocean. But if you completely drain the water, those sharks are totally helpless. Anti-magic was the exact same cheat code against mages. If their mental wave couldn't pierce the armor, their spells were completely useless. How on earth could any caster survive a fight against someone rocking an item that broken? Still, anti-magic was basically just a myth right now. Forging it required raw dragon hearts and endless mana, burning through a massive fortune. Plus, it was so incredibly unstable that perfecting it was damn near impossible. Even Yakra, the absolute legend of the oscillation equation, could only crank the 5 gods' armor up to 65% of its max potential. Every single piece literally burned through an entire kingdom's annual budget. Ryan rolled his eyes, visibly frustrated. If snagging that gear was basically impossible, how on earth was a swordsman supposed to take the crown? His older brother fired back, claiming the ultimate irony was that mages actually invented anti-magic themselves. Ryan's brain basically blue-screened, trying to figure out why they would shoot themselves in the foot like that. Flashing a cocky smirk, his brother dropped the reality check. It boiled down to massive demand, and peddling that stuff made mages filthy, meaning nobody actually needed to drop infinite cash on mythical armor. He scanned the room, challenging them to connect the dots. To him, spellcasters were nothing but tragic sellouts, pawning off their own ultimate kryptonite for a quick bag. Ryan geared up to argue, but our hero's eyes suddenly sparked. He fired back, declaring that was exactly what made magic users so ridiculously goated. Ryan stared daggers at him, completely thrown off. But our hero held his ground. Anti-magic, he smoothly explained, was actually engineered by mages to block spells in restricted zones. Plus, it doubled as a heavy-duty security system for magic academies. Sure, enemies could definitely weaponize it against them, but that didn't tank its value. At its core, it was still an absolute masterpiece of knowledge, crafted purely to benefit humanity. Based on that logic alone, he argued, you absolutely couldn't crown a swordsman. Ryan's older brother was visibly fuming, especially since his little sibling was practically dying of laughter in the background. He whipped around, snapping that fairy tale ideals and harsh reality were two entirely different beasts. Out on an actual battlefield, a spellcaster would still get shredded by a blade. He only spit that out because his massive ego couldn't handle taking an L. The second he stomped off, Ryan and our hero absolutely lost it. Our boy gasped for air, joking that he legit thought he was going to get wiped out during that intense debate. Ryan was totally hyped. Sharon had just completely humbled his arrogant brother like nobody's business. Cracking up, Ryan hyped him up. If Sharon's mouth was a sword, he'd easily be the deadliest swordsman breathing. For Ryan, watching that showdown was a massive breath of fresh air. Maybe dreams and reality really did clash, just like his brother preached. But a hungry mind never stops digging, even if it means exposing its own fatal flaws. Could that level of raw genius actually exist just to bring peace to the world? Fast forward exactly 6 months. The head butler suddenly reported that the massive project wrapped up way ahead of the timeline. The entire sprawling library had been perfectly cataloged a full 6 months early, and even the dusty old tomes ignored for 20 solid years. Another staff member muttered, asking if Timur was kicking himself for letting such a cracked worker slip away. They probably could have cooked up some flimsy excuse to drag out his contract, but Timur instantly shot that idea down as total garbage. Still, his mind drifted back to our boy, camped out in that library. He realized something deep. Shutting a book is effortless, but walking away after grinding through hundreds of pages hits way different. Our hero's ultimate dream was officially a reality, but he barely got a single second to soak it all in. Ryan kicked the doors open, demanding to know if he was packed and ready to roll out. But then he stopped dead in his tracks. Our boy had literally devoured every single text in the joint. Glancing up, our hero casually dropped that there was zero material left to conquer. Ryan's jaw practically hit the floor. He genuinely believed nobody breathing could catch him off guard anymore. Yet this kid still managed to blow his mind. Ryan completely lost it, rushing over to pull him into a massive... Despite the cringe, the vibes were immaculate. Our boy flashed a grin, pitching that it was finally time for them to actually hang out and have some real fun. Ryan had been keeping their tight bond totally under wraps for ages, and the guilt was eating him alive. Hearing our hero casually claim him as a bro hit right in the feels. Our boy had zero clue Ryan stressed over it, and honestly, he felt pretty bad about it too. Up until now, 99% of their hangouts were strictly trapped inside those library walls, so he was dying to see what Ryan's life looked like in the real world. Ryan's eyes lit up. He hyped up giving him the grand tour, especially since the entire stuck-up family was out of the house today. Stepping out into the open, our hero immediately felt dwarfed by the ridiculously massive, sprawling estate, and he genuinely couldn't process the fact that he was casually strolling right through the VIP main gates. His family wouldn't be creeping back until way after sundown. Once inside, the sheer silence made the colossal mansion feel like a ghost town. Even a single side room easily swallowed up his entire childhood home. He was still hardcore struggling to wrap his head around Ryan casually flexing this insane level of wealth. They finally hit Ryan's room at the dead end of a massive corridor, and it was shockingly tiny. It definitely gave off bare-bones training dojo vibes, rather than a pampered young noble's lavish master. The duo decided to burn their final chunk of freedom, grinding out some hardcore card games. Now, Ryan absolutely despised taking an L, and straight up started suspecting our boy was tapping into his supernatural focus to hack the game. But our hero just chuckled, exposing that the secret was way more basic. Ryan practically screamed his hand every single time he pulled an ace. He'd slightly nudge the card forward, and his twitchy poker face instantly broadcasted the second he locked in a pair. When Ryan frantically asked how he read him so perfectly, our hero dropped a major gem. True observation doesn't mean hyper-focusing on one tiny detail. Instead of sweating a single move, try predicting the entire board. Ryan's brain was practically frying from the information overload, and the absolute beatdown he was taking. He desperately wondered if unlocking his own schema could turn the tide. Our boy hyped him up, knowing that exact power was the key to tapping into his own flow state. Yet Ryan just kept ping-ponging between total enlightenment. Suddenly, a fiction novel by the window caught our guy's eye. He was itching to dive in, especially after rotting away in a pile of dusty, dry history textbooks. But the second he turned around, Ryan was already out cold, face planted right on the desk. The mental gymnastics had completely wiped him out. Checking the clock, our hero wondered when the main family was actually dropping by. Right then, a haunting piano melody drifted through the halls. It took him a split second to connect the dots. Only one person in this entire mansion possessed that kind of talent. The royal court's prodigy, Raina Ogent, Ryan's older sister. Without missing a beat, she glanced back and asked for his review of her sonata. He completely froze, praying he'd been invisible. Stepping into the room, she clocked him instantly and asked if he was a rookie. He politely clarified he'd been organizing the library for a solid year. A spark lit up her eyes. She'd clearly caught the mansion gossip about the insanely brilliant kid working in the archives. Out of nowhere, she asked if he'd ever tickled the ivories. Alarm bells rang in our hero's head. A literal master was sitting right there. Plus, Ryan had specifically warned him that his sister was the most lethal threat in the entire estate. Then, she casually patted the bench next to her, offering to teach him. He was totally shook. A servant sitting shoulder to shoulder with a noble? She waved off his hesitation, swearing that no one would dare breathe a word against him if she gave the green light. Her tone left absolutely zero room for argument. Refusing her politely simply wasn't an option. And honestly, when else would a peasant get to touch a grand piano? She began breaking down the sheet music and the core mechanics of the keys. Demonstrating the perfect sequence of notes, she had his absolute, undivided attention. He soaked it up like a sponge, earning a rare compliment from the prodigy herself. Eventually, he asked to take the wheel. She threw him a sweet reminder that all beginners suck, but the absolute second his fingers hit the keys, she cringed. His posture was an absolute nightmare, yet he hammered the notes with jaw-dropping swagger. She was a split second away from snatching his hands off the board for butchering, because against all logic, the song was almost flawless. It was like he was ripping the melody straight from her previous performance, purely by ear. Our guy was locked deep in his zone. With every single strike, Reina's brain was short-circuiting. This completely defied the laws of traditional practice. He was practically downloading the entire concept of the instrument into his brain in seconds. She started seriously questioning why a freak of nature like him was wasting away scrubbing floors. Catching her intense, burning gaze, our hero hit the brakes immediately. He panicked, thinking he'd crossed a major line. Right on cue, a furious voice from the doorway screamed to kill the music. The intruder was absolutely heated. Only for her to start banging on the keys the second she walked through the door. Our hero whipped around to see his buddy Ryan, who instantly demanded to know why he was chilling in his sister's room. Reina looked completely baffled by their casual vibe. Our hero desperately wanted to play dumb, or totally change the subject, but Ryan ruthlessly cut the tension, loudly declaring the boy was his best friend. Our guy had fought so hard to keep that dynamic a secret, but Ryan waved off the drama. He boldly claimed that even though his sister was an evil witch, she wasn't petty enough to care about social status. Our hero's jaw practically hit the floor. How could a noble not care? Breaking the silence, Reina coolly stated that she had zero issues with. If her little brother claimed him as a bro, that was the ultimate stamp of approval. She playfully dragged Rian, saying he might be a massive loser, but he always owned his choices. Pivoting back, she asked our hero what was running through his head during his wild performance. The question completely derailed him. 16 years of surviving under snobby, elitist nobles were crumbling to dust. She genuinely didn't care that her brother was kicking it with a commoner. He was so deeply shook that he blatantly asked Ryan why he'd ever called her a nasty witch, when she was literally drop-dead gorgeous and insanely, and he looked like he was staring straight down the jaws of an apex predator. Keeping that sweet, picture-perfect smile, the older sister sighed that her little bro was a total mess, so she was beyond thrilled he had a solid friend to keep him in check. Trembling, Ryan nervously joked that if she liked him so much, she should just marry the cute kid into the family. Her eyes locked onto him, visibly stunned by the absolute audacity of her brother trying to pawn her off. Realizing he'd poked the bear, Ryan desperately backpedaled, trying to flip the script and pretend our hero was the one caught in the crossfire. Way too late. In a blur of motion, she snatched him by the throat and body slammed him into the hardwood for disrespecting a lady. Our main guy was absolutely paralyzed, watching his entire concept of high-class noble etiquette completely crumble into dust. Scooping himself off the floor after that brutal beatdown, Ryan demanded to know why she crashed at home so early. In response, she casually dropped that their brother, Rai, was snagging his official certification. She swung by just to scoop him up, planning to hit the road by tomorrow, with their granddad rolling in later to catch up. All the energy totally drained from Ryan's face as he mumbled that it was finally time for that brutal exam. Shuren was totally clueless about the details, but the sheer panic radiating off his buddy was obvious. See, this certification was the ultimate flex, a gold standard for archers and mages that wasn't just recognized locally, but respected across the entire continent. Every single year, roughly 1,000 hopefuls threw themselves at this trial, yet barely 20 managed to survive it. Sure, you could scrape by with unofficial papers, like just graduating from an elite spot such as the Academy of Magical Arts automatically stamped you as an uncertified 10th rank mage. From there, you had to rank up by stacking achievement points, by crushing missions through random guilds and associations. But let's be real, since everyone is insanely thirsty for that cash and clout, snagging the official badge was the ultimate goal. The crazy part? Ryan's older bro was tackling this beast at barely 18 years old. Ryan just shrugged it off, claiming top-tier prodigies hit different, especially with a stacked family funding their grind. Surprisingly, his sister didn't even roast him for that. Instead, she just gave him a gentle head pat, told him to keep his chin up, and hyped up the fact that she was personally cooking dinner tonight. Why? Because a massive haul of premium seafood had just dropped straight from the royal. Right before sliding out, she flashed our boy a gorgeous smile, saying it was a vibe meeting him, and playfully wondering if they'd cross paths again. He was instantly captivated, his heart doing backflips as he hopelessly wondered the exact same thing. The massive reality check? He was getting booted from the mansion tomorrow. Desperate, he leaned in and asked Ryan if his sister was taken. Panic hit immediately, and he desperately tried to backtrack, stammering that he was just purely curious. He literally begged his bro to wipe that question from his memory. But a wicked, devious smirk was already spreading across. The kid bolted like lightning, leaving our hero groveling on his knees, screaming for him to chill. Shuren sprinted after him down the massive corridor, totally baffled how Ryan went from intensely depressed to absolutely cracked with energy in 2 seconds flat. Ryan practically flew to the main staircase and blasted his voice through the entire mansion, screaming at the top of his lungs to ask if his sister had a boyfriend. Shuren lunged wildly, trying to muffle his mouth. All the maids and butlers completely froze, staring up in absolute confusion at the total chaos unfolding. But his sister, total ice queen. She smoothly told the staff to ignore the noise, brushing them off as just 2 goofy kids acting out. Then she ordered the crew to prep the fish and march straight into the kitchen. But lurking in the shadows, someone incredibly dangerous was watching this entire circus. An imposing, fierce-looking man growled at his staff, demanding to know if Ryan had any VIPs scheduled, and exactly who that random kid was. Learning that 0 visits were on the books just spiked his suspicion to the max. Chief Butler Lewis chimed in, claiming he totally recognized the boy. And Timoran instantly barked an order to drag the kid into his private office. Fast forward, we catch Ryan deep in the forest, sweating through a training session. He swore he was only grinding for 10 short minutes. His master was honestly thrilled to see him finally touching a weapon again, after such a massive hiatus. Honestly, the last time they tried this, Ryan tapped out and lost all his hype almost instantly. The mentor figured that once the kid actually infiltrated the royal palace, his garbage work ethic would get a massive reality check. The only huge red flag was whatever shady scheme he was cooking up. Suddenly, shattering Ryan's focus, a frantic butler sprinted over, begging him to rush straight back to the estate. Annoyed, Ryan demanded to know who was summoning him. He figured if it was his sister flexing her authority, he'd ignore it, but the panting servant dropped a bombshell. His sister had dispatched him with totally catastrophic news. His temporary right-hand man, Shuren, was in massive danger. The dude was literally facing a death sentence. Ryan violently choked on his water. His brain short-circuited. Shuren was literally supposed to dip out today. The terrified messenger only knew one thing. Chief Butler Lewis had snitched straight to the head of the family, and his sister warned that all this chaos was entirely Ryan's fault. Adrenaline spiking, Ryan instantly threw on his gear, totally ready to sprint back to the mansion. But his master physically blocked his path, demanding to know what kind of life-or-death drama was forcing him to ditch practice. Ryan spilled the tea immediately, hiding absolutely zero. He confessed that his homie Shuren had almost certainly been busted by his terrifying father. He frantically told his teacher. His dad might actually let it slide if someone vouched for the kid, swearing on his life he'd return to finish the grind later. But his master completely rejected the plea. Meanwhile, back at the estate, Shuren was already pinned to the marble floor in the grand hall, desperately kneeling before the patriarch, who coldly ordered his absolute execution. The entire room was paralyzed in shock, completely lost on how this escalated so insanely fast. Yet, Timoran looked down with zero mercy, stating the kid there was an invisible boundary a peasant could never, ever cross. His sister tried to intervene, but their father savagely silenced her on the spot. There were just way too many eyewitnesses, and the chief butler's official report confirmed the deadly truth. This random boy had acted way too chummy with a noble heir. The Ogant patriarch glared down at Chiron, demanding to know if he'd skimmed the contract. If he had, then keeping his mouth shut was the only option. But did the kid have any last words? Chiron slowly raised his chin, his gaze unwavering as he dropped one simple question. If he actually stood by the young master as a true friend, the servants gasped, absolutely losing it. Why the hell wasn't this kid dropping to his knees and begging for his life? Even Ryan's sister froze, totally mind-blown. That response completely ticked off the head butler. He spat venom, trashing Chiron as just another brainless peasant, and demanded what kind of damage a rat like him could possibly do to a highborn. Yet, he laid it out straight. Ryan was his bro. They'd been riding together for a solid year, and absolutely nothing was going to break that bond. The patriarch's blood boiled. This sheer, unfiltered calmness felt like a massive slap in the face to the legendary Ogent bloodline. With a flick of his wrist, he ordered the head butler to erase Chiron. Do it quietly. Sweep this mess totally under the rug. His daughter desperately tried to intervene, but he instantly shut her down. Chiron had confessed. Case closed. The call was absolute. No do-overs. Some of the staff secretly wanted to bail Chiron out, but stepping into high society drama, that was a straight-up death wish. The Ogent estate was their entire universe. To keep this empire standing, even the tiniest glitches had to be brutally exterminated. Yeah, it looked super savage right now, but down the line, they believed people would realize this ruthless call had to be made. Boom! The grand doors flew open, and Ryan stormed into the hall. He screamed at the top of his lungs, straight up vetoing this execution, and demanded to know who the hell signed off on murdering his best friend. His dad didn't miss a beat. I did. Ryan snapped back, furious. What did Chiron even do? They were literally just hanging out. The patriarch's reply was chilling. Ryan was totally clueless about the toxic reality of high society. While the family did the dirty work in the shadows, he was just chilling, living his best, privileged life. But Ryan wasn't having it. Privilege is absolute trash if I have to toss my friends under the bus for it. His old man just scoffed, calling him a naive brat. The patriarch pressed harder. A noble's friendship demands absolute equality. Did Ryan actually buy the delusion that this peasant viewed him as a peer? Based on what? Every rat in this city wants to leech off elite status. But Ryan didn't waver. He knew in his gut that Chiron was the real deal. Fine. The patriarch dropped an insane ultimatum. Prove it. Prove that this supposed friendship was actually legit. Ryan completely froze. One wrong move, and it's game over. You can't just talk your way into proving what's inside someone's soul. If he had Chiron's massive brain, maybe he could have sliced right through his dad's twisted logic in a heartbeat. But he didn't. Then, it hit him. The intense glare Chiron flashed him during their brawl. And the lesson that the ultimate counterattack sometimes starts with just observing. So, Ryan scanned the tension-filled room and started connecting the dots. The guy standing across from him wasn't just his dad. This was a legendary second-class elite, the untouchable alpha of the black-haired Ogent clan, and a straight-up certified fourth-class knight. Suddenly, it all clicked for Ryan. This wasn't some petty family squabble. This was a full-blown duel. Without missing a beat, Ryan's hand gripped the hilt of his blade. Rewind 30 minutes. Ryan was practically begging his mentor to let him slide, because his best friend was about to get executed. His master raised an eyebrow. You mean that library kid? Then his sensei dropped the bomb. He's just a commoner. Ryan felt like he'd been punched in the gut. He never thought his idol shared that same toxic elite mindset. Weren't they the exact ones who preached that clashing swords was the purest way to forge an unbreakable bond? His mentor then asked the million-dollar question. What's the ultimate rule for aristocrats? Easy. Eradicate absolutely anything that stains the family crest. Did Ryan seriously think he mattered as a friend when society viewed Chiron as literal dirt? His master laid down the harsh truth, reminding him of the insane, suffocating pressure nobles endure, and flat out told him not to beg for a bailout. But there was no way Ryan was just going to spectate. He was the one who dragged Chiron into this dynamic duo. Plus, there was no shot he was going to. His mentor saw the fire burning in his eyes. He knew Ryan was ridiculously genuine, maybe even a bit too naive for his own good. But raw emotion alone doesn't forge a master swordsman. And ironically, that's exactly why he bet everything on the kid. He thrust his blade forward and commanded Ryan to take it. He'd let him walk. But if Ryan wasn't ready to bleed for this, he shouldn't take another step. Ryan snatched the sword, swearing he'd carry this debt forever. His master hit him with one last epic truth bomb. Bailing on a brother is basically ripping out a piece of your own soul. Back in the present, Ryan knew the stakes. This was a battle to the death, and his own head was officially on the chopping block. He let out a dark, breathless chuckle. His old man had almost boxed him in again. But if it was hard proof he was after, Ryan had only one comeback. Trusting Sharon as his blood brother was all the proof he needed. The patriarch scoffed, stating this went way deeper than cash. The entire foundation of noble pride was crashing down, and he was just to keep the Ogan Empire from sinking into the abyss. That ruthless declaration sent absolute shockwaves through the room. Ryan dipped his head in a deep bow. His voice didn't waver. If having his friends back meant getting kicked out of the family forever, he was completely down. His dad's eyes narrowed, ordering him to draw his weapon. If Sharon was really his ride or die, then Rian needed to put his actual life on the line. Metal hissed against the scabbard as Rian slowly pulled out his... The old man flinched, genuinely shook. He never expected his own blood to hold steel against him, but Rian quickly clarified. He wasn't pointing it at his dad. He was just proving how dead serious he was. The patriarch was totally lost. His youngest kid was already an outcast among the high society snobs. So instead of hanging with his own kind, he kept a literal peasant around. His dad figured it was just an ego trip to make himself feel superior. Ryan shut that down instantly. He boldly claimed his dad had it all twisted. Between the two of them, Sharon was straight up the better guy, and Ryan just wanted to hype his best friend up to the absolute top. Boiling with rage, the family head shoved a finger at Sharon, demanding to know what kind of messed up spell he cast to make his kid act so crazy. Just how exactly did this commoner brainwash a noble into being his bestie? Sharon opened his mouth to clear his name, but Ryan instantly cut him off. He ordered him to stay quiet, swearing on his life that he had his back. But Sharon just smiled, telling Ryan to chill out. This was his own mess to clean up. From the very second Ryan first offered his friendship, Sharon always knew this exact moment would drop. He knew he'd eventually have to choose between his bro and his own breathing. And even if he got taken out right here and now, he'd never regret teaming up with a guy like Ryan. Those heavy words hit totally different, making even a tough guy like Ryan start bawling. Tears streaming, Ryan shouted that those were his exact thoughts too. Exiled or not, they were locked in for life. The entire crowd watching was absolutely speechless. A real one is somebody who never ghosts you when things get rough. Everybody either has a squad like that or desperately wishes they did. But right when the vibes peaked, the family's grandfather crashed the party. He barked at everyone for making such a massive scene, then busted out laughing about how insanely chaotic kids are these days. Ryan's older sister instantly let out a massive sigh of relief. With Grandpa here, she knew they were completely safe. The angry dad was totally caught off guard. He thought the old man was arriving way later, but he showed up early because his travel buddy, Sharon's jaw basically dropped. This was the legendary General Tormia in the flesh, an insanely overpowered third-degree swordsman, and Ryan's actual grandpa. The legend dropped into his seat, chuckling that the estate was just as loud and crazy as always. He flexed that being young is honestly the peak era of life. His son, the family head, was sweating bullets now. He nervously scrambled to claim everything was totally under control. In his mind, this whole commoner drama had already trashed their elite reputation into the app, but the general waved him off, telling him to pump the brakes. He confessed he had been chilling in the shadows, watching the entire blowout go down. And since the whole room was clearly buzzing with hot takes, he decided it was time to let them yap. The first one stepping up to the mic was she stood tall and admitted that even though she just met Sharon literally yesterday, his genius-level talent was impossible to miss. Plus, the kid was a total professional. He completely honored his contract without skipping a beat and was literally scheduled to pack his bags today anyway. Looking at all the facts, Raina called cap on the idea that Sharon was secretly plotting against Ryan. So in her book, this wasn't some toxic scandal dragging down their legendary last name. Nodding at his granddaughter's solid logic, the general locked eyes with his other grandson. Rai kicked things off by straight up saying he was a total hater of the peasant kid. His dad smirked in victory for a split second, until Rai hit him with a plot twist. It honestly didn't matter. His dad blinked, completely mind-blown, and demanded to know what on earth he meant. Rai laid down straight facts. Even if he absolutely despised the guy, it wasn't his place to police his little brother's friend group. Honestly, Rai just wanted to wrap up this boring family drama so he could. The old man soaked it all in, cracked a joke that this crazy household was way more entertaining than his own, and kept the lineup moving. Next up on the hot seat, the one guy who knew our main man's hustle better than anybody else, Tamarin, the deputy butler. Now, staff members usually keep their mouths totally shut. They're basically just unplayable characters programmed to follow orders, not spill tea to the boss. But Tamarin didn't care. He dropped the mic, revealing that Chiron flawlessly crushed every single chore and wrapped up his entire workload, a staggering 6 months ahead of schedule. The head butler immediately snapped, but the general sliced right through the yelling. He locked on to Tamarin and asked if he had any clue about this secret friendship. Tamarin kept it 100. He admitted he only noticed Chiron spending a massive chunk. He had zero idea they were actually bros. But he dropped one final bombshell. If Chiron was just some average basic kid, there was zero chance he could have speedran, sorting 10,000 huge books. The only guy still loudly demanding blood was Ryan's dad. But that's exactly when the general stepped up and firmly declared he couldn't let that fly. Raina tilted her head, totally confused by the twist, while the furious dad suddenly lit up with a wicked, victorious grin. Grandpa laid it out straight. Sure, Chiron and Rianne were totally legit friends, but this bromance, it had to end. If they let it drag on, the gossip mill would go into overdrive, handing their enemies the perfect ammo to tear them down. Every single member of this bloodline flexed major power in the kingdom. Heck, even Rai was staring down a massive certification exam. Grandpa hammered home that a family with this much clout also carried an insane. Calling Chiron a sharp kid, he figured the boy would get the hint. Then, his piercing gaze locked right onto his grandson. He could see the fire in Ryan's eyes, but Grandpa insisted the kid was still totally clueless about the crushing weight of having countless lives riding on their family's shoulders. Shifting gears, he demanded to know where Chiron stood. He knew our guy had literally schooled Ryan on what true loyalty meant, but was he ready to cut the cord right now? I can't, Chiron fired back. Jaws hit the floor. He didn't stutter either. If he ever seriously dragged Ryan down, he'd vanish like a ghost. But that wouldn't erase the fact that Rian was his boy. They were homies for life. And knowing that, he'd roll with whatever harsh call the adults made. Ryan was absolutely crumbling, even if Chiron made it out alive. Ripping his best friend away would absolutely shatter him. In his gut, he felt that bailing on his day one would feel like ripping out his own. No way was he taking this lying down. He whipped out his blade as his sister screamed at him to chill. Way too late for that. He slammed the steel straight into the floorboards, swearing that he, Ryan Ogant, third son of the bloodline, was officially Chiron's living weapon from this second forward. His dad exploded, branding his own son a total head case. See, the knight's oath wasn't some joke. It stretched way back to the literal birth of Thormia, back in an era when kingdoms were constantly spilling blood over turf. Atholphus I, the absolute apex predator of his time, steamrolled those factions and forged the kingdom. But this fresh empire still had heavy-hitting rival states breathing down its neck. So, the crushed kings got to keep their thrones under one condition, the legendary knight's oath. By promising absolute loyalty to a single master and acting as their literal sword, they scored premium noble status. That is how the whole nobility gig kicked off, making this vow insanely heavy. The whole room just froze. Ryan, on the flip side, he looked completely hyped. Nobody could force him to hit undo on this. Our main character scrambled over, freaking out over what he just pulled. But Grandpa kept his poker face. If Ryan was dead serious about playing bodyguard, What exactly made our guy worthy of that kind of crazy devotion? Why was Sharon such a star in his eyes? Rian just smirked and dropped a cold line. A sword doesn't question. It shields. Grandpa completely lost it, roaring with laughter, joking that maybe absolute idiots need to go off the rails to level up. Then he threw shade, noting that Ryan talks a massive game, but his blade skills are straight up trash, so he practically pitied Sharon for getting stuck with him. Finally, Grandpa stood up and called it. The deed was done. Rian might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but Grandpa knew he'd never stab Sharon in the back. He told our hero to watch over his reckless grandson, and Sharon bowed out in gratitude for the green light. But Grandpa wasn't done. Since these two were basically ride or die now, he couldn't just sweep things under the rug. He barked at the head butler to summon Sharon's folks straight to the estate. Our main character nervously waved it off as overkill, but Ryan checked him, saying this wasn't just some friendly favor. Unlike his older bro, Rian had an eye for natural-born leaders. That is exactly why he was gambling his entire life on a dude like him. Sharon's face burned up. There went those heavy words again. Sweating the pressure, he clapped back that Ryan better start grinding way harder, if he actually planned on keeping him safe. Mid-banter, Ryan's sister strutted in, asking for the tea on her bro, allegedly taking a huge loss in a duel. Then she spotted him sprawled on the floor. Ryan snapped at her to get lost, but our main character stepped in, pointing out she totally clutched up for them this time. Ryan grumbled, asking what their dad and grandpa were plotting now. She sighed that the whole Knight's Oath stunt made things super messy, and the boomers were scrambling to strategize. Even so, their old man was planning to ship both of them off to the Kaizen Swordsmanship Academy, especially since Ryan had hyped up our hero's insane potential with a blade. Sharon was totally floored, but she shrugged it off. He was basically adopted into the family now, and she'd already spilled the beans about his raw talent. Honestly, the whole family was secretly rooting for Sharon to leave Rian in the dust. Ryan absolutely raged, salty that he was getting dragged to school right when he could have As his sister smacked him upside the head for his recklessness, Ryan frantically spilled the truth. Sharon was destined to be a top-tier mage. Why? Because the kid had literally unlocked his That stopped her dead in her tracks. Her mind raced as she processed the bombshell. Did her knucklehead brother seriously just pledge his eternal loyalty to a literal magic prodigy? Wait, wouldn't an oath like that make a pure swordsman? Suddenly, the puzzle pieces snapped perfectly together. During their epic clash earlier, our boy hadn't just gotten lucky, he was actively wielding the Spirit Zone. That's exactly how he secured the massive win. He was flawlessly reading and countering every single strike. She had to hand it to him, hyping up his insane battle IQ, admitting that even a seasoned pro like her never saw that wild trick coming. Our guy just blinked, totally clueless about how he'd pulled off such a... But she shut down his doubts instantly, looking him in the eye and called. Back at the academy, her professors hammered home one golden rule. Leveling up your focus directly supercharges your spirit zone, and tapping into that god-tier concentration while dodging a deadly blade? Mind-blowing. The Ogant siblings exchanged a look. It was painfully obvious. If our boy stayed this hopelessly clueless, his zero Riz energy would keep him single forever. Cutting through the heavy silence, his sister stepped up, declaring she'd handle the fallout and have a serious chat with their grandfather. After all, Sharon's entire destiny was now completely tied to whether Ryan actually packed his bags for the Sword Academy. Hearing that, Ryan instantly bolted upright, panicking. What about his old mentor? Would he just be tossed aside? His sister smoothly shut down the panic, revealing that Master Kite was already complete. Knowing the truth, the veteran master had officially decided to rip up Ryan's training contract by tomorrow, prepping a final goodbye speech for the crack of dawn. Ryan was absolutely stunned. For all he knew, his lifelong teacher might have already packed up his gear and vanished. Right on cue, the head butler stepped into the room, dropping some massive news. Sharon's family had finally arrived, and were nervous. The lord of the estate gave a warm nod, telling our hero he was free to go reunite with them. Sharon's face instantly lit up, and he bolted down the hallways like a rocket. He was sprinting so intensely that the panicked staff on the staircase practically begged him to hit the brakes. He completely tuned them out, tossing back a quick plea for them to drop the form and stop treating him like royalty, since he was still just a regular commoner. But the nervous maids insisted they'd literally face severe punishment if they dropped the royal treatment. Flashing a heartwarming grin, Chiron promised his lips were sealed. He threw open the grand double doors, locked eyes with his parents, and launched himself straight into their tight embrace. Taking a closer look, his heart sank seeing how totally exhausted and fragile they appeared. They had definitely spent the entire night paralyzed by the fear that their boy wouldn't survive the mansion. Tears streaming down her cheeks, his mom furiously wiped her eyes, desperately lying that she and his dad were completely fine and had eaten perfectly well. Then his dad dropped the heavy question. If his library shift was done, why the heck was he kept overnight? Were these super-rich elites trapping him as some kind of twisted hostage? Chiron frantically waved his hands, swearing it was nothing shady. The nobles had actually handed him a once-in-a-lifetime golden ticket. When his parents just stared back in utter confusion, he spilled the entire insane saga. Their jaws practically hit the floor. Just by stacking dusty books, their boy had somehow scored a powerful bestie, who had literally sworn a sacred knight's pledge to him. His dad's brain was short-circuiting. He needed it spelled out. Was this real life, or just some incredibly cruel prank? Were these snobby aristocrats just messing with them? Looking him dead in the eye, Chiron confidently swore on his life it was all facts. Instantly, his dad pulled him into a bone-crushing bear hug, emotionally choking out that a stint in a noble's estate changed a man forever. Right as the tears started flowing, Lord Biscoff himself strolled majestically into the room. With Ryan and Reyna flanking him like elite guards, his entrance radiated pure aura. Chiron's humble parents were absolutely shell-shocked. They leaped out of their seats and practically folded in half, bowing, nervously stammering out why such untouchable VIPs were treating simple folks with such mass. Biscoff just smiled warmly, calmly asking if young Chiron had already filled them in on the wild lore. Like a lightning bolt, the reality of the situation finally hit them. Every single crazy word their boy had preached was the absolute. Even while picking at a massive feast fit for kings, they were completely zoned out. Honestly, Chiron's dad didn't even fully grasp the insane gravity of a knight's vow. Still, the idea of high society elites rolling out the red carpet for struggling peasants felt like a glitch in the matrix, so he nervously double-checked while sipping his luxury tea. He needed absolute confirmation. Did the young master seriously bow down to his peasant son? The entire vibe felt like a total fever dream. Biscoff didn't miss a beat confirming it. He proudly declared that the Ogant bloodline operates on an ironclad warrior's code, and a sacred pledge of the sword is an absolute, unbreakable bond. If the Ogans looked down on Chiron's folks over social class, it would completely trash Rian's honor. That's exactly why everyone in the manor treated them like absolute royalty. Bischoff urged them to drop the nerves, swearing they would never hang Chiron out to dry. Watching from the sidelines, the grandfather muttered under his breath. He never expected his own son to drop a speech like that. This just made Chiron idolize the Ogant bloodline even more. Backing a literal peasant was already wild. But Bischoff actually chose honor over toxic pride, never throwing his weight around. Then, the Lord cut right. Chiron had already unlocked the state of the soul. He broke it down. Grinding hard isn't enough to reach that tier. You literally have to be born with the cheat code. And since Chiron was dead set on becoming a mage, Bischoff offered to fast-track an He even threw out Alpheus Magic Academy, one of the kingdom's top 5 elite schools, as the perfect fit. He never imagined Chiron climbing that high. But with this massive level up in status, turning it down would be straight up crazy. To match the Ogant legacy, he had to enroll, but the grandfather, visibly stressed, demanded to know how a lumberjack's kid could ever survive there. The logic was brutally simple. If he survived the grind, he'd graduate as a full-fledged wizard. Vincent's jaw hit the floor, but Chiron's mind was already locked on the academy. Yet, a massive roadblock stood in the way. Magic schools were VIP. Commoners literally got ghosted at the gates. So, Ryan's grandfather dropped their ultimate trump card. They needed to adopt Chiron. His dad froze completely. The nobles explained this was the only loophole they could brainstorm behind closed doors. Sliding a thick document across the table, they mentioned a younger, childless cousin in their bloodline. Slapping Sharon's name onto that registry would instantly vaporize the class issue. They rushed to clarify they weren't trying to steal their boy. It was just a ghost adoption, strictly on paper. But legally, it was the absolute only loophole to grant Sharon noble status. His father's brain was short-circuiting. A kid from their dirt-poor bloodline turning noble sounded like pure fiction. But signing that paper felt exactly like giving his son away. He locked eyes with Chiron, his silent gaze begging for an answer. But Chiron was already locked in. Grabbing his father's rough hand, he stated straight up that he refused to become some random noble's fake kid. A spark of hope flashed in his dad's eyes, but Rian's older sister quickly jumped in to diffuse the tension. She promised it was just a bureaucratic technicality. Nothing deep, and it was the ultimate ticket to Chiron's dream. Even the grandfather barked that nobody in the world gets handed a golden ticket like this, but Chiron stayed completely stone-faced. He declared that if becoming a mage meant swapping out his dad, he'd rather stay a dirt-poor peasant forever. The grandfather snapped, roaring that elite academies don't let peasants through the front door. But Chiron fired right back. If that was the entry fee, then he was out. The old man shot up from his chair, screaming Chiron's name. He demanded to know why he was acting so insanely stubborn, when leveling up always requires blood, sweat, and sacrifice. If he couldn't drop his pride for this, was his dream actually even real? Chiron clapped back. If that was the twisted reality, then the dream itself was garbage. His parents sparked that dream. They were the absolute roots who taught him how to read, and his magical ambition was just the fruit blooming from their heavy lifting. His entire existence started with them, one shiny opportunity dangling in his face. Could never eclipse the lifetime of sacrifices his family had already made. Cutting them off would literally be like ripping out his own roots to wither away. He was deeply grateful for the lifeline, but the only parents he claimed were the two standing right beside him. The entire room went dead silent. The grandfather was totally speechless, unable to read if this was pure morals, heavy guilt, or something way deeper. Out of nowhere, Chiron's father shattered the quiet. He told the nobles to go ahead and take him. The grandfather immediately pushed back, arguing that Chiron's feelings had to drive the choice. But then, Vincent dropped a nuclear bomb nobody saw coming. Chiron wasn't his biological kid. His wife gasped, completely wrecked that he spilled the secret out loud, while Chiron just stood there, brain frozen. Vincent kept spilling. He confessed that he and his wife were infertile. Then, out of the blue, baby Chiron just dropped into their world. He always secretly believed the kid was spawned from high-tier nobility. A prodigy like him didn't belong in the mud with a guy like Vincent, but shifting to a new family tree wouldn't delete his true origins. Bischoff narrowed his eyes, processing the bombshell, but connecting the dots, everyone knew Chiron never gave off peasant woodcutter vibes. Still, having the brutal truth slammed on the table felt terribly close to a raw rejection. Voice shaking, Chiron demanded to know how his dad could just drop a nuke like that, without even warning him or the family first. Vincent insisted his boy was finally old enough for the harsh truth, but Chiron clapped back, asking if his dad genuinely believed he was clueless all this time. He explained he kept his mouth shut so he could keep his two real parents, yet now, his dad was forcing him to juggle 6. Vincent instantly crumbled, sobbing and dripping with sweat, confessing he just desperately wanted Chiron to chase down his ultimate dream. Chiron made it clear he wasn't quitting. He just needed his dad to sit and actually imagine the crushing reality of getting dumped by his own flesh and blood. Twice. Crushed by guilt, Vincent snatched him into a desperate embrace, pleading for mercy. He swore on his life he'd never let that nightmare unfold. He vowed he'd never walk away, begging Chiron to pardon his idiotic mistakes. The whole room felt that heavy truth. Parents totally wreck their kids sometimes while trying to save them. And flying solo as a parent? That's pure torture, too. Watching this emotional roller coaster, Bischoff finally broke the silence. He casually dropped that. Alphea's Magic Academy held a handful of secret loopholes, and maybe the headmaster would greenlight one. The granddad scoffed, unable to picture a hard-ass like him signing off on anything. So he demanded to know why Alpheus would ever owe him a solid. Bischoff just smirked, pointing out that for a guy stubborn enough to twist his own ears, his son was all the proof he needed. Fast forward 3 days, while Ryan packed his bags for Sword Academy. The elite Ogents let Sharon's crew crash at their mansion. Even after groveling to Sharon, his dad nervously paced, wondering how long his bravery would hold out this round. But the silver lining? Sharon and Rian finally had all the time in the world to vibe. Once those 3 days wrapped, Ryan still had to bounce. He bawled his eyes out, whining about getting chucked into a carriage, and shipped off to sword camp, crying about why he couldn't just chill and enroll later like his bro. Sharon shut that down, reminding him they weren't even sure he'd make the cut. He promised to drop a letter every single day and swore they'd link up on holidays. Ryan grabbed his bro's shoulder, declaring Sharon absolutely had to become a mage, because he was destined to be the most badass knight, the ultimate sword guarding his back. He was hyping himself up way too much before his sister literally smacked some sense into him. She ordered Rian to lock in on his training, since he stressed her out, then told Sharon to go kick it with his family, while their grandpa handled the heavy lifting. Sharon bowed in deep gratitude, leaving her thinking about how insanely unique this kid really was. She totally saw him as a baby brother at first, but his maturity was off the charts. Even while drowning in this heartbreak, he refused to fold on his morals, so she pushed him to keep grinding. He strictly needed to secure that mage status and keep a close eye on her chaotic brother. Sharon then hopped into the carriage with his fam. During the ride, he was warned that if he managed to enter the Magic Academy, his true identity had to stay completely buried. He immediately relayed that exact red alert to his bestie. The legendary collision of Ryan Ogent and Sharone Arian, two savage young dreamers, would go down in history as the spark that completely shattered their universe. Next, the camera panned straight to Alphea's Magic Academy. Grandpa Ogent chilled with his tea, asking what the hell was bugging the guy across the table, who'd been zoning out in dead silence for 30 minutes. It was that same old dude from way back. He straight up claimed that even after 50 years of being day one homies, there was zero chance he could greenlight this favor. Ogent had already dragged him through enough hell in their glory days, and he definitely wasn't bending the rules for him now. Secret loopholes weren't built just to bail out rich, elite bloodlines. Hordes of kids try their luck every single year, and even those rare passes come with brutal terms attached. Ogent figured his old rival was just acting petty, forcing him to sweat it out when he obviously already made his choice. So he finally dropped the bomb. Our boy was anything but basic, which instantly hooked the headmaster's attention. Arms crossed, the headmaster fired back that he didn't clear his schedule just to meet some mildly weird kid. He needed the full tea on his youngest grandson's ride or die, a kid who had to be an absolute prodigy. Laying eyes on our main character actually hit him with insane nostalgia for his own glory days. Still, he demanded to know the catch. If the kid was insanely cracked, why the hell wasn't he applying normally? There had to be a massive red flag. Ogent went dead silent, finally confessing the truth. And it was a massive deal breaker. The kid wasn't a noble. That single fact completely wiped the smirk off the headmaster's face. He locked eyes with Ogent, asking if they were talking about the blonde kid with the icy blue eyes. From Ogent's side, a tsunami of memories about our hero flooded his mind. He initially clocked him as a slick brat, who knew exactly how to manipulate the grown-ups. But the second Ogent tried to hand him a royal upgrade, the kid completely rejected it. Ogent literally burst out laughing, questioning what kind of absolute lunatic would dodge a free ticket to elite high society. But the headmaster caught the vibe instantly. Our boy was a rare breed who truly understood the brutal weight of cause and effect, a reality Ogent knew most normal folks never comprehended. And that's exactly how they lost their grip. Second chances might pop up, but the second someone ditches their core values, they risk losing absolutely everything. Our boy, though, He'd never back down from his truth, and witnessing that raw fire totally gave the older men flashbacks to their own glory days. The headmaster knew firsthand how risky that mindset was. Sure, some will hype up that ironclad loyalty, but others, they'll absolutely despise you for it. He completely zoned out for a second, totally swallowed by intense memories. Ogent broke the heavy silence, gently asking if he was still carrying all that. He really tried to ease his old friend's mind. Like, come on, man. After mentoring so many absolute prodigies, wasn't it finally time to drop the guilt trip? But the headmaster actually agreed with him. Yeah, he used to be insanely full of himself, but he poured his soul into teaching these kids so they'd never repeat his toxic mistakes. Meaning, if our protagonist genuinely mirrored his younger self, there was zero guarantee he wouldn't crash and burn on that exact same disastrous path. Ogent fired back, reminding him that Alpheus wasn't just anybody. He was literally a once-in-a-century mastermind. Everyone crowned him the ultimate savior of the Milch bloodline, but one massive slip-up almost shattered his entire existence. He clawed his way back from the absolute edge, yet Ogent was still genuinely mind-blown that a legend like him ended. Alpheus snapped right back, claiming he never expected a guy like Ogent to suddenly start playing guardian angel either, acting like a complete third-rate clown in the process. He even threw some serious shade, joking that the kingdom of Thormia's future was looking ridiculously bleak. A booming laugh escaped the headmaster, and Ogent genuinely wondered if the universe was actually pulling the strings here. Because, crazy enough, Alpheus actually knew the kid. The very same boy who ghosted everyone 4 years ago was finally back on the grid. The headmaster brushed off the whole destiny vibe, but admitted the cold facts. The kid possessed insane talent, totally bottlenecked by his peasant status, forcing him to detour his dreams for 4 long years. And now, that exact same boy was standing dead center in his sights. If that isn't the definition of fate, what is? Finally caving in, the headmaster faced Ogent and officially greenlit Sharon's admission. Fast forward 3 months, and spring was in full bloom. Now a 17-year-old, our guy was hopping into the carriage, bidding an emotional farewell to his fam. He flexed his new fit, asking for their verdict, and everyone was visibly glowing with pride. Suddenly, his dad faked a cough, raising an eyebrow like he was definitely forgetting something. Sharon playfully dodged, joking that he absolutely wasn't handing out kisses, but his dad's face stayed dead serious. When the teen kept resisting, his dad pulled him in anyway, planted a firm kiss on his forehead, and promised he was destined for greatness. He just had that much blind faith in his boy. Still slightly anxious, Sharon double-checked if things at home would truly survive without him, especially since the Ogent patriarch had literally offered them a free ride to a fancy city house. But his dad? He wore his hunter badge with hardcore pride, insisting he'd absolutely dominate those mountains. He had already made peace with the fact that even if he straight up rejected the Ogent family's backing, they'd stubbornly force their wealth on them anyway. Sharon originally figured getting into the elite magic academy would completely break the internet back in his village, but his dad kept his mouth totally shut. He totally got it, though. His dad absolutely hated the idea of flexing or becoming a burden to anyone else. And just like that, Chapter 1 at the Academy of Magic officially kicked off. Stepping out of that ultra-luxurious ride felt incredibly awkward, but Timoran quickly announced they had finally touched down. It was game time. Sharon hopped out, freezing as the legendary Alpheus Academy of Magic towered majestically before him. The butler made it crystal clear. His only mission was swiping the card for tuition and gear. Sharon's sole objective? Grinding those books. Sharon poured out his thanks, but Timoran tried to wave off the gratitude. Still, the kid respectfully bowed, insisting he needed to express his deepest, most genuine appreciation right then and there. He vowed to permanently etch this kindness into his memory, eternally grateful that Timoran deemed him worthy. The butler coldly shot back that a commoner remains a commoner. They can never genuinely outrank. Still, bagging an opportunity like this was a literal glitch in the Matrix. He warned the boy that the second he crossed those campus gates, the arrogant elites would mercilessly tear him down. Despite the haters, he urged Sharon to keep that exact same relentless, stubborn energy he always carried. Flashing a rare smirk, Timoran promised that if he could tank all that toxic abuse, he would absolutely conquer this place. Then, he ordered the boy to trail behind him. They still had to knock out his official enrollment. This place wasn't just a school, it was heavily hyped as the ultimate breeding ground for prodigies. And now, our MC was about to lock eyes with his new, high-tier competition. Once the paperwork was completely finalized, Timoran dropped his goodbyes, throwing out an open invitation to hit his line if things ever went sideways. Sharon quickly caught on to the brutal hierarchy, a strict 10-tier ranking system. The campus was packed with exactly 420 hungry students, with only 30 elites flexing in the top graduating tier. Out of those, a measly 10 actually crossed the stage every year. Suddenly, the legendary headmaster Alpheus summoned him, asking if he was the fresh. He stared the boy down, asking if he still remembered his face. Without missing a beat, Sharon locked eyes and swore he had never erased their first encounter from his mind. He felt absolutely electric grasping this massive, life-changing opportunity. The headmaster brushed off a deep conversation for later, insisting Sharon crush the entrance exam first. Our boy was completely clueless about the exam format, but the headmaster assured him it was a breeze, just a basic vibe check for class placement. Then, the older man dropped a heavy question, asking if Sharon could tap into the spirit. Without missing a beat, Sharon confirmed he absolutely could. This visibly rattled the headmaster, considering the kid unlocked it entirely solo. He couldn't help but spiral, imagining the insane potential this boy would pack if he had been properly trained since childhood. Still, catching up at this age was a steep climb, meaning Alpheus needed to drill the absolute basics into his head, since the main hall was about to be swarming with snobby prodigies. Exposing him too early could totally nuke Sharon's reputation. Pivoting strategies, the headmaster offered an exclusive backstage tour. As they navigated the grand corridors, bizarre, otherworldly details instantly caught Sharon's eye. But his guide quickly redirected his focus toward the training rooms, explaining that rookies grinded away in the lower tiers, from class 10 up to 8. Sharon was mesmerized, his eyes glued to students throwing literal magic, until the headmaster promised an even wilder shift in the upcoming sector. They stepped straight into the elite territory of the upper ranks. We're talking tiers 7 through 4. The atmosphere here hit entirely differently. Teens his own age were intensely geeking out, debating raw energy output and the exact alignment of their mana points. The sheer technical jargon flew completely over Sharon's head, low-key terrifying him. He felt like an outsider crashing a party where everyone spoke a totally foreign language. Suddenly, a girl completely botched her spell during a live drill. Instead of exploding in rage, the headmaster flashed a warm smile, pinpointed her exact misstep, and spoon-fed her the perfect correction. Sharon was shook. Zero toxic screaming? Just a super chill to shake it off and try again? This elite academy felt like an alternate dimension, but the magical illusion shattered the second he locked eyes on a face he never expected to see. Wandering deeper into the facility, he spotted a massive leaderboard. It broadcasted the middle-tier rankings, and sitting pretty at number 1 was a notoriously familiar noble girl. Sharon's pulse skyrocketed. Every single kid on that board was a trained beast, but one name absolutely dominated the hierarchy: Karmas. Seeing her reign at the top ignited a savage fire in his chest. Sure, he was starting out as a complete rookie, but he instantly locked onto one crazy mission. He squinted, seriously hoping this top-tier Karmas wasn't the exact same menace from his past. But one quick glance confirmed his worst nightmare. It was 100% the same stuck-up brat who tried to crush his dreams back then. He violently snapped his head away, praying he stayed invisible. Unfortunately, the universe hated him. Amy strolled straight past his spot, and her bestie instantly locked onto his presence, aggressively fangirling over how absurdly gorgeous our boy looked. Karmas, however, caught a serious case of déjà vu. Her friend wasted zero time roasting her, hyping up the fact that the Ice Queen finally checked out a guy. Since she typically treated boys like invisible ghosts, Karmas aggressively shut it down, insisting he just looked vaguely familiar. But her bestie wasn't buying the denial and kept poking the bear. You see, Karmas wasn't just smart, She was the absolute reigning it girl of the middle ranks. Upperclassmen, freshmen, and her own peers literally worshipped the ground she walked on, but she ruthlessly curved every single one of them. She played the flawless, untouchable prodigy to perfection, and our hero was literally the only living soul who knew her chaotic history, a fact that had him sweating bullets. They finally rolled up to the third testing arena. A bunch of applicants were already chilling in the bleachers, clearly done with their trials. The director ordered our boy to closely study the kid currently under the microscope. That applicant stood dead center in the ring, and was instructed to unleash his spirit zone to read hidden glyphs scattered across the floor. The panel demanded a vivid breakdown of his sensory feedback, using that data to calculate the exact torque and horsepower of his aura. The director leaned in, whispering for Sharon to just spill the raw truth when his turn came. The judges hit the kid with the magic question. He bragged about making objects float. Naturally, the more insane the trick, the more their final score skyrocketed. Next up, they grilled him on his maximum radar range. He confidently dropped the number 6, leaving the instructors absolutely speechless. The principal clarified that this metric basically defined the raw width of his internal radar. They pushed further, demanding his dominant aura color. He blurted out red, instantly branding himself as a divergent prodigy, which basically meant his energy pool was ridiculously OP for his age bracket. The interrogation dragged on, hitting him with rapid-fire questions about scale, texture, and thermal shifts. His flawless answers totally blew the judges away, proving this freshman class was built different. Then, the spotlight violently snapped to our hero. The principal hyped him up, warning him not to choke under the pressure and to just pop off. Every single instructor laser-focused on him. Intensely, a lot of the staff heavily side-eyed him. Starting magic school at 17 is practically ancient. Plus, he casually waltzed in, dropping the legendary Ogent family name. The general consensus? This kid was washed up before he even began, bound to get absolutely demolished by the Academy's brutal standards. But when they pressed him to cast a simple spell, our guy dropped a bomb. He had 0 magic skills. Bro had literally never touched a spellbook. That instantly rubbed one of the strict professors the wrong way. Like, come on. Shouldn't someone from a noble bloodline? The headmaster totally got their frustration. After all, magic isn't just raw power. It's complex knowledge sculpted inside the mind. Elite rich kids are practically spoon-fed these theories from birth. But obviously, instructing him to step into the testing ring, they told him to pop his spirit zone. Bam! The second it clicked on, an entire invisible dimension flared to life right before his eyes. The examiners asked him to read the furthest number he could see, but he just froze. Everyone figured he was sweating from embarrassment, prompting the director to gently coax him into spilling the truth. They promised they weren't judging him. They simply needed his stats to breaking the tense silence. Our hero confessed he could sense the digits, but they were stretching way too far into the distance to make out clearly. They pushed back, insisting they needed something to calculate his level, but he clarified that wasn't the actual issue. He could totally feel the sequence. It's just that the value was infinitely expanding by the second. Brushing it off as a rookie glitch, a teacher ordered him to just read the very first digits. So, our guy deadpanned that the string started with 3.14. The instructor snapped back, swearing that combo didn't exist in the system, and demanded to know if he was absolutely positive. He didn't stutter. But then, a terrifying realization washed over the professor's face. In insanely rare anomalies, the system spits out pi as a massive error code, meaning the student's zone literally broke the testing limit. Translation? Our guy's spirit realm was casually pushing past the 30-meter mark. Sweating, they asked him to pinpoint his dominant color. When Sharon flatly replied blue, the entire room practically short-circuited. The director finally connected the dots on why his buddy begged to get this kid enrolled. Yet, sheer panic gripped him. Did they even have a curriculum to handle this kind of monster? Desperate for more data, another professor asked him to tally up the floating orbs in his vision. At first, our hero tried tracking them manually, but then his raw instincts kicked in. Tuning into the pure energy, he effortlessly dropped the exact number, 867 spheres. The principal's face drained of all color. he suddenly realized they were dealing with a walking nuclear threat. A different examiner cautiously asked about his temperature. Our guy immediately shivered, saying he was freezing to death. Since his stats were absolutely off the charts, they quietly escorted him out to the hall. The faculty urgently needed to huddle up and figure out what on earth to do with him, along with the rest of the rookies. The heavy oak doors clicked shut, and absolute chaos erupted in the boardroom. Nobody could wrap their heads around the sheer absurdity of a 17-year-old possessing a domain spanning over 30 meters. Not only did his sheer size crash their testing software, but his raw focus hit an insane 86.7, with 0 buffs. One awestruck instructor said he felt like a legendary ascetic who spent decades meditating deep in the mountains. However, a bitter professor immediately called Cap. A total scrub with 0 magic experience dropping Grandmaster stats, pure fiction. He loudly accused the kid of just spitting out random digits, but the purple-haired mage instantly destroyed that theory. Why would a clueless kid fake a placement exam? Plus, even the veteran staff completely forgot that pi triggers as an overflow glitch. Begrudgingly, the room accepted reality. This kid was an absolute freak of nature, and he definitely wasn't clout chasing. Stepping up, the principal demanded a placement decision. One instructor chimed in, noting that 6th grade focuses heavily on boring theory, whereas actual spellcasting kicks off in the 5th. Given his massively overpowered spirit zone, she aggressively lobbied to bump him straight into 5th grade. The speaker? Sienna Oliver, a notoriously elite 6th rank battle mage. Another wizard, Ted, furiously pumped the brakes. He argued that despite the insane stats, the kid was still a teenage beginner with 0 actual technique. Tossing him into the deep end would completely shatter him, but Oliver coldly clapped back, stating that struggling builds character. Plenty of other students choked at first, too. Ted practically fumed, completely convinced she was just scheming to get the prodigy into her own homeroom. While the 2 elite mages locked horns, the rest of the faculty quietly held their own side huddle to hash it out. Nobody denied the boy's monstrous potential, but since his fundamentals were trash, a few suggested tossing him down to the rock-bottom 10th grade. The massive catch? Shoving a teenager into a classroom full of literal children would totally nuke his drive to learn. Breaking the deadlock, a veteran witch proposed the 7th grade, a solid middle ground, focusing on the hardcore basics of spirit mechanics. Plus, if he really was a once-in-a-generation genius, he'd speedrun the ranks anyway. The principal slammed the gavel, officially throwing our hero into the 7th grade. So, let's break down the Academy's brutal 10-tier hierarchy. Every single student gets sorted into one of 10 specific ranks. The bottom tier holds grades 10 through 8, focusing purely on expanding their core spirit zones. The middle pack, grades 7 through 4, bridges the gap, blending actual spellcasting with zone manipulation. Then you hit the elite squad, grades 3 down to 1. They face absolutely ruthless drills to graduate as full-fledged, professional mages. Cut to our boy, finally stepping into his new homeroom. The instructor announced his name, but the whole room just hit him with major side-eye. He looked way older than a typical transfer, yet he somehow skipped ahead right into the middle tiers. Honestly, though, he was just hyped to be there. After a literal lifetime of fantasizing about this magic academy, he finally made it inside the gates. This campus is an absolute beast, sprawling across 75.42 kilometers of rugged mountain terrain. We're talking over 33 massive buildings, 40 combat centers, and huge dorm complexes. Once you're in, you're locked down until the holidays roll around. But the campus literally provides everything. The daily grind wraps up at 5 p.m. After that, kids either pull insane all-nighters or squat up for intense research. That unyielding academic hustle is exactly what gave this place its legendary status, and our guy was totally soaking up the vibe. The lectures were absolutely ruthless, demanding a massive brain capacity. Even the spoiled aristocrats who had been tutored since birth were sweating bullets. But our main character was ready to crash out trying. He banked on his solid historical foundation, linking events chronologically to survive. Piece by piece, he locked centuries of worldly wisdom right into his brain. When the bell rang, panic set in. He had practical spirit state drills post-lunch, but his schedule completely left out the location. So, he tapped a random girl on the shoulder, asking for directions to the combat arena. She shrank back, visibly startled that Xian actually initiated a conversation, but managed to stutter out a reply. She mentioned they were hitting the second joint arena today. When he questioned the whole joint thing, she broke it down. All middle-tier students clash together twice a week, and today just happened to be one of those massive crossover sessions. He couldn't even fathom stuffing that many mages into one spot, but the moment he walked in, the arena was already swarming and practically vibrating with chaotic energy. The hype was all because of the red-haired icon everyone worshipped as the middle-tier queen. Desperate students kept begging Amy to join their squads, but she just iced them out. Catching a glimpse of her strutting past, our boy instantly remembered her crazy clout, deciding he wanted absolutely zero smoke with her. But dodging her twice a week during these mega drills was going to be brutal. Now, his only goal was blending into the background, like an absolute NPC. Right on cue, the instructor stomped in. Enter Atala Romi, a terrifyingly powerful 6th-rank mage. She polled the crowd for first-timers, declaring this brutal format the new normal. Then, she ruthlessly put our new transfer straight on blast. Hundreds of heads snapped toward him. She ordered him to stand up and face the firing squad. He pushed out of his chair, mumbled a quick hello, and tried to string together a cool intro, but his brain completely flatlined, dead silence. From the back, Amy and her bestie exchanged sharp whispers, recognizing him as the weirdo from yesterday. Amy squinted, a nagging sense of déjà vu clawing at her brain. Another classmate leaned over, fishing for tea on the mysterious newcomer. They drew a blank, but the gossip mill was already working overtime. Word on the street was his entrance scores were astronomically cracked, and even the professors were hyper-fixated on him. The whole room was secretly betting on which elite bloodline he belonged to. And then, it clicked. Amy's memory finally unlocked. Her stomach completely bottomed out. Look, the Karmas bloodline was legendary for pumping out absolute prodigies. Their signature crimson eyes only manifested in direct descendants, granting them literal photographic memories of specific events. Grinding through textbooks was a total joke to them. As the youngest Karmas daughter, Amy was hyped up as the most gifted talent in their entire lineage. She basically hit the genetic jackpot, absorbing all that generational brilliance. Growing up, she breezed through every challenge, making victory feel mind-numbingly dull. That sheer lack of friction left her constantly frustrated. Her parents barely ever had to lift a finger to guide her. Because of that, she strutted through life, believing the entire world revolved around her whims. Until one random afternoon, her fragile reality shattered after crossing paths with a peasant kid in a dark alley. Snapping back to the present, her friends definitely sensed her panicking. But Amy quickly masked it, blaming her sudden flinch on a blister. She locked her gaze back onto our hero. Her mind was totally reeling. Those crimson eyes never glitched. She had spent years convincing herself that boy was some disguised aristocrat. But looking at him now, he was clearly just a regular commoner. How the hell did he infiltrate this elite academy? Even worse, that deeply buried alleyway incident was her ultimate dark secret. She had clawed tooth and nail to scrub that humiliating past from existence. Then, a terrifying realization punched her in the gut. Did he still remember her? Like a broken dam, the traumatic memories flooded her brain, dragging along agonizing visions of the chaos that was about to go down. If he accidentally blabbed about their history, her ultimate nightmare was the entire class uncovering her massive, embarrassing obsession with him. An obsession so intense, she literally wanted to strip him bare. Panic hit Amy like a truck. She had to shut this down, fast. Meanwhile, our guy caught a sudden shiver down his spine, practically feeling her intense glare, burning a hole into the back of his skull. Professor Atala kept the lecture rolling, breaking down how a mana zone is basically a physical mirror of a cast. Its default state? A simple sphere, since that is the absolute easiest geometric shape for the human brain to visualize. But a basic bubble will not always save your life on a battlefield, so she stepped up to give them a live, glowing visual. Our boy watched in awe as the professor's aura materialized right before his eyes. She hammered home that the sphere was just baby steps, backing up her words with a hands-on flex. She dropped a dummy right next to her, then locked onto another one way out in the distance. Her raw domain only spanned 10 meters, she pointed out, while that second target sat 20 meters out. To prove her point, she readied a fireball to test the absolute boundary. Our guy locked in, soaking up every detail. This was his very first time witnessing high-tier spellcraft, up close and personal. Atala sparked a blazing sphere of heat and lobbed it straight at the dummy. But it fizzled out midway. The brutal truth? Most spells instantly shatter the second they leave the caster's domain. Then she flipped the script. By physically stretching her aura into a focused tunnel, that exact same spell effortlessly crossed the gap. Just like the rest of the classroom, our hero was left completely speechless. He had zero clue that a domain could be warped and stretched so freely. However, Atala quickly hit them with a harsh reality check. Warping your aura drains a massive amount of mental bandwidth, and in a life-or-death brawl, a single millisecond can cost you your head. Constantly morphing your domain on the fly is way too punishing, so veteran casters stick to 4 go-to blueprints: defense, strike, snipe, and dodge. She kicked things off with the shield formation, a solid cube engineered to stop a domain from shattering under heavy fire. The geometry is simple. More flat faces equal a vastly tougher defensive wall. Next up was the jagged, star-shaped assault pattern. This beast automatically tracks moving targets, making it absolute perfection for wiping out massive mobs. Following that, she showcased the sniper formation. The catch? It heavily struggles to pin down speedy, agile threats. To make it lethal, you absolutely need insane rotational speed. The class was low-key losing their... Meanwhile, our boy was already crunching the numbers, plotting exactly how to weaponize a 10-meter radius in an actual deathmatch. Professor Atala dropped a reality bomb. Even the fifth-year seniors constantly choked on these techniques, so she was going to spoon-feed them with visual aid. A few tryhards sitting behind our guy were already getting ahead of themselves, dreaming that a quick mastery would instantly fast-track them into the elite classes. But when the professor unleashed the final formation, the entire room, a solid chunk of her aura physically detached and hovered completely separate from her body. The trainees were totally mind-blown. If a domain is generated straight from the caster's brain, how on earth could it float remotely in thin air? Our hero's gears started turning, deeply questioning where the actual anchor point of a domain truly sat. Atala broke down the dodge formation, clarifying that it is brutally difficult to pull off, and usually strictly reserved for elite Black Ops casters. Its ultimate cheat code? By stepping outside the dead center, the user can whip their domain around with terrifying freedom. This bypasses the need for rapid-fire casting, letting a mage stretch their kill zone to absolutely insane distances. The rookies were mesmerized by her sheer mastery. Looking at her, our guy instantly realized this chill, deadpan teacher hid some serious, terrifying power. Before wrapping up day 1, Atala asked if they wanted to see a live trainee demo. Immediately, the crowd went wild, but her squad instantly caught on that she looked completely miserable. Stealing the spotlight right now was literally the absolute last thing she wanted. Regardless, Amy got dragged up to flex the sniper formation, one of the big 4 blueprints. It absolutely shreds at long distance. Just like the professor mentioned, it normally gets hard countered by agile targets or massive swarms. But if a prodigy can crank, every single one of those blind spots basically vanishes at max range. In the right hands, that setup becomes absolute nightmare fuel for anyone downrange. The whole class locked eyes on Amy's showcase, totally floored by her insanely fluid control. While most rookies sweat blood trying to juggle all 4 blueprints, Amy constantly dominated the leaderboards by exclusively spamming the sniper build. Watching her, our guy's mind completely blanked out on everything else. Her absolute dominance over her mana was borderline suffocating. She did not just stand there spinning a shield, she aggressively bulldozed straight through the entire field. She obliterated every single dummy in one flawless sweep, gliding across the arena with terrifying... Our guy knew the rumors. Half the guys on campus were thirsting over her, and she'd ruthlessly curved every single one. Watching her flex out there, it all clicked. The hype was real. She wasn't just some pretty face with a trust fund. She was an absolute beast at literally everything. Which begged the question, why was a top-tier girl running with bottom-barrel thugs? Boom. Amy smashed the exam in exactly 20 seconds, shattering the scale at level 9. As the dust settled, her eyes locked dead onto our guy. A piercing stare that left him totally clueless. The whole room lost their minds. The Ice Queen giving a guy the time of day? That never happened. Heads whipped around, tracking her gaze right to the transfer. Internally, Amy was spiraling. It was a pure knee-jerk reaction, and now her brain was screaming. Meanwhile, our boy was practically sweating bullets as the Whisper Network ignited with theories about their secret history. Deep down, they both knew exactly what was up. Neither had forgotten. Slumping back into her seat, Amy's mind raced. If he leaked her dark past, her flawless reputation would go up in flames. A dark thought crossed her mind. Maybe she needed to permanently mute him. Taking a deep breath, she checked herself. She was the apex predator of this academy. Who'd take the word of a total nobody over hers anyway? Acting shady now would just put a massive target on her back. So she had to play it cool. Her bestie leaned in, teasingly asking why she turned tomato red up there. But Amy instantly shut it down, hard launching the denial phase. With the showcase wrapped up, the crowd broke off to grind out some practical training. Professor Atala corralled the 7th-year squad, ordering them to lock in on defensive forms. Nailing just one solid shield was the baseline. Because out in the trenches, a shattered focus equals an early grave. Our guy planted his feet, closing his eyes to wrangle his sprawling aura into a tight space. He visualized the raw energy condensing, willing the invisible walls to rise up into an unbreakable fortress. Did he nail it? Flying blind, it was impossible to tell. He realized this whole guessing game would be a breeze if he could just trigger the visual feedback. Atala had flexed earlier. Stepping up to the plate, he asked the professor for permission to pop a visible field. She paused. The seniors technically held priority access, but since the rest of the class was slacking, she gave him the green light. Eavesdropping on Chiron's bold request, Amy practically flatlined. She choked on her spit, loudly scoffing that a rookie pulling off advanced tech was total cap. Honestly, her sidekick looked way more stressed out about Amy's bizarre freakout than the kid's actual magic. Like moths to a flame, a massive crowd swarmed in as Chiron sparked up his core. The entire courtyard glitched in shock. It was absolutely massive. Mid-cast, it suddenly dawned on Chiron. Just how gigantic was this radius about to get? Jaws hit the floor. The sheer scale defied logic. Wasn't the hard cap supposed to be 13 meters? Fully aware his power was wildly overleveled, Chiron desperately tried to throttle it, violently compressing the energy like squashing a fragile balloon. Day 1 of boot camp, and going viral was the literal absolute last thing on his agenda. He pushed to manifest the shield, but instead of erecting walls, his aura violently caved in on itself. Total system failure, and he had zero idea why. Taking a breath, he muted the chaotic chatter of the crowd and dialed in. Internal or external pressure. That wasn't the issue here. The glitch was coming from somewhere else entirely. Then, it hit him like a truck. When Atala warped her field, she let it flow organically, like water. Everyone burns mental energy trying to brute force a shape, and he had been suffocating his own power just to fit in. The fix was stupidly simple. Stop nerfing himself. Let the monster out of the cage and just let it breathe. The second he dropped the brakes, his aura violently exploded outward, sending shockwaves through the peanut gallery. It flatlined at a staggering 41 meters, leaving even Amy totally paralyzed. Accepting his insane natural range, Chiron stopped swimming against the current. The moment he surrendered to the power, a perfect, crystalline barrier materialized around him, pulling off a masterclass shield on day 1. Bathed in the glow, Chiron felt like he was locked inside a massive, shimmering diamond. Professor Atala's brain practically short-circuited alongside her students. The rumor mill said this kid broke the grading curve during admissions, but seeing this god-tier feat in person was deeply unhinged. Amy's redhead bestie leaned over, whispering if the transfer was actually some kind of prodigy. Pulling off a flex like that right out the gate was basically unheard of. Plus, she smirked, he was definitely eye candy. But Amy? She looked like she'd just seen a ghost, completely drained and dripping with cold sweat. The horrifying puzzle pieces snapped together. Chiron was the living, breathing receipt of her absolute lowest, most embarrassing moment. And watching him flex right now, she was reeling. There was zero chance a peasant leveled up this fast without some crazy hacks. But more importantly, the threat level was flashing red. He was catching up to her stats at a terrifying speed. And his clout was about to skyrocket. Survival instinct kicked in. She had to infiltrate his inner circle, immediately. Meanwhile, Atala was still glitching out. The kid was maneuvering mana like a seasoned veteran who'd seen decades of combat. Chiron's voice suddenly cut through the silence, snapping her back to reality. He casually asked why his radius felt a little shrunken. Shaking off the shock, she brushed it off, assuring him that a slight drop in scale was a totally standard side effect. The energy pack's tighter. At this insane density, his barrier could literally tank any physical hit, and even high-tier magic would struggle to crack it. After hyping him up, his instructor ordered him to drop the zone. Snapping back to reality, the whole class is absolutely losing their minds over his stunt. Honestly, he has zero clue why they are all gawking. He awkwardly mumbles a quick thanks and bolts. His instructor just smirks, fully aware of the crazy precision Chiron used to craft that barrier. Sure, his freakish convergence affinity and massive zone definitely gave him an edge. For now, she just watches the kid scurry off, his face burning bright red. Let's be real, half the school is practically burning holes into the back of his head, feeling a chaotic mix of emotions. We are talking pure rivalry, raw curiosity, total awe, and some serious. But the most unhinged glare comes straight from Amy. Fast forward to the next morning, and another heavy pair of eyes is tracking his every move. This time, it is none other than the terrifying examiner from the entrance trials, Sina Oliver. Chiron has no idea she actually teaches 5th years, totally choosing to spend her free hours lurking around the 7th grade on purpose. Slamming her notes onto the podium, she questions the faculty's logic. Honestly, they could have bumped this kid straight up to the 5th level. He would have easily kept pace anyway. So, Sina makes a choice. She is going to personally train him and fast-track his glow-up. Chiron definitely catches her staring, but he just shakes it off, thinking he is being paranoid. Suddenly, she flashes a smirk and manifests a jagged chunk of ice right in her palm. Then, she drops a pop quiz, asking the class to break down the spell. What exactly defines chilling and freezing? The classroom's temperature violently nosedives, making everyone shiver, but she shuts down their theories fast, explaining it is not some magical cold energy because energy only scales up. It physically cannot drop forever. The exact dead zone where zero energy remains is called absolute zero. Siphon the heat from anything at room temp and boom, you forge solid ice crystals. Then she hits them with another question. What happens if you shatter that energy into microscopic particles and weaponize it into a flowing current? Met with absolute silence, she lays out the brutal truth. They could literally spawn temperatures cold enough to instantly freeze a person to death. And when she casually drops that this has been practically tested, her next question hits straight to the point. How exactly does a mage siphon and manipulate raw energy? Sketching a diagram on the board, she reveals that inside a magic zone, the caster literally dictates reality. In that isolated domain, a magician essentially becomes a god, freely twisting light, scent, physical touch, and way more. They are literally warping reality itself. But honestly, most people have zero clue how to actually tap into that cheat code. To cast real magic, you need god-tier traits. Raw power and deep knowledge. That is the entire foundation of magic. So just flexing brute strength is completely useless. Mages have to decode how the universe actually functions. Operating exactly like hardcore scientists. It clicks for Chiron instantly. That is exactly why his spells keep failing. He has maxed out his raw power. But his actual brain power for magic is sitting at 0. Sina tells the panicked students to chill, promising the academy will hard carry them through the rest. Having a zone is literally only 50% of the battle. And anyone slacking off, they will never make it as a true spellcaster. With that reality check, she dives straight into a hardcore chemistry lesson. Sharon locks in, realizing that ascending to a full mage might actually be way easier than he originally stressed over. Once the bell rings, kids scatter, some hitting the courtyard, some crashing in their dorms, and the tryhards locking themselves in the library. Chiron grinds there every single day. Even with the crazy hustle, he is barely surviving against the elite nobles, and the severe sleep deprivation is completely wrecking him. Still, he is obsessed with the grind, desperate to secure his ultimate dream. He honestly catches himself praying someone has coded a spell to permanently delete the need for sleep. Out of absolutely nowhere, his body yanks upward, feeling terrifyingly weightless. He glances down, only to realize he is literally levitating in midair. Before his brain can even process what is happening, he locks onto a cloaked figure directly behind him. 4 seconds later, he is brutally slammed into the dirt. The stalker violently yanks back their hood, revealing none other than Amy. Chiron always knew their paths would cross again, but definitely not this fast. Looking at her now, it is undeniable. She is the exact same psycho girl from 5 years ago. Amy reads his horrified expression instantly, smirking that he clearly remembers her. Chiron is still completely in the dark about her actual motive. But without warning, Amy thrusts her hand out and ignites a blazing fireball right in his face, whispering that if his memory is so sharp, maybe she should just permanently delete him right here. That lethal threat instantly flashes him back to that cursed alleyway and the thugs who brutally beat him. In Amy's twisted mind, she remembers actually debating letting him walk back then, but the second his tears fell, she just craved to see him break down even harder. Now though, the kid sitting in front of her has totally mutated into someone else. She honestly cannot wrap her head around how this is the same weakling from 5 years ago. Pushing himself off the dirt, Chiron locks eyes with her and says, yeah, he definitely remembers. He threw it right in her face. She was the one who commanded those punks to strip him bare. Amy instantly shut that down, insisting he had the whole story twisted. She claimed it was just one massive misunderstanding. Her face flushed a deep crimson as she stammered, demanding to know if he genuinely pictured her as some unhinged creep. That comeback left Chiron entirely speechless. Panicking, she blurted out that those goons were acting on their own sick impulses, not hers. She never gave the green light for that. But Chiron didn't back down, firing right back that she was still totally dead set on seeing what was hiding underneath his shirt. Her cheeks burned even hotter as she fumbled through her defense, finally confessing she had literally zero interest in guys before that moment. Clicking the pieces together, Chiron realized this. Amy honestly couldn't process why she was sweating this so much. He bet she was terrified he would leak the drama, a toxic paranoia that was low-key destroying both of their mental states. So he cut to the chase, asking if she just wanted to drop a simple, sorry. Amy just stared blankly, prompting Chiron to sigh, saying he read her loud and clear. She was dying to wipe that traumatizing day from existence. But no matter her flawless reputation or queen bee status, you cannot just delete history. Wouldn't swallowing her pride and saying sorry be way? Amy's mind was racing. In her eyes, Chiron was weaponizing logic to back her into a corner, because real-life trauma doesn't just poof away with a quick apology. Her guard shot right back up, taking his logic as a direct challenge, furious about whatever twisted image he held of her. Flashing a cold, calculated smirk, she leaned in and asked what the payout would even be if she apologized. Chiron blinked, totally lost, so Amy spelled it out for him. What exact guarantee does she get if she hands over an apology? How could she ever trust him to zip his lips? Apologizing is basically signing a confession. And that would just put a massive target on her back. Chiron shot back that apologizing isn't some transactional game where you level up. It is just basic human decency when you wreck someone's life. Amy let out a harsh laugh, mocking his hopelessly naive view of how the real world operates. Even though they were just trading verbal blows, she decided to go for the jugular. Why burn her energy if there wasn't a solid return on investment? So she dropped a chilling warning. His life at this academy would turn into a living nightmare if she decided to take him off her ignore list. Sharon saw right through the mask. Her straight-A angel persona couldn't hide the ruthless manipulator underneath. Hunting for a fresher way to intimidate him, Amy casually asked if he knew what the absolute deadliest. His blank expression screamed that he was totally clueless. She hit him with the harsh reality. The seniors. If he stepped on their toes, his academic life was instantly over. The only narrative that would survive is that some random peasant disrespected the academy's hierarchy. Sharon stared her down, demanding her actual endgame. Did she want him kicked to the curb, or just his absolute silence? Amy brushed it off with a casual shrug, claiming she would keep him on ice for now. She was going to study his every move before deciding if he was worth trusting. She even threw in a petty jab, noting how brutally hard it is for a commoner to enroll, so getting booted would be a colossal waste. Sharon bit the bullet and agreed to play her twisted game if it kept him enrolled, but she couldn't leave without dropping one final, lethal threat. If he breathed a single word of this to anyone, she would personally end his existence. Sharon could already smell the impending train wreck. Bright and early the next morning, with a massive crowd watching, he handed her a coffee. Amy flashed a radiant, picture-perfect smile. While her squad buzzed with chaotic energy and confusion, she snatched the cup, fumbled it for a second, and basically sprinted away. One of her besties practically screamed, asking if she was just going to leave him hanging, but Amy completely ignored the hype and vanished into class. Sharon figured the entire campus was now convinced he had just hard-launched a confession. Her friend kept poking the bear, giggling and asking if that newbie. Amy played it cool, claiming she was just breaking in a clueless underclassman, but internally, her heart was doing absolute gymnastics. Maybe she was addicted to establishing dominance over Sharon, or maybe she was low-key obsessed with the spotlight way more than she would ever confess. She hyped herself up, convincing her brain that this setup, if she painted him as some pathetic middle schooler with a Delulu crush, then even if he spilled her secrets, the whole school would just laugh him out. In Amy's twisted mind, this was the ultimate, masterclass-level revenge. The heavy baggage from 5 years ago suddenly vaporized, and she was absolutely living for it. Meanwhile, Sharon was fully aware he was getting straight-up bullied. But if he let his ego snap and fought back emotionally, he would be the only one catching strays. Honestly, Amy's paranoia meant zero to him right now. He was going to feed her God complex, inflate her ego to the max, and execute his role flawlessly. So the ball was in his court, relying entirely on his elite tactics as he set his own covert agenda into motion. Flash forward 10 days, and Sharon was still making his daily coffee delivery. The girls were absolutely eating this up. They officially crowned him the Academy's ultimate simp. The entire student body was gossiping about how he was gearing up for his 10th back-to-back confession. Amy was absolutely eating it up, especially since the crowd had swelled to massive proportions, packing the space with hundreds of prying eyes. She figured playing it cool was her best bet, shutting this down without drawing unnecessary heat. But then, her bestie dropped a bombshell, asking when she was finally going to stop curving him and lock it down. That question hit Amy like a freight train. She scoffed, asking if she seriously gave off boy-crazy energy, but her friend fired right back. The tea was already spilling. Amy practically ghosted every guy on campus, yet she let Vincent hand-deliver her coffee daily. Now, the entire academy was holding its breath, waiting for this iconic ship to sail. Snapping back to reality, Amy locked eyes with Vincent, who was planted right in front of her once more. Clutching yet another cup, the mob erupted, literally chanting for her to grab the drink, while Vincent flashed this awkward, goofy smirk and flexed that he hadn't spilled a single drop this time, even though the dude was clearly itching to bolt back to the library for the first time ever. Amy's face flared beet red under the spotlight. Was he trolling her right now? She couldn't tell. Boiling over, she swatted the cup out of his hands and went off, demanding to know when this ridiculous stunt would end. Raising her voice so the whole courtyard could hear, she completely roasted him. Did he honestly think delivering her go-to caffeine fix was a cheat code to her heart? She absolutely dragged Sharon, labeling him a total slacker who dodged the books just to thirst after girls, and warned him to never pull up with that garbage coffee again. Her friend frantically rushed in to de-escalate the tension, chasing Amy down the hall to ask how she'd handle the toxic rumors about to drop. Still flushed, Amy stubbornly brushed it off, claiming nobody actually gave a damn. Everyone was just chronically bored. She convinced herself this drama would fizzle out the second the senior class stirred up some fresh gossip. But the mob totally backed Vincent, whispering that Amy had been brutally out of pocket, especially since they caught him doing a secret little victory dance. Maybe this weird strategy was actually working. So while the whole school was pouring out sympathy, thinking he got absolutely shattered, Vincent was secretly having the time of his life. Later that afternoon, Amy slumped in the library, completely zoning out from her assignments. She just couldn't wrap her head around how this situation had derailed so badly. She just wanted to shut down a rookie from leaking messy rumors. But somehow, she'd sparked a massive wildfire of drama herself. She swore she had deaded the situation cleanly, yet it was living rent-free in her brain. Thanks to her razor-sharp memory, she kept flawlessly replaying every single emotion from that encounter. Her mind flashed all the way back to day one. Initially, she thought the guy looked goofy as hell, but day after day, his gaze stayed rock solid, not a single micro-expression. His pupils literally didn't flinch. That simply didn't add up. People can easily fake their vibe, but their eyes always leak the truth. Those raw reactions are nearly impossible to mask. So, if Sharon was locking down his gaze that perfectly, then he either possessed a terrifyingly god-tier poker face. Later that night, during a study grind, her friend checked if she was finally dipping, since it was getting insanely late. Her bestie pitched a dinner run, but Amy instantly passed. Sensing the weird vibes, her friend smirked, asking if she was acting salty just because she missed out on Vincent's coffee delivery. Amy scrambled to deny it, but the relentless roasting wouldn't stop. Her friend pushed her to just drop the act and be real, before ditching her to go eat anyway. Left entirely alone, Amy felt her entire master plan was in shambles, and her brain felt like mush. But the second she stepped out into the crisp night air, she spotted a familiar face lurking in the shadows. It was Jake Ardius. Amy aggressively asked why he was camping out here. Did he literally have zero life? He smugly told her to chill with the attitude, dropping that he caught wind of Sharon simping over her. Amy scoffed, asking if he trekked all the way here just to clown her. But instead, he practically shoved a premium cup in her that he'd copped an insanely better brew than Vincent's trash. In his twisted mind, a queen like Amy only deserved top-tier luxury. She couldn't decode what kind of sick mind games he was running. Then he started heavily flexing his status, bragging that he was the golden heir to the royal marshal's court, a whole different breed from that peasant. Amy hit him with an icy glare, declaring she was completely dead to his lame jokes. She viciously demanded to know, since when they were tight enough to chat like this. She knew the T, Jake Ardius's toxic squad, would absolutely jump at the chance to drag her name through the mud. He aggressively blocked her exit, growling that disrespecting him meant slapping his entire bloodline. He swore he'd never let some Karmis girl tarnish his legacy. Amy fired back, brutally roasting him as a pathetic clown with an ego the size of Jupiter. She straight up called him a walking embarrassment to his own house, the exact same absolute loser running that shady underground cult that poisoned innocents. That completely triggered him. He snapped, hissing if she had any clue how effortlessly his family could crush hers. Dropping his fake nice mask, he venomously threatened that his empire could snap their fingers and bankrupt the Karmis bloodline overnight. Right then, a chill ran down Amy's spine as she realized the pure, unhinged rage bubbling inside him. And unlike Vincent, his lifeless eyes gave off the chilling, hollow stare of a rotting fish. He darkly questioned if she genuinely ranked him lower than Vincent, because if she did, he was about to flip the script and handle this his own ruthless way. That loser threatened to strip Sharon of his magic forever, but he didn't even get the chance to finish his sentence. Amy smacked the coffee cup straight out of his hand. He opened his mouth to talk trash, but suddenly, the air froze. A glowing target circle flared up right beneath Amy's feet, Her eyes went dead cold, and she leaned in, whispering, "What exactly are you planning to do?" Jake was absolutely paralyzed. He couldn't wrap his head around how fast her entire vibe shifted from casual to lethal. He stuttered out a reminder that casting on campus was strictly forbidden, but Amy just scoffed. She fired back that Sharon actually grinds for his power, unlike some privileged Nepo babies. Then she hit him with the ultimate reality check. A piece of garbage like him wouldn't dare lay a finger on. Pretty boy or not, Jake instantly realized that stepping into her strike zone meant getting incinerated on the spot. Knowing he was hopelessly outmatched, he tucked his tail and sprinted off, quietly plotting his revenge. Once he was gone, Amy slumped against the nearest wall, totally thrown off by her own protective instinct. Was she just terrified or paranoid about her secret leaking? Right then, Sharon's earnest promise echoed in her head, that he would eventually earn her trust. Staring down at the puddle of spilled coffee, a knot twisted in her stomach. What if she... But the damage was already done. Just a few days later, that tiny cafeteria showdown spiraled into an absolute nightmare. Sherelle, Amy's bestie, literally dragged Sharon into the gym, completely hyperventilating over a ransom note from someone calling themselves the Black Magician. Sharon honestly thought the drama had blown over. He figured Amy would just stick to her usual bullying, but he was flying blind here. Then it clicked. Amy was nowhere to be found, just a trembling Cheryl. His gut screamed that something was horribly wrong, so he rushed over. The second he was in earshot, she burst out screaming in sheer panic, which made him yell right back. She aggressively demanded to know Amy's location, but Sharon was totally clueless. Shaking, Cheryl shoved the letter into his chest. It demanded Amy show up at Hall 14 by 6 p.m. sharp, or they would permanently ruin Sharon's manhood. The note ended with a brutal warning: snitch to the professors, and she'd live to regret it for the rest of her life. Baffled, Sharon asked who this edgy black magician clown even was. Cut to 30 minutes earlier. Amy was walking when some random thug blocked her path. She immediately snapped, asking if he had a death wish talking to her like that. The guy smirked, told her to check her attitude, shoved a folded note into her hand, and claimed his boss was requesting an audience. Amy was seconds away from walking off, until he dropped the bomb. Her quote-unquote boyfriend would be dead meat if she bailed. That stopped her dead in her tracks. One glance at the paper, and she instantly knew that Snake Jake was pulling the strings. Flashing back to the present, Sherelle scoured the note, frantically trying to ID this black magician. Were they just the typical campus lowlifes? Was it that same toxic gang that constantly jumped honor roll students? And why single out Sharon, of all people? Amy connected the dots. This was direct payback for humiliating Jake earlier. Sherelle practically begged her to run to the faculty, terrified that both Amy and Sharon were walking into a trap. Logically, it was the smart move. But if the professors dug into this, she would be forced to explain exactly why she was hanging around Sharon in the first place. And that meant exposing his secret identity as a mere commoner to the entire elite academy. Hit with a massive wave of guilt for treating him like trash, Amy made a reckless choice. She told Sherelle she was handling this solo, and gave her one strict instruction: if the clock strikes 7 and she's not back, spill everything to her parents. Sherelle screamed that she was literally walking into a one versus everyone suicide mission, but Amy just gave a knowing look, telling her bestie to chill. Even 10 pathetic losers like Jake couldn't scratch her. Back in the gym, staring at that crumpled paper, Sharon felt his heart skip a beat. He was totally mind-blown that Amy was actually throwing herself into the fire for him. For the very first time, he realized this mean girl might actually have a heart. He urgently asked Sherelle where she went. Sherelle repeated that Amy had her own plan, and practically begged him to just stay put until 7 p.m., when the adults could finally swoop in. But Sharon wasn't stupid. With an hour left on the clock, it suddenly hit him. The real reason she refused to snitch. Their secrets were completely tangled together. She wasn't just being stubborn, she was protecting him. Without hesitating, he shoved his backpack into Cheryl's arms, told her to hold down the fort until the deadline, and declared he was going in to back Amy up himself. He bolted for the door, but she grabbed him by the collar. Sherelle yelled that sprinting there would take way too long. Instead, she announced they were taking the Photon Express and ordered him to brace himself. Suddenly, a blinding golden aura engulfed them both. In a literal blink, they vanished, rocketing straight toward the dense woods. The moment they hit the dirt, Sharon violently emptied his stomach. But Shireel didn't even pause, sprinting like a maniac toward the training sector. She scanned the clearing, but it was a ghost town. They were exactly 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Wiping his mouth, Sharon theorized that the crew might have set up a decoy location, just in case the faculty got tipped off. Even so, he knew in his gut that Amy would show up right here. His fake identity? That didn't mean squat right now. Amy was the one staring down the barrel of a trap. Looking dead into Shireel's eyes, he ordered her to go mobilize Amy's parents. With her light magic, she'd make it in seconds. Shireel desperately argued that Amy's strict orders were to wait, but Sharon wasn't having it. He said this entire mess was on his shoulders, so he had to be the one to fix it. That fierce look left Shireel completely stunned. Her brain started spinning. Just how deeply was Sharon tied to her best friend? Were these two secretly dating right under everyone's noses this whole time? Sharon immediately shut that down. This wasn't the time for chatter. They were in deep trouble. The second he was solo, he unleashed his zone. Out here in the rugged, and he was desperate for a single breadcrumb. Bingo! 2 sets of fresh tracks. He pushed forward, only to catch a sudden commotion echoing from deep inside the forest. Amy was already throwing down. 4 more guys rolled up, genuinely shook that she actually took the bait, exactly like their boss predicted. Jake smirked, ordering his crew to show some respect to a VIP like Amy. She wasn't having it. To her, these guys were just pathetic tryhards with way too much time on their hands. Jake immediately started running his mouth about her showing up solo. Did she seriously put herself in the crosshairs for Sharon? Amy shot back with pure ice, saying you don't burn down an entire mansion just to exterminate a few pets. Oof, that hit Jake right in the ego. He definitely didn't expect this level of loyalty, but he bragged that he brought backup. Amy didn't care. She just demanded to know where Sharon was. A chorus of obnoxious laughter gave her the answer. Sharon wasn't even in the picture. They totally clowned him, joking that the nerd was probably still hiding behind a stack of textbooks. Amy let out a dark chuckle of her own. If Sharon wasn't around to watch, sweeping the floor with them was going to be a breeze. Jake was absolutely stunned that she was actually going on the offensive. A split second later, massive pillars of fire erupted from all angles, engulfing the entire squad. Clearly, Amy wasn't here to play games. Jake yelled out that her target form had flaws, meaning they just needed to rush her and overwhelm her defenses. Yeah, that didn't work. Amy was ruthlessly chaining attacks, completely stuffing every single attempt they made to dodge. Her target form was practically airtight. Amy knew full well this wasn't some friendly sparring match in the academy. She had actual, real-world battle scars. But Jake was stubbornly convinced that every trick had a blind spot. He launched a brutal vertical strike, hurling a massive wind blade right at her. He swore it was a guaranteed hit, but Amy glided past it like a ghost. Calling out his garbage strategy, she instantly whipped around and nuked Jake with a scorching blast of fire. Jake lost it. He screamed that she was an absolute psycho, complaining bitterly that he was wasting precious energy on this nonsense when his academic standing was already in the gutter. Jamming a finger in her direction, he vowed to make her suffer. Amy was entirely unfazed by the cheap trash talk, and she definitely wasn't about to show mercy. But out of nowhere, a rogue spell from Jake clipped her directly in the eye. Blinding, agonizing pain flared up instantly, leaving her completely disoriented about what just hit her. The rest of the crew cracked up, hyped to see her finally pinned down. They bet she was going to totally crash out if she didn't deactivate her zone immediately. Because Jake had slapped her with anti-magic. Amy was genuinely disgusted that a massive weirdo like him somehow had access to forbidden arts. Panic spiked. This was a nightmare scenario. Her crimson eyes couldn't even trigger a basic healing spell. Suddenly, a chaotic swirl of wind vapor yanked her right off the ground, trapping her mid-air. Smug as ever, Jake asked if she was finally ready to cave and accept the little deal he pitched yesterday. You know, for her own good. He warned her to choose her next words very carefully. The twisted reality? Jake had been obsessed with claiming her for himself this whole time. Suspended in the air, Amy literally shook, totally paralyzed and powerless. Her magical circuitry completely shorted out. She hadn't even practiced that specific conditioning since she was 12. Still, her eyes darted around, desperately hunting for any kind of escape route. Jake just kept yapping, mocking her for not grasping how cooked she actually was. He sneered, claiming guys only bothered chasing girls who practically begged for the attention. Then, he dropped a sickening threat. All he had to do was mess up her pretty face, and she'd be totally invisible to everyone else. The cold steel of a blade pressed dangerously close to her cheek. Amy squeezed her eyes shut, her energy draining away as she braced for the absolute worst. In that dark moment, the crushing helplessness Sharon must have felt when he got jumped finally made sense to her. But then, a voice ripped through the clearing. It was Sharon, screaming at them to back the hell off. The crazy part? He was literally just gripping a random tree branch. Jake squinted at him, totally clueless about who this absolute clown even was. Amy, however, instantly knew that voice. Jake absolutely lost his mind laughing. Sharon had rolled up completely solo. The rest of the squad joined in on the roasting, mocking him for playing the White Knight with a literal stick. Amy screamed at him, calling him an absolute idiot for showing up. But Sharon held his ground, declaring there was zero chance a bunch of random nobodies could effortlessly take down the top product in their entire academy. But honestly, his actual game plan was stalling. He had already clutched a brutal duel against Ryan before, and he was dead set on surviving this gauntlet too. Pointing the flimsy branch straight at the gang, he ordered them to step back. Jake wasn't moving an inch. Without hesitating, our boy charged right into the danger zone. But the crew instantly snapped their trap shut, blasting him with a wave of anti-magic. His mana flatlined instantly. The boys howled with laughter, fully expecting him to just drop lifeless to the dirt. In their minds, a guy with a twig was totally useless. Amy was shrieking at the top of her lungs, begging him to sprint out of the field before the anti-magic tore him apart. She screamed a terrifying warning. Staying in there even a second longer could permanently strip his powers and literally fry his brain. His consciousness was literally shattering, his mind turning to static with every ticking second. But right then, his mentor's voice echoed in his head. A true wizard, it clicked. His own structural form could be the ultimate shield. At the end of the day, anti-magic and zones were nothing but colliding frequencies. So, if he compressed his mana tight enough to block out their waves, he could actually tank the hit. The squad realized he was pushing back, but instead of panicking, they just cranked their magic output to the absolute max. Amy was practically screaming for him to tap out, but he finally shattered his limits, and trust me, he was not hitting the brakes yet. Pushing his form to an insane level, he flipped the script. Suddenly, Jake realized their own anti-magic shockwaves were rebounding straight into their faces. Panicking, Jake barked at his crew to lock in and crush Sharon. But our boy struck like lightning, blasting that anti-magic onto every single enemy trapped in his domain. The whole squad collapsed in absolute agony, leaving Amy completely speechless. Was she somehow outside the blast radius? Or did something way crazier just go down? All she knew was the suffocating pressure had vanished. But the real flex? That was our hero. She couldn't wrap her head around an aura so freezing cold, yet physically heavy. Meanwhile, Sharon sensed every microscopic vibration on the ground, like squashing a tiny bug under his shoe. Gasping for air, completely stunned by the brutal wipeout. How did a squad of 6 just get dismantled by a solo act? They started wildly theorizing that Sharon was a secret anti-magic prodigy, explaining his VIP invite to the academy. Losing his mind, Jake screamed at the top of his lungs, daring Sharon to actually beat him in a legit spellcaster duel. He thought he had a guaranteed win, since our guy was allegedly a magicless newbie. But before Jake could even cast a spark, Amy delivered a brutal right hook to his jaw, launching him through the air. And she was not stopping there. She rushed in, raining down merciless blows, until Sharon desperately stepped in. She was seeing completely red, so he wrapped his arms around her and dragged her back. Instantly, the adrenaline crashed, and she blacked out, sending a wave of panic through him. Watching her collapse, he realized her energy tank was just completely on empty. Leaning in, our boy softly whispered his gratitude. Suddenly, Amy's eyes fluttered open, her cheeks burning bright red. Flustered, she demanded to know why he stepped into her mess, begging him to bounce before the faculty showed up. But he casually dropped that Sariel was on her way, because he actually sent her to alert Amy's family, totally ignoring Amy's strict warnings. Panicking, Amy clutched her head, wailing that bringing the academy into this was a massive mistake. He just didn't get the brutal politics of this place. Once the investigation triggered, high-level mages would pry into every dark corner, unearthing absolutely all their buried skeletons. "Do you seriously want our secret plastered everywhere?" she shrieked. He looked at her dead in the eye, saying that was completely irrelevant, because they were literally seconds away from dying. Meanwhile, a bruised Jake eavesdropped on the whole thing, grinning as he realized these two were protecting massive T. Desperate, Amy shoved Sharon to make a run for it, but the clock had run out. Heavy footsteps echoed. The staff had arrived. She crossed her fingers, praying it was that chill, old professor who always turned a blind eye. Plot twist, it was Thad and Sienna, the absolute strictest nightmares on campus. Sariel was leading the pack, sprinting straight into Amy's arms. She was heavily hyperventilating from panic. Thad instantly cast an advanced analysis spell, scanned the knocked-out bullies, and frantically demanded who did this to Amy. Sienna marched up to Sharon, stating they rushed over at top speed. She locked eyes with him, demanding the full story. Desperate to control the narrative, Jake intercepted. He played the victim, framing the chaos as a basic squabble over stupid teenage drama. Just typical high school beef, right? Sienna was not having a single. She fired back, exposing the rumored blackmail letter and the highly illegal use of anti-magic by his crew. "Do you even read the Academy handbook?" she snapped, sweating, whining that Amy was way too overpowered. He shamelessly gestured at his battered squad, playing the victim card hard. Then, he accused Amy of drawing first blood, claiming she jumped him outside the library. According to him, that sneak attack completely justified his rage and the duel. He smugly challenged her innocence, asking why she did not just report it to the staff if she was actually guilt-free. Furious, Amy clapped back, exposing his vicious threats and his twisted plot to abduct Sharon. Jake smoothly deflected, swearing they never threw the first punch, and Sharon had never been kidnapped at all. He argued that instead of alerting the authorities, Sharon willingly sprinted straight into the danger zone. Flipping the script, Jake accused the duo of harboring dirty secrets, blatantly labeling them the true villains. Dripping with arrogance, Jake demanded they spill the truth. He was practically glowing with pride. He was absolutely ready to nuke this situation out of proportion. Once he tore the lid off their mystery, he flexed that local media, national guilds, and even the sacred church would get the viral scoop. Sienna sharply silenced his yap session, completely done with his delusions. She stated the cold, hard facts. His clique weaponized anti-magic, knowing full well it could shatter Amy's psyche, or critically injure our boy enough to flatline him. In her book, that crossed a massive line. Jake just scoffed in her face, taunting her with his elite bloodline. No mere instructor had the authority to kick him out. Trying to play peacemaker, Thad nervously mentioned that Jake's ultra-rich family bankrolled the school, but Sienna slammed the brakes on that, asking a heavy question. Wasn't it their literal job description to shield their students from fatal threats? Looking dead at Jake, she promised that even if his family pulled every single dime, the academy would absolutely thrive without his toxic energy. Jake shrieked, totally convinced they were about to find out who was actually getting booted. In his twisted little reality, money literally ran the universe, and everyone was supposed to grovel at his family's feet. They just needed to wait. But Sienna? She was absolutely vibrating with rage. Before officially kicking his butt to the curb, she figured he needed a brutal reality check. Her hands flashed, weaving a spell, and Jake totally lost it, shrieking at her not to murder a student. A massive glacier instantly snapped shut around him, completely decked out with razor-sharp icicles pointing right at his face. Our boy watched, jaw on the floor, as the frost hovered mere millimeters from Jake's skin. It didn't even nick a single thread of his uniform. Her precision was downright terrifying, flawless to the atom. No wonder they crowned her the ultimate Ice Queen prodigy. Towering over his trembling form, Sienna glared and asked if he seriously believed Daddy's trust fund could buy him the crown. Jake? All he could do was sob and beg for mercy. With a flick of her wrist, the ice shattered, and she coldly dropped the bomb. She already knew he had been terrorizing half the student body. The administration had basically turned a blind eye, letting him off the hook every single time. Jake barked back that his massive bank account was the exact reason why. Sienna shut that delusion right down. This academy wasn't some VIP club where you swipe a platinum card for grades. It instilled something way deeper, something no billionaire could ever afford. When he stammered out, asking what that could possibly be, she didn't even blink. "Our dream," she snapped. "The absolute obsession with becoming a true wizard." That hit Jake like a freight train. Flashbacks flooded his mind. His very first day arriving at Sienna, totally hyped, sharing that massive ambition with the other rookies. Back when they were all just bright-eyed kids, dying to master the arcane. Wasn't that the whole point of this endless grind? And now, he was the literal villain, out here torching everyone's sacred memories. The gravity of his mess finally crashed down on him. Jake slumped his shoulders, the fight draining out of his eyes, and mumbled a broken apology, because deep down, that pure ambition was their entire world. After hitting rock bottom here, Jake's crew would finally get their act together and chase that wizard status for real. But that epic redemption arc was for another day. Right now, they got patched up and dragged straight to the detention dungeon to pay for their toxic behavior. Then came the absolute worst part. Our guy and Amy were awkwardly glued to their chairs in the guidance office, getting grilled about why they didn't snitch earlier. The instructor went off, preaching that their very first move should have been sprinting for backup, instead of going full rogue to save a top-tier senior. The faculty wasn't backing down. They wanted cold, hard facts. Amy took a deep breath, ready to drop the truth bomb, while our boy sweated bullets, knowing they couldn't keep this under wraps forever. He was still totally paranoid about who the headmaster had spilled his origin story to. But then, out of absolutely nowhere, Amy blurted out that he was her boyfriend. Cue the jaw drops. Every single adult in that room, plus a totally stunned Sherelle. Literally, Sherelle's brain immediately went into overdrive. She remembered Amy screaming for her life, while those goons thought they had her cornered with zero backup coming. But in Sherelle's wild, Delulu imagination, Sharon crashed the scene like a straight-up knight in shining armor, one-shotting the entire gang with a flawless flying kick. And then, looking her dead in the eyes, he swore he'd burn the world down to keep her safe. He scooped her up in this epic, cinematic bridal carry, leaning in for the kiss, while the entire female student body practically squealed in the background. Sherelle was completely convinced this rom-com scene happened right in front of her. Out of nowhere, Amy materialized right behind her, demanding to know what kind of unhinged fanfiction she was pitching. Too late, though. The entire campus was already buzzing, lighting up the group chats about Sharon and Amy's supposed hard launch. Amy frantically begged her bestie to kill the rumor because it was 100% fake. But honestly, her friend was living for the drama, totally hyping up their secret rendezvous and steamy makeout sessions. In her mind, Amy should be celebrating. This fake dating trope meant all the campus creeps would finally back off. Later that afternoon, the faculty locked Amy in for a serious interrogation. They were definitely not buying it. Like, she had literally zero dating history and had curved every single dude in the building. Amy smoothly played the childhood friends to lovers card, claiming they grew up together, and bumping into him here was straight-up destiny. She then blasted Chiron with this terrifying death glare that had him practically dripping sweat. Hidden by the desk, she violently punted his shin to force him into the script. Panic mode activated. He instantly scrambled to echo her lie. The teachers surprisingly bought it, figuring that childhood bond totally explained why Chiron went full suit just to pull Amy out of the fire. For Amy, riding this fake dating train was a million times better than having their real, dark history exposed. She spent the rest of the meeting completely zoned out, lost in her own. Fast forward to the dining hall, and Sherelle basically exploded. screaming that she had totally called it since day one. She even nudged Amy, teasing that they shared a class today, meaning she'd get to stare at her new mans. The second they stepped foot inside, Sherelle was rapid-firing the ultimate tea-spilling questionnaire. Were they linking up after lectures, grabbing a cozy dinner, or doing the whole aesthetic library study date? Amy fake laughed through the pain, insisting they were strictly in their academic era and just trying to secure the bag with their grades. Sherelle audibly groaned. That nerdy excuse completely killed the vibe for a girl who desperately wanted some spicy high school but Amy knew Sharon was already drowning in stress, and the dude seriously deserved a low-key vibe to survive exams. For a split second, she even caught herself grinning like an idiot just thinking about him thriving, before violently shoving those butterflies back down. Later, out on the second combat field, Amy hollered at Sharon, throwing on a cheeky smirk as she asked if he had a good day, and more importantly, if he actually missed his fake girlfriend. Flustered, he desperately begged her to drop the joke. But Amy? Yeah, she was not vibing with that reaction at all. Deep down, she knew this whole relationship was totally fake, but it still stung like crazy when he built that massive. And honestly, she had zero clue why his rejection messed with her head so much. Stepping right into his personal space, she smoothly fired back that they didn't need to act like total strangers. They were way tighter than your average classmates, after all. Hearing that, Sharone was basically floating on cloud 9. Having her drop her guard like that for the very first time had his mind spinning. Was this what falling in love actually felt like? Amy totally leaned into the bit, proudly parading them as an official couple, but Sharon stood his ground. He quickly reminded her of her upperclassman status and bolted back to his own crew. In his gut, he already knew this entire situation was going to crash and burn. The academy kids lived for the drama, and they were guaranteed to blow this way out of proportion. The haters were already whispering that he only got accepted because of his pretty boy looks, wasting all his time pulling girls instead of actually grinding. Naturally, that fueled wild theories about why the dude still couldn't cast a single spell. Sharon was literally shaking. Just 2 days earlier, the rumor mill had completely exploded with claims that the untouchable Amy was officially his girl. Half the school was salty their imaginary chances with her were crushed, while the rest were drowning in jealousy over his sudden clout. The tension finally snapped when one guy loudly targeted him, calling him a massive fraud and exposing his dead last ranking on the midterms. The dude was scraping the absolute bottom with a pathetic 30 points across the board. The crowd was absolutely stunned, aggressively demanding answers. The mob mentality took over, instantly branding him a nepo baby. They spun wild tales about some elite, mega-rich family pulling strings to smuggle him in, all while falsely parading him around as some once-in-a-generation prodigy. In their eyes, he was just a gold digger desperately chasing a top-tier girl. That spicy narrative sparked an absolute tidal wave of outrage. The whispers turned into screaming, calling it completely rigged, that a talentless nobody could cheat his way in, only to immediately bag the most popular girl on campus. To top off the absolute chaos, they labeled the whole situation wildly sus, claiming he didn't put in even half the blood, sweat, and tears as the rest of them. The student body was absolutely fuming, convinced the academy was letting him off the hook. But the moment Chiron stepped through those classroom doors, dead silence. The heavy atmosphere screamed that they had just been trashing him. He tapped a kid on the shoulder to ask about the next period, but the guy literally ghosted him, spinning on his heel and storming off. Chiron was not oblivious. Their whispers were basically broadcasted at maximum volume. But the real nightmare? Knowing Amy could end up catching strays because of his mess. The whole squad piled into the training arena for practical combat drills. Even mid-drill, the toxic gossip kept bleeding into Chiron's ears. His sensory zone was stretched so wide, he was practically downloading every single dirty look and making it impossible to tune out the hate. When the instructor strolled over to check his progress, Chiron caved, confessing that the evasion form was totally kicking his butt. Every time he tried to detach his zone, it felt like his actual soul was being ripped from his chest. The instructor nodded, totally getting it. She broke it down. His convergent energy matched his core personality, meaning his mental focus naturally compressed into a tight, solid sphere. And that specific trait? It clashed hard with evasion, a technique demanding insane levels of fluid control. Pivoting, she asked about his other stances. When Sharon mentioned those were an absolute breeze, her face lit up with serious hype. She challenged him to flex his skills right then and there inside the visible zone. Sharon's stomach dropped. She seriously wanted a live demo with the entire class throwing daggers at him. Catching his panic, she softly offered to hold off if the pressure was too much. But honestly, he was the only seventh-year prodigy capable of wielding all four forms, and she was absolutely dying to witness it. She could read him like an open book. He was terrified of the peanut gallery tearing him down. Looking him dead in the eye, she dropped some hard truth. A kid who knows his own worth should not let the haters rattle him. That reality check was exactly the fuel Sharon needed. And squaring his shoulders, he asked her to officially grade his showcase. The moment he powered up, the rest of the class locked onto him. Sneers swept through the room, with kids whispering he was just trying to be a try-hard show-off for Amy, since that was clearly his only personality trait. Ignoring the noise, the instructor ordered him to cycle through all four forms consecutively. Sharon's mind raced. Nailing these transitions was a major hurdle for ranking up. Even a tiny breakthrough here could be his golden ticket out of the 7th class, completely rewriting his academy status. Amy's eyes widened. His defensive aura had evolved into an absolute tank. The whole room stared in awe as the 144-sided geometric barrier materialized, radiating pure top-tier energy. It was not just a flimsy shield anymore. It was heavy-duty magical armor. He snapped into the target form next, holding it dead steady. The instructor nodded inward, seeing he had the fundamentals on lock, shifting between states even faster than the 5th-year elites. Getting promoted was practically guaranteed now. But then came evasion. The exact technique that always broke his brain. It made his skin crawl to broadcast his biggest flaw, but backing down from her challenge was not an option. He had to send it. The entire arena held its breath. Dozens of eyes, including the heavy hitters from the 5th year, drilling into him as he prepped his move. Mentally, he mapped it out, dived straight into the core of his zone before the whole thing collapsed into thin air. He gripped his mana, mimicking his solo grinding sessions. But his concentration snapped for a split second. As he reset his posture, he caught the icy glares from the bleachers, his mind vividly painting the sound of their mocking laughter. Amy instantly sensed the bad vibes. He had been absolutely crushing it a minute ago, and now even Serial spotted the wild tremors rocking his magic zone. The crushing weight of 100 staring eyes was totally suffocating. Sharon's thoughts spiraled. Why did everyone get such a sick thrill out of watching someone crash and burn? Why were they praying for his downfall so desperately? But if he was being brutally honest with himself, he already knew the dark. Suddenly, an inner voice slapped him awake, screaming at him to drop the victim mindset. That jolt of adrenaline snapped him back to reality. It all flooded back to him, the raw, burning reason he stepped foot into this elite academy. He was here to become a god-tier magician. The haters were literally irrelevant. The exact second his resolve hardened, his magical aura mutated. Jaws hit the floor across the room. Sharon held his breath, praying the energy would finally detach instead of fizzling out like always. But before we catch the epic payoff, the camera aggressively cuts over to the very same professor who had the students' backs earlier in the story. Flipping through a combat log, her eyes bug out. The file states Sharon tanked a direct anti-magic strike, using absolutely nothing but a baseline protection form. That fact alone was straight-up mind-blowing. Anti-magic is wildly lethal, and so chaotic that even seasoned veterans require special artifacts just to avoid blowing themselves up. So, even if those rookie attackers totally botched their execution, she was utterly baffled at how Sharon managed to wipe the floor with 6 different students. The math dictated his raw mental fortitude had to eclipse all 6 of their brains smashed together. The real mystery, though? Was this godly power just pure, unadulterated talent? Meanwhile, back in the present, Sharon got a surprise visit from the instructor who had just run his combat drills. She strolled in, beaming with massive news. He actually pulled off the evasion form. He had totally nailed the impossible move yesterday. which was insane considering he only unlocked the tutorial for it 24 hours prior. Thanks to the Visible Zone's replay, she clocked him sustaining the form for a solid 4 seconds. Professor Sienna smirked at the report, honestly not even surprised since she always knew he was built different. The drill instructor then pitched an idea. They needed to throw a special curveball to seriously ignite the students' competitive drive. Sienna gave it the green light. Cut to a few days later, right in the middle of a tense chemistry period. Sienna abruptly cut the lecture short to drop an absolute bombshell. Motioning for Chiron to stand, she declared he was skipping straight to the 5th grade. He needed to memorize his new schedule by tomorrow morning. Instantly, the entire classroom absolutely lost their minds. Skipping 2 entire grades was unheard of. Whispers immediately broke out, accusing his family of pulling some serious strings behind the scenes. But before the instructor could even step out, one furious girl shot out of her seat to protest. Calling the promotion completely ridiculous, she demanded to know how a kid with literally 0 magical ability was getting fast-tracked. That revelation actually blindsided Sienna. Wait, Chiron still hadn't figured out how to cast a single spell? She locked eyes with him, asking if the rumors were true. Instantly, a wave of familiar mocking glares flashed through his memories. He quietly confessed that he couldn't. This genuinely shocked her, considering most rookies accidentally trigger basic spells just from pure curiosity. Brushing it off, she firmly stated that the 6th grade curriculum doesn't actually score spellcasting, meaning his transfer was still completely valid. Then, a second student slammed his hands on his desk, screaming that the system was rigged. He aggressively reminded the teacher that expanding a magical zone is absolutely not the. He viciously demanded to know what Chiron brought to the table, claiming he'd only back down if the kid could cast literally anything. The toxic instigator instantly rallied the entire room. The mob echoed his energy, loudly bragging that any of them could easily wipe the floor with Chiron. They even threatened to drag the student council into the mess if the promotion went through. Hearing that, a chill ran down Sienna's spine. This wasn't just typical classroom whining. There was definitely some serious bad blood brewing here. Pivoting smoothly, she claimed she might have jumped the gun and promised to review the files. The ultimate verdict would have to wait until the faculty board locked in their votes. A smug, victorious smirk crept across the instigator's face. He knew he had just won the round. Pacing around her office later, Sienna couldn't shake the sheer toxicity of her students. That level of intense, unhinged backlash only happens when things are deeply personal. Just then, the only girl who had stayed dead silent during the mob knocked on her door. Taking a deep breath, she decided to spill the tea on the whole situation. She revealed the nightmare actually kicked off roughly 7 days ago. Initially, the class just iced Chiron out, but the freezing treatment quickly escalated into pure cruelty. They started feeding vicious rumors and intentionally sabotaging his grind. The girl admitted she knew exactly who was pulling the strings behind the They were systematically brainwashing the rest of the class to hate him. Tears welled up in her eyes, shattered by how heartless and pathetically cowardly the bullying had become. Watching her student break down, the ugly truth finally clicked into place for Sienna. Gently thanking Maria for her bravery, the teacher swore she would personally crush the drama right there. Cut back to our boy Chiron, who was currently spacing out, replaying a legendary debate between top-tier scientists. This one genius physicist named Torquilin famously claimed humans require 6 hours of rest, despite the guy surviving on a measly 4. When critics roasted him, asking if sleep deprivation fried his theories, he'd just laugh it off. He joked that young prodigies were basically mutants, making sleep totally optional. Snapping back to reality, Chiron glanced at the clock and realized it was insanely late. He packed up his gear and finally bailed from the library. Trudging through the dark campus, Fumar's harsh warning echoed in his head. The second he stepped into this elite academy, the rich kids would treat him like utter trash. But as long as he tanked the disrespect, he could still clutch his ultimate dream. Clenching his fists, Chiron promised himself he'd swallow any amount of poison. Too many people had bet their futures on his success. Even if a whole world stood against him, he was going to become a mage, period. But the second he crashed in his dorm, a sharp knock rattled the door. Who the heck was pulling up at this hour? Did those toxic classmates track him down? Nope. Standing in the doorway was Professor Sienna. Totally caught off guard, he awkwardly shuffled aside, offering her a cup of tea. Waving it off, she apologized for crashing his night, explaining she had desperately tried to track him down earlier for a private chat. But as her gaze drifted over to his chaotic, book-covered desk, the final puzzle piece clicked into place. Back when she initially analyzed his transcripts, she realized his scores across every single subject were perfectly balanced. It was obvious, Sharon was grinding to master the entire foundation of magic simultaneously. He absolutely refused to take the easy, fast-tracked route. It wasn't that he was incapable of casting spells. The crazy kid was intentionally nerfing himself to build a stronger base. Still, one massive question gnawed at her. Why had someone with this much raw talent been denied a proper education for so long? Her blunt question struck him right in the chest, visibly shaking him. Yet, Sienna realized his vibe was completely different in the dorm. Away from the hostile mob, he was totally grounded, holding eye contact and absorbing her every word. He didn't even need to speak. His actions shouted the truth. Grinding through these textbooks was brutal, but the kid was absolutely obsessed with the thrill of learning. Shifting the mood, Sienna finally cut to the chase and point-blank asked if the class was bullying him. Sharon instantly threw up his defenses, swearing everything was chill and totally fine. But she wasn't having it, pushing him to drop the fake smile. She passionately reminded him that the faculty's entire job is to protect their students. Despite her warmth, he just sighed, accepting that no teacher. Sienna was completely mind-blown by how unbothered he seemed. Looking her dead in the eyes, Sharon softly explained that he wasn't emotionally dead. He just knew you can't force toxic people to suddenly care about you. He absolutely refused to bend. Even if all 40 classmates painted him as the villain, he was sticking to his guns. 40 haters? Just a drop in the ocean. Somewhere out there, he knew he would find his tribe. Sienna cracked a soft smile, nodding in total understanding, and swore to back his play. Fast forward to the faculty meeting. She immediately dropped the bombshell that Sharon was gunning for an early promotion. Jaws dropped across the room. The professors were absolutely floored that an entire class had teamed up to bully a single kid. But honestly, survival of the fittest was basically law in the lower ranks. The weaker, less gifted rookies always caught flack. So Sharon catching a massive target on his back was not exactly shocking. Still, looking at the cold, hard facts, the verdict was unanimous. This was straight-up bullying. But slapping a label on it did not solve the main issue. They still had to vote on greenlighting his massive leap forward. A few teachers hyped him up, betting the kid could snatch his diploma in just 4 years. Plus, cue Professor Ted killing the vibe. The second he stood up, Sienna mentally braced for impact. The headmaster raised an eyebrow, asking if Ted had a bone to pick with the transfer. Ted did not deny the boy's raw brain power, but he pointed out one glaring, unavoidable roadblock. Sharon could not actually cast a single spell yet. Brushing off the rest of the student body's outrage? Huge mistake, according to him. But Senna was not having it, instantly firing back and reminding the room that Sharon intentionally benched his practical casting to master the hardcore magical theory first. As educators, she argued, their job was to guide a student's unique grind. Ted waved her off, claiming she was totally missing the point. His real issue? Senna's blatant, undeniable favoritism, an accusation she fiercely shut down. He kept pushing, suggesting the rest of the class only looked like slackers because Sharon was an absolute freak of nature when it came to the books. If the academy started throwing trophies at just one specific type of talent, he warned, it would instantly crush everyone else's motivation and totally wreck their morale. Flashing a smug grin, he questioned if betting all their chips on one singular prodigy was actually a smart move. Senna's blood absolutely boiled. To her, Ted was straight up trying to sabotage a rising star. The tension in the room spiked as everyone realized the classic Senna versus Ted showdown was officially back on. The rest of the faculty just face-palmed, genuinely questioning how two people with such chaotic, toxic energy ever managed to become elite mages. Finally, the headmaster cut the mic, demanding order. They needed a solid fix, not a battlefield. He smoothly admitted both professors made valid, heavy-hitting points. Sina's logic was rock solid, but Ted's fear of shattering the class ecosystem held real weight. The academy absolutely could not afford to look biased. Ted mentally took the win, while Senna's face dropped, but the headmaster's sly, knowing smirk signaled he already had a master plan locked and loaded. Fast forward to the next morning, and a massive bombshell bulletin was pinned to the upper-class notice board. Crowds of students swarmed it, completely stunned. The poster declared a free-for-all. Every single 7th grader was now eligible to fight for an early promotion. But the catch? The ultimate trial was teleportation magic. Utter panic swept through the crowd, as teleporting was notoriously brutal to pull off. Reading the fine print, the reality hit Sharon like a truck. The gloves were off, and he was officially thrown into the survival game for the next rank. News spreads like wildfire. Soon, even the senior veterans were gossiping about the 7th grade outcast who triggered this chaos. By the time the final bell rang, the entire campus was buzzing about the brutal trials ahead, and absolutely everyone knew Sharon was the catalyst. Eavesdropping on the rumors, everything clicked for Amy. Sharon took the heat entirely because of her. He was not ghosting her. He was actively protecting her from the crossfire. Carl analyzed the drama, concluding those 7th grade brats were just ridiculously petty, using Sharon as a convenient. Honestly, Amy could have easily been the one catching hell if she had not dodged that bullet by transferring out when she did. Suddenly, Amy bolted down the hallway. Carl yelled after her, retreating back, desperately demanding to know where the heck she was rushing off to. She snapped back that she was going to knock some serious sense into his thick skull. How on earth could Sharon keep a massive secret like this locked away? And to top it off, he practically dragged the entire 7th grade into a war zone. Carl tried to grab her arm and play peacemaker, but Amy furiously shook him off. Did he honestly expect her to sit back and watch the guy she was crushing on get treated like total garbage? Carl warned that storming in would just shatter his ego, but she gave zero damns. Even if Sharon was not into her, covering up a crisis this huge was just plain stupid. But then the reality of the teleportation exam hit her, and her stomach dropped. That level of magic was insanely lethal, especially for a guy who had not cast a single spell in his life. Carl had previously pitched the idea of her personally tutoring him, but with finals breathing down their necks, the clock was ticking way too fast. Frustrated, she angrily muttered under her breath that if he could not crack this spell, then he honestly did not even deserve the title of being her boyfriend. Later that night, she took to the skies, dodging between the academy towers as she made a beeline straight for his dorm. She kept aggressively reminding herself, this was not some romantic rescue mission. She was only stepping up because her name was dragged into the mess. But before she fixed anything, she fully intended to make him drop to his knees and beg for her forgiveness. Crashing through his open window like a ninja, she instantly slapped her hand over his mouth to muffle his panicked scream. "I am here to kick your," she started aggressively, before freezing completely. Her eyes locked onto Professor Senna, who was chilling right there in the dorm. Sina let out a playful chuckle, teasingly asking if this was their usual late-night routine. Was she breaking into a boy's bedroom every single night? Amy's face erupted into a blazing red tomato, and she instantly stuttered out, "The whole chaotic situation? Just a massive mix-up." Sina flashed a knowing smile, finally clocking why Amy and Sharon had been dodging each other in the hallways. Face burning bright red, Amy frantically backpedaled, swearing she never snuck out like this, and threw Sharon under the bus, claiming he banned them from hanging out on campus. Flipping the script, she glared right at Sina, demanding to know what a teacher was doing in a student's bedroom at midnight. Sina kept her cool, explaining she swung by to prep him for the upcoming trial since his class was practically doomed. Meanwhile, Sharon silently slid a warm mug of tea into Amy. The soothing aroma melted her nerves for a split second, but then reality snapped back. She immediately tore into Sharon, ripping him apart for letting the bullies walk all over him. Sina smoothly stepped in, gesturing for everyone to take a breather and refocus on the real raid boss, the upcoming exam. Sharon just blinked, completely paralyzed by the sheer awkwardness. Having his teacher and the girl he was hopelessly crushing on hovering right beside him was short-circuiting his brain. Breaking the tension, Amy questioned if practicing teleportation was even survivable for a magicless rookie. Sina sighed, admitting she was low-key terrified for him too, but trusted the headmaster had some hidden motive for dropping this brutal challenge. Amy scoffed, absolutely disgusted that the faculty was gambling with student lives like this. Feeling the heavy vibe, Sharon finally voiced his fear. Is teleportation seriously that much of a death trap? Amy broke it down, dropping the lore that warping spells strictly rely on light-tier mana. Because photons outpace literally everything in the universe, the caster basically hijacks that raw velocity. Hitting that max speed shatters the laws of physics, ripping through space and time for an instant jump. Sweating bullets, Sharon asked if a fleshy human could seriously transform into pure energy. Sina nodded, admitting it sounded like a sci-fi movie, but promised even a total noob could master the basics. She unleashed the magic theory, detailing how light speed breaks down into 4 brutal gears, and surviving the jump means keeping an iron grip on your mana flow. The insane drawback? Your physical mass practically evaporates while you're zipping through the void. The horrific truth clicked in Sharon's head instantly. One wrong coordinate, and he'd violently splatter against a wall. Sina beamed, hyping up his big brain moment. Seeing them vibe so effortlessly triggered a massive spike of jealousy in Amy, so she aggressively crashed the chat. Just as Sharon wondered how, refusing to be sidelined, she snapped that he could easily consult her for the intel instead. Taking charge, she mapped out the faculty's strategy. They always secure a massive, wide-open zone with 0 crash. When Sharon questioned where they'd magically find a completely empty void, Amy just jabbed a finger straight up at the ceiling. The battleground was locked high up in the treacherous mountain ranges. Sina chimed back in, dropping the bomb that the trial was a hardcore dash between 2 jagged peaks. A strained, terrified chuckle escaped Sharon's lips. Sure, dodging brick walls was off the table, but one clumsy blink meant plummeting thousands of feet to the graveyard. Brushing off the doom and gloom, she laid out the rules. The crown obviously goes to whoever crosses the finish line first. But if the whole squad wipes out, the instructors just measure the farthest distance traveled. To avoid a total massacre, the difficulty was hard-capped at level 1. Even then, the staff was sweating buckets. Put a bunch of stressed-out, power-hungry teens in a death race, and they'll absolutely start blasting each other. The realization hit Amy like a truck. Without magic, Sharon was basically a walking bullseye. Staring at the floor, a tidal wave of self-doubt crashed over Sharon. The crazy spell mechanics weren't the real nightmare. It was stepping into the— Worse still, if his dead weight ended up getting a classmate hospitalized. Could he ever sleep at night? Snapping him out of his spiral, Sina softly confessed that she had rigorously pushed to get him placed in the 5th grade tier from day 1. But staring at the current wreckage, she admitted her own selfish drive probably threw him. Sharon instantly waved off her guilt, refusing to let her take the blame. Eyes blazing with determination, Sina declared she was officially taking over his private coaching. Amy stiffened like a board, instantly barking at the teacher for crossing the professional line. Sina calmly deflected, claiming she just wanted to level out this insanely rigged— She was desperate to throw him a lifeline, but Amy wasn't having it, firing back that a staff member holding his hand would just make things 10 times worse. With stakes this sky-high, if the rest of the student body caught wind of extreme teacher favoritism, his survival odds would completely hit rock bottom. Slamming her hand down, Amy boldly claimed the mentor role for herself. If they were locked into a level 1 sandbox, she was undeniably the most cracked player to guide him. Sharon and Sina just stared at her, totally shell-shocked. The raging storm inside Amy had somehow magically vanished, replaced by pure fear. Sina then gently pressed if Amy seriously had the time to spare, considering she was fiercely grinding to pass the advanced upper exam early. That bombshell rocked Sharon's world too. Making it into the graduating ranks wasn't just a flex, it was the absolute peak where elite— We're talking about the heavily scouted prodigies, practically fast-tracked into the professional wizard leagues. Their raw power was already respected on a veteran scale. Plus, coming out of a top-tier prestige academy meant even the Royal Magic Academy magazine wrote massive feature spreads about them. But crossing into that legendary tier meant kissing your peaceful life goodbye. What followed was an absolute bloodbath of endless rivalry and bone-crushing training. Amy was dead set on claiming the throne before anyone else in the academy. Sharon kept grilling her about it, and her cheeks flared crimson when he asked if she was burning herself out too fast. Amy snapped right back, blaming the whole mess on him. The guy was leveling up at such an insane pace that graduation was literally her only safe zone to stay a step ahead. To Sharon, she looked absolutely breathtaking. He was completely in awe of her fiery drive to snatch that #1 spot in the advanced classes. The future didn't terrify her one bit, and even with the crushing weight of expectations, she still went out of her way to have his back. Watching her argue with Senna, aggressively demanding to tutor him, tugged at his heartstrings. Senna, however, stood her ground, warning that a certified teacher needed to handle Sharon's first dive into real magic. But Amy refused to take no for an answer. She marched straight up to Sharon, locking eyes with him, and demanded he make the call right then and there. He stared at her, totally blindsided, as she cornered him, her or the instructor. But instead of picking sides, Sharon dropped a bomb. He was going solo. That response absolutely floored the two of them. Amy threw her hands up, asking if he even grasped the massive golden ticket he was tossing in the trash. Sharon softly replied that he refused to drag anyone down as dead weight. Both girls had critical roles in the upcoming trials, with Senna actually sitting on the examiner panel. Amy fired back, pointing out that literally every other kid would be throwing cash at private tutors to master the spell. The entire class already had it out for him, so why on earth was he playing on hardcore mode by training completely alone? Sharon nodded, saying he already knew the odds. He also saw right through Amy. She was desperate to blitz into the upper class early, because she couldn't just sit around twiddling her thumb. Leaning in, he confessed that conquering the 5th grade was his personal launch pad to becoming a true mage, exactly how it had been for her. He looked her dead in the eyes and begged her to just trust him. He couldn't guarantee a flawless victory, but he craved the chance to leave it all on the battlefield, so he'd never have a single regret. A soft smile broke across Senna's face. If her student was truly this fiercely determined, she would step back and respect his. She made sure he knew her door was always wide open the second he hit a brick wall. Right before vanishing through the doorway, she told the duo to wrap up their little chat, and tossed a harsh warning. The heavy door clicked shut behind Senna. Amy instantly collapsed onto Sharon's bed, exhaling a massive, exhausted sigh. Suddenly, reality slapped her in the face. She was totally alone in a guy's room, chilling on his mattress. Panic spiked, and she decided it was time to dip. As she scrambled toward the window frame, Sharon softly thanked her for risking everything just to check on him. Amy paused, demanding to know why he had been ghosting her lately. If some toxic bullies were targeting him, he should have dropped the truth immediately. This wasn't just a one-man battle anymore. It was their fight now. Flashing back to a rumor about his fragile pride, her voice softened as she gently asked if his ego was the real reason he suffered in silence. Sharon shook his head, confessing he just couldn't bear the thought of leaving her behind. Amy's heart literally skipped a beat, fully convinced he was confessing his feelings right there. But then he completely nuked the romantic vibe, blurting out that he couldn't lose sight of her simply because she was his ultimate target to beat. Amy practically short-circuited. Completely oblivious, he rambled on, swearing that ever since day one, when he saw her name dominating the leaderboards, his only obsession, he honestly never expected their dynamic to turn into this cringy, tense mess. And if he had whined to her about getting bullied by the rich kids, that would have just made the whole vibe unbearably weird. Amy froze in her tracks, deeply flashing back to her original, fiery motive for enrolling in this elite magic academy. Suddenly, she charged straight at him, aggressively jabbing a finger right in his face. Was he actually serious right now? How could he keep labeling her his ultimate goal without flinching? Sharon blinked, totally clueless as to why she was suddenly bursting with rage. Stomping back to the window ledge, Amy threw him a fierce glare and laid out the facts. If he was dead serious about crushing her records, he needed to drop that stupid pedestal mindset instantly. Only then could they actually clash as absolute equals. And if he crashed and burned, he'd be calling her senior until the day he died. Right on cue, Sharon shattered the tension, shouting her name. Amy! The sheer raw power in his voice caught her completely off guard. Whipping around, she was met with his blazing, unshakable gaze as he vowed to hunt down her rank. A wicked smirk spread across Amy's lips. She teased that he'd better step on the gas, because by the time he caught up, she'd already be a legendary graduate long gone from this place. Watching her slip into the shadows of the night, our hero couldn't help but sigh, wishing she had stayed just a little longer to drop some magical cheat codes. But deep down, he knew there were eyes glued to his every single move. If he wanted glory, he had to claw his way up from the dirt entirely by... The clock was ticking. The fast-track transfer exam was exactly 1 month away. The very next day, the entire academy was buzzing with rumors about the brutal upcoming trials, and how the rich kids had already dropped bags of cash on elite tutors. Barely 20 reckless students were crazy enough to step up to the plate, and our underdog hero was right there in the mix. He lugged around a massive tower of dusty theory books, completely locked in on his solo grind. The only massive roadblock left was the actual hands-on magic. Out on the real battlefield, a mage's environment is constantly shifting in wild, unpredictable ways. But nailing a teleportation spell demands razor-sharp, pinpoint data about the destination. The second a landscape shifts, a caster has to instantly recalibrate their output of omnipotence and light to match. But catching those numbers? They only stayed stable for 10 agonizing minutes across a 20-square-meter grid. Honestly, it sounded like a straight-up pipe dream. Still, our guy grounded himself. The Academy wouldn't drop an impossible... Sure, Sienna casually mentioned that warping through space was a breeze, but that flex offered zero comfort. He was stepping into the magic world completely blind, battling 7th graders who probably teleported in their sleep. These rich kids had been spoon-fed by elite private tutors since day one. The real question was, could he actually bridge that massive power gap? Suddenly, a core memory unlocked. He remembered the exact wisdom the principal had dropped on him years ago when he was just a kid. Just across the courtyard, right by the massive oak tree, another student was grinding for the exact same test. His mentor was currently hyping him up for nailing a basic blink. That student? Mark, a 7th grade heavyweight. His rank 9 instructor admitted the kid had raw talent, but warned that truly mastering the spell would still eat up over a month. Even so, if he blazed through the theory and spent every waking hour spamming the spell, securing a passing grade was in the bag. But Mark was absolutely seething, because our underdog was now threatening to leapfrog 2 entire grades. Mark snapped at his lackey, demanding an update. The servant stammered out that he had been stalking our guy, but the report was weird. Our boy was completely solo, just burying his face in dusty textbooks. Mark was totally thrown off. He figured anyone gunning for a double promotion would be flexing heavy, expecting him to hire elite tutors, or at least run a massive bluff. So, he ordered his spy to keep lurking. There was no way anyone could unlock spatial magic by just reading about it. Back in his own lane, our hero was quietly checking off every single box on his impossible master. He had practically downloaded the arcane theory into his brain, though the heavy imposter syndrome and the ticking clock. Stepping onto the dirt of the practice arena, he readied himself for a real jump. It was do or die now. He just had to take a massive leap of faith and trust the brutal math. First up, he restructured the entire magical equation using his sensory zone. After all, he was the only physical anchor caught between knowing everything and doing everything. The trick? Deleting his own existence from that equation entirely. The moment it clicked, he braced himself to rip his actual flesh and bone through. But you can't just brute force the exact photon count required to warp reality. Legend says that when a true sorcerer dials in, their mental radar sharpens enough to scan every single atom in their radius. The absolute top-tier mages? They can literally count the veins on a leaf from miles away. Realizing that a caster's sensory input physically builds their domain, our guy realized the cheat code. He just needed to feel the entire environment at once. Suddenly, the invisible threads of magic lit up in his mind. The impossible puzzle cracked wide open, and the ultimate skill was finally in his grip. The final countdown to the teleportation trial was literally at 0, and our boy? He was battered, bruised, and bleeding. Whispers echoed through the courtyard as the elite kids stared, completely shocked that Sharon was actually taking raw damage without a single protective ward. It didn't take a genius to figure it out. His initial space jumps had ended in absolute disaster. To iron out the fatal glitches in his spell, he had to keep throwing his body into the meat grinder. Day after day, he materialized in midair, only to crash hard into the dirt. He was racking up brutal injuries, but backing down wasn't in his DNA. Even during lectures, his eyes were glazed over, obsessively crunching the arcane variable. Test, analyze, crash, reboot. He subjected himself to pure hell, desperate to carve the spatial mechanics deep into his muscle memory. Boom. Exactly 1 day left until showtime. Dragging himself up from another bone-rattling fall, he realized a terrifying truth. Patching one error just spawned a totally new... But his time was officially up. No more tweaks, no more safety nets. It just had to work. Taking a deep, shaky breath, he ignited the spell. Snap. He materialized flawlessly, though he barely caught his footing. Still, a single shaky jump wouldn't secure the win. There was zero time to catch his breath. Now, he had to figure out how to chain the warps together like a combo. He fully planned to push through the night, but his battered body finally shut down, collapsing unconscious on the cold stone. Meanwhile, we jump back to Mark, who was practically walking on air. In his arrogant mind, today was the day he cemented his legacy and blitzed straight into the 5th grade. A massive 700-meter jump? Child's play. Strutting through the halls, Mark spotted Maria loitering by the classroom door. Her eyes went wide, panic instantly flashing across her face as she fumbled for words. What was he even talking about? And why wasn't he out on the testing grounds? Mark smirked, bragging that an elite talent like him never sweated a passing grade. Then he leaned in, mercilessly roasting her for hiding out in the hallways, sneering that with her absolute garbage ranking, she should at least drag herself out. She nervously tried to stutter out a "good luck," but Mark violently shut her down. He snarled that she was probably giggling on the inside. Her jaw dropped. How did he find out? But it was a trap. Mark had just thrown out a wild guess to bait her, and her terrified reaction completely blew her cover. He spat that the entire class already wrote her off as the creepy, silent loner, making her the most obvious rat in the school. Closing the distance, Mark violently shoved her against the wall. He coldly whispered that his fake politeness was strictly because they shared a home room, nothing more. With a venomous glare, he asked if she understood the absolute nightmare he'd unleash on her. Once he ascended, watching the raw terror paralyze her, he flashed a vicious smirk and finally swaggered off down the hall. He honestly couldn't fathom why a total scaredy cat like her even bothered aiming for the mage track. Maria just stood there, completely bawling her eyes out. Mark swaggered into the room, demanding to know if their trap was set. His crew gave him the green light. 2 guys would shadow Shirin right out the gate, while another duo would cut him off right after. They basically had a double shot at wiping our boy off the map. Mark commanded his squad to pin him down during Phase 1, a brutal 10-meter leap, until at least 10 rivals had already crossed the gap. A few goons low-key doubted Mark would actually pay up, but he swore on his old man pulled serious strings as a tech guru for the Mage Association. So if they backed his play today, he'd hook them up with elite tutors and endless perks. In his head, cut to the mountain peak, where the entire 7th grade roster had rolled up. Nobody anticipated this insane turnout, especially with so many 5th years crashing the scene. They were insanely hyped to scope out the fresh blood joining their... Then, the proctor finally called it. The trial for the 21 hopefuls was officially kicking off. A massive crowd of spectators swarmed the area, completely mind-blown by how brutal the trial rules sounded. Even Cheyenne and Amy crashed the event. Amy was honestly super confused why they even bothered showing up, since only the 7th years were actually competing. But Cheyenne totally brushed her off, claiming she was just there to hype up her man so he'd clutch a passing score. Amy deadpanned that the real ones would survive, while deep down though, she was still sweating over whether our guy could actually pull off a teleportation spell. Right then, Mark started scanning the crowd for our boy, only to catch wind that the dude was a total no-show. Flashback to reality. Our guy was literally still passed out cold exactly where he dropped. Amy finally clocked his absence, and Carl started totally panicking, since the kid was nowhere on the radar. That's when a terrifying thought hit Amy. What if our boy completely failed to unlock the teleportation skill? Guilt instantly crushed her. She really should have just dragged him through the training herself. Meanwhile, the tension spiked as the head instructor broke down the trial mechanics. At the siren, they had to warp straight across a bottomless canyon, and the absolute furthest jumper takes the crown. The pure horror on the students' faces was priceless. Miss the landing? You plummet straight into the void. When some panicking kids asked about a safety net, Teacher Ted hit them with the harsh truth. If they were shaking in their boots, they should pack it up right now. Any true mage knows that the arcane path is paved with body. This was a fast-track gauntlet to weed out the weak and find true fifth-years. If they couldn't watch their own backs, they had no business stepping up. A twisted grin crossed Ted's face as half the crowd froze in pure terror. But he knew the actual heavy hitters were the ones staring down the gorge with zero hesitation. Mark's crew openly mocked the wannabes who blindly signed their own death warrants without scoping the survival odds. Mark was already picturing those exact losers crawling to him for a lifeline. But his main obsession was cracking that one juicy rumor. Did the connected kid actually try mastering the warp spell totally solo? Looking at the empty starting line, he totally choked. Either way, Mark was gloating because his trap was primed and ready. The proctor then barked at everyone to take their marks. The countdown was literally ticking down when the proctor caught a blur tearing through the tree line. It was our boy, sprinting like an absolute mad. The entire crowd whipped their heads around, totally stunned. He slid into the arena, gasping out a plea to jump in. Simultaneously, Amy ripped the binoculars right out of Carl's hands, frantically scanning the field for our guy. Her blood ran cold. He was absolutely covered in brutal scrapes and bruises. Did he seriously grind this out without a single safety ward? The head proctor tried to hit pause on the trial, but the principal completely shut it down. He coldly stated that challengers own their own prep work. So the clock wasn't stopping for anyone. The whistle was officially blown. The proctor gave our bruised-up hero one final out to tap out. But he just locked in and said he was ready to roll. The second Mark locked eyes with him, he silently signaled his crew. They had to crush him before the timer flashed green, and the tension literally snapped. The pack exploded off the starting line. You could easily tell these kids had grinded insanely hard. But theory means nothing when you're staring down a dizzying plunge into absolute nothingness. Survival instinct kicked in. It was a pure stampede for the ledge. But Mark was playing chess. He knew raw speed wasn't enough to secure the bag. The ultimate trick was insanely precise jump timing. 3 seconds in, and they were a mere 5 meters from the fatal drop. The frontrunner sparked their warp magic. Behind them, reality set in, and half the pack, including a few of Mark's own lapdogs. He sneered at their cowardice, even while his own heart was hammering in his chest. But our boy, he didn't drop a single ounce of speed. He read the distance, holding his fire. The crowd gasped, totally convinced he'd missed his window. But instead of flashing away, he literally launched himself straight off the precipice. It perfectly mirrored that insane advice Shirin once dropped on Ryan. Terror only exists when you picture the Grim Reaper before he arrives. Once you take the leap, you're not dead until you actually splatter. So, lock on to the exact second you're living right now. That's the ultimate cheat code for survival. Ryan used to think Shirin was totally unhinged. In his mind, diving off a cliff was just a fast track to the grave. And boom, our boy pulled it off. He fought tooth and nail to stay conscious, knowing his magic zone would shatter if he blacked out. Suddenly, it hit Mark. Our hero had literally blown right past him. Even though he took off way later, he managed to leave the entire crowd shook in a split second. Carl's jaw was practically on the floor, especially when Amy dropped the bomb that this was literally our guy. Honestly, even Amy couldn't believe her eyes. Despite his delayed start, he was totally locked in and actually had a fighting chance. Keeping up this wild momentum, Sharon was cruising straight for the gold. Mark was low-key freaking out, clueless about where his squad had vanished to, while Sharon just kept eating up the distance. Down below soared Maria Erlang, a girl dripping with raw, natural magical talent. Dark memories flooded her mind, flashing back to when her grades completely tanked. All because her classmates relentlessly bullied her, while the oblivious adults brushed the trauma off as just healthy competition. That toxic environment kept her trapped in 7th grade for 6 agonizing years. She despised bullies more than anything on earth, so there was zero chance she'd ever let a punk like Mark take the crown. As the dust settled on Phase 3, the competitors fractured into 3 distinct tiers. Mark and Sharon were blazing the trail at the very front. Roughly 3 meters back flew the middle pack, while dead last were the nervous wrecks who totally panicked and blasted their spells way too soon. Half of them were literally spiraling out of control. The instructors barely batted an eye, knowing damn well that students who cave to anxiety always crash and burn first. Hitting rock bottom, the terrified rookies finally figured out the fall wasn't actually lethal. That entire back squad flunked out immediately, dragging down a massive chunk of the middle tier right along with them. Mark could swallow that reality. What really cooked his nerves was Sharon ripping the gap even wider, without breaking a single drop of sweat. It made absolutely zero sense, especially since our boy looked like he was on the verge of passing out at the starting line. Instead of gassing out, he just kept shifting into a higher gear. The proctors clocked his strategy instantly. He was spamming looping the exact same spell combo with dead-on, robotic precision. Meanwhile, Mark was visibly losing his grip and wobbling. A pathetic look for the guy who hyped himself up as the absolute top dog of the academy. Sheena and the headmaster were totally blown away, yet Thad stubbornly refused to give our boy even an ounce of credit for his insane potential. Sariel spotted the flawless technique too, completely baffled by how he'd mastered such a high-level trick. Then it clicked for Amy. He literally self-taught himself the whole thing. Usually, mages had to grind for years to unlock that secret mental zone, but our guy was just built different. He was tapping into it completely on instinct, wielding an impossible skill you literally cannot learn in a classroom. Running on fumes, a desperate Mark barked orders at his cronies to launch an all-out ambush. His goons immediately lunged in, trying to mentally break our boy and shatter his He instantly sensed the bad vibes. His perfect flow violently snapped when a random student swerved right into his lane. The attacker clearly didn't care about his own safety, fully prepared to crash and take our hero down with him. Our guy caught on to the sabotage instantly, but the hater completely whiffed. Our hero slickly sidestepped, sending the saboteur plunging into the abyss. Still, that sudden chaos utterly trashed his momentum, and a massive wave of pure exhaustion smacked him like a truck. Refusing to let his vision fade to black, he gritted his teeth, forced his brain to lock back in, and clawed his way into recovery. Up in the stands, the 5th graders were totally floored by the 7th graders' shady, unhinged maneuvers. A sharp kid quickly broke it down. It was 100% a planned hit. One thug walled off the front, while another swept in from the blind spot. The dirty combo was specifically engineered to completely counter the massive perks of teleportation magic, totally neutralizing his instant dashes and dimensional leaps. Honestly, if Sharon's reflexes hadn't been lightning fast, it could have ended in an absolute tragedy. Sure, a seasoned veteran could shrug it off using core stabilization, but the juniors all agreed that kamikaze attack crossed a major line. They were openly dragging the teachers for dropping the ball on basic security. Oblivious to the failure, Mark hammered the gas, overly cocky and absolutely convinced the gold medal was his. He was straight up hallucinating his grand victory speech, bragging about stomping the seniors and crowning himself a prodigy. Meanwhile, our hero clocked Mark's massive energy reserves, realizing that tearing him down meant reclaiming the lead without messing up his own rhythmic loop. Rather than forcing wider jumps, he cranked his cast speed to the max, slicing off crucial milliseconds to blitz past Mark. The audience was practically screaming, heavily divided, as they witnessed our boy aggressively hijack the lead. But Amy wasn't cheering. She knew his physical limits were already screaming in agony, and forcing even a drop more mana could literally be a death sentence. Out of nowhere, something violently snatched Mark out of thin air. In that exact second, the ultimate blockade defense fired up. A terrifying level 10 threat warped into the arena. Thad bolted straight for the command center. There was absolutely zero reason a lethal tier 10 hazard should be live right now. Sheena frantically screamed to pull the plug on the exam, but another staff member barked back, whining that this was a double promotion trial. Scrapping it now would make the elite families throw massive tantrums. The principal instantly shut them up, furious that they were even wasting breath debating a student's life. He roared at the staff to slam the emergency abort button right that very second. Gliding across the sky, Thad spotted the massive alert, screaming that the trial was nuked. He could already feel a colossal avalanche of pure stress heading his way. He crashed into the command center door, only to find it deadbolted. That was the smoking gun. This wasn't some glitch, it was straight-up sabotage. He tried blowing it open with a spell, then pinged his sensory zone and felt a rogue presence lurking inside. He barked a lethal warning. Unlock it right now, or he was going to blast the heavy steel. A shaky voice snapped back, saying none of this even mattered. If she just vanished off the face of the earth, no one would bat an eye. Ted instantly caught that voice. It was Maria, and she was sobbing uncontrollably. He frantically warned her that she was playing with fire, practically begging her to just unlock the damn door. He swore up and down that if she hit undo right this second, she'd only get a slap on the wrist. But Maria wasn't having it. In her mind, she was already past the point of no return. She choked out that if Mark actually transferred, she'd be dragged straight back to hell. To her, living like that was honestly worse than being dead. She kept spiraling, repeating those dark words on a loop until it clicked. So, he immediately softened his vibe. He told her to take a breath. She didn't have to open it this exact second. Plus, she got exactly what she wanted. The exam. Meanwhile, Mark was absolutely tweaking. He couldn't wrap his head around the test getting canceled inches from the finish line. But deep down, he knew backing down wasn't an option. This was literally his one shot to wipe our main guy off the map. He couldn't let it slip. So, without missing a beat, both he and our boy plunged headfirst into the twisted labyrinth that had just spawned. Even the headmaster was low-key rattled. He was racking his brain, completely baffled as to why these two were still going at each other's throats. Was it pure ego? He barked orders for someone to step in before things turned absolutely lethal. Senna practically screamed her lungs out, demanding to know what the heck Teacher Ted was even doing. But the principal's eyes were glued to our hero. There was this insane, unexplainable aura radiating off the kid. If he blindly charged in thirsty for glory, that maze would swallow him whole. The entire student body watched, dead silent, the tension incredibly thick. It was actually wild. They had somehow breached level 10, a brutal death trap built only for top-tier pros. Our guy watched the lethal snares multiply, and bro, they were glitching out way too fast. He was basically fighting for his life, just dodging one strike, let alone predicting the next. If this kept up, his mana and focus would be completely fried. Mark, meanwhile, kept recklessly bulldozing through the chaos, fully convinced they were both going to get wiped out regardless. In his toxic mindset, the only thing that mattered was outlasting his rival. If he could just flex on everyone watching and leave them speechless, then his genius would finally get the hype it deserved. He forced himself deeper into the meat grinder, obsessed with making Sharon drop her jaw at his crazy stats. Cut back to Maria, still huddled by the door, crying out and questioning the entire point of this ruthless academy system. Like, was the whole game really just backstabbing your... Ted tried to shut that down, insisting that wasn't it at all. But Maria was dead set on her doom spiral. She snapped at him to stop sugarcoating the harsh reality. Of course a golden child genius would say that, right? She had played completely by the rules, followed every single instruction, and grinded quietly in the shadows. And for what? The academy literally only cared about naturally gifted prodigies. She felt painfully, utterly basic. Ted hit back, reminding her that he survived the exact same meat grinder. He brought up the time she first transferred in, back when he was a senior. He reminded her how he used to strut around, asking if she knew the legend of... She had zero clue who he was, which actually cracked him up. He laid it all out. He used to be dead last in the rankings, literally hard stuck in the 5th grade for 5 miserable years. That's when the jealousy really ate at him, watching his whole squad level up and leave him in the dust. Maria looked like she was calling cap on that, but Ted spilled the rest. He confessed that the headmaster had actually busted him brawling once and completely chewed him out. Ted had been way too salty to even defend himself. But the headmaster dropped some heavy wisdom on him. A true mage never measures their worth against someone else's. You have to kill your own ego and tunnel vision on your own grind. That is the only way you actually level up. If you keep sprinting forward while constantly looking over your shoulder at everyone else's stats, you're just gonna crash and burn. Flashback to the labyrinth. Mark darted his eyes forward, only to realize he had hit a dead end. Panic instantly set in, as he realized flying in blind was a massive mistake. Staring death right in the face, the dude completely lost it. Seeing him plunge toward his doom, the crowd literally couldn't bear to watch, and squeezed their eyes shut. But out of nowhere, our boy swooped down like an absolute boss, and snatched him mid-air. The entire arena witnessed the crate. They were totally flabbergasted. He literally just saved his biggest op. Securing the bag should have been priority number one, but our guy went totally off script. Even while dangling in the air, Mark was still screeching like a baby. Our hero just barked at him to shut up, because he desperately needed to strategize. Piecing it all together, he figured out that these death traps formed a shifting puzzle. The only real escape route was to zoom out and analyze the spawn patterns. He blasted upward to get a bird's-eye view, but the lethal snare locked on and chased him into the sky. The spectators gasped as he quickly realized gaining altitude was a completely... So he instantly dive-bombed right back down into the chaos. The crowd tracked his every move, totally mesmerized by his insane reflexes. He had survived this absolute nightmare, totally solo. Did everyone completely misjudge his power level? Suddenly the entire arena erupted, screaming his name. Soraya was standing there, mouth wide open, struggling to process the absolute movie, but Amy finally got it. Sharon wasn't out here grinding textbooks just to ace some exams. He was trying to unlock the very soul of magic itself. At that exact moment, Ted was dropping facts on Maria, explaining that rivalry is literally just a tool to boost your progression speed. Taking the slow route is totally valid, because at the end of the day, once you cross that finish line, you're still a fully fledged wizard. That hit Maria right in the feels. She broke down sobbing, finally realizing her story wasn't over, and that Ted truly had her back. Having witnessed this insane character arc, the headmaster commanded the test to carry on, swearing he'd take all the heat if things went south. Down in the maze, our hero locked in. He realized the trap wasn't just mechanical. It moved like a living beast. Its rhythm was completely unreadable, and lugging Mark around was a massive handicap. Mark was absolutely shrieking his lungs out. Tuning out the noise, our boy knew he had to sense the entire layout instead of just looking at it. He had pulled off stunts like this in the past. It boiled down to raw, unfiltered instinct, overriding his conscious mind. Shifting gears, he accelerated hard, weaving directly into the trap's deadly rhythm. He pushed the speed so much that Mark literally blacked out, leaving the director totally baffled. The director knew life or death stakes could unlock hidden potential, but most fighters hit a hard ceiling once their ego or desires got in the way. But staring at our guy, he didn't sense a single drop of greed. Was it possible this kid's potential was totally uncapped? A second instructor picked up on a wildly unsettling detail. Our hero wasn't zeroing in on a single obstacle. His mind was entirely blank, wiped clean of any stray thoughts. His absolute focus hit a staggering 99.9%. Locked in that deep flow state, he effortlessly mapped out his own micro-movements. The instructor already knew Sharon was a prodigy, but this right here was lethal territory. Despite the brutal stakes, our guy stayed hyper-focused purely on cracking the maze. The breathing room between the spinning hazards was less than 1 meter. He knew a full 10-meter teleport was off the table, so he sliced the distance into microscopic fractions, computing every leap in a split second, and flashing forward like a bolt of light. Out of nowhere, a massive barricade materialized right in his blind spot, one he definitely couldn't just sidestep. The gap was insanely tight, so he braced himself to just smash straight through the barrier. The crowd watching was completely lost. Only one student managed to break it down. If you slice a circle into enough tiny fragments, it stretches out into an infinite straight line. Now imagine chopping that physical distance into thousands of microscopic. The crowd still refused to believe anyone had the brain power to math that out. But the student clarified that it wasn't math, it was basically pure foresight. The reality of his insane skill level finally hit the room like a truck. Calling him a genius honestly felt like an insult at this point. He kept pushing forward, but then a fresh nightmare dropped into the arena. a trap the instructors dubbed the Dragon's Labyrinth. Sina sprinted straight toward Ted, but right at that exact second, Mark jolted awake. His hands were violently trembling from sheer terror. Back in the chaos, our hero desperately scanned his memory to recall He realized his only survival route was to mirror those exact coordinates. Mark, on the other hand, was totally losing his grip. The guy literally begged Sharon to drop him and save himself. Meanwhile, Sina finally cornered Ted and exploded, screaming at him about what he was doing while everything fell apart. Ted kept his cool and mentioned a system glitch. Sina furiously clapped back, demanding he pull the plug on the machine immediately. Ted looked completely clueless until she dropped the bomb that Mark and Sharon were still trapped in the meat grinder. Suddenly, a third instructor burst into the room, panicking that our guy was literally cold sweat dripped off his chin. But just before the metallic teeth snapped shut, Sharon forced his racing heart to chill. He was breathing, and that was all he needed. His brain fired off tactical decisions in a tenth of a second. Down to 100th, he visualized every single warp point he needed to hit. Hitting the 1,000th of a second, he realized that strategy was a death sentence. He desperately scrambled for an alternate route, but the very next microsecond, the jaws violently slammed closed. The entire room assumed he was dead meat. Viewers literally looked away in horror, while the director was paralyzed, convinced his mistake just got a student killed. But miraculously, our boy had slipped through the exit. Jaws dropped across the room. Nobody could process that he survived. They were staring at him like he was a literal phantom. Honestly, even he was totally lost on how he pulled it off. His mind drew an absolute blank, unable to piece together the crazy escape route he just took. At that exact moment, Ted finally killed the power and dialed the simulation back to level 0. The crowd was still frozen, absolutely shook. Their brains couldn't comprehend how a rookie just crushed level 10. That death trap was strictly built for elite seniors, basically pro-tier fighters. And after escaping hell, he didn't flex or break down crying. He just casually dropped that he genuinely thought he was a goner. Carl totally rubbed the victory in Amy's face, hyping up how their guy actually survived, though Amy was just internally vibing with how badass he looked. When you cheat death by burning every ounce of your energy, you really don't have the stamina to show off. Seconds later, the whole squad swarmed him, hyping him up like crazy. They kept screaming about how he just obliterated a trial 2 whole ranks above his pay grade. The 6th-year elites were going to be fuming with jealousy. When Sina dragged Ted over to the scene, her jaw hit the floor too. She couldn't wrap her head around the fact that our guy was standing there, alive. Ted tried to defend himself, swearing he did everything in his power, but Sina aggressively fired back that he literally did absolutely nothing. Regardless, she shifted focus, pointing out that both racers tied at the finish line, meaning the headmaster had to make the final call on who actually took the crown. The director, however, was completely zoned out. Did the official scoreboard even mean anything right now? Honestly, he just felt overwhelming gratitude toward our hero. Because watching this kid fight reminded him of a brilliant spark he hadn't witnessed in years. Tian glanced at the principal, flashing back to how the Milch bloodline was legendary for their mastery of photon and light magic, literally holding royal tier respect. But the massive wave of ambition flooding his chest was triggered by one single thing: Sharon's terrifyingly high potential. Closing the distance, Tian finally spoke up. Maybe the academy had finally found that explosive spark they desperately needed. The headmaster? He was absolutely blown away by the insane display. Watching our boy snap like that yanked the old man straight back to his wild youth. Back in the day, he was ruthless, aggressively grabbing whatever he wanted, and completely spitting in the face of destiny. His chest hadn't hammered with this much pure adrenaline in ages. Striding out to face the dead silent crowd, the director dropped a massive bombshell. Only one single he demanded they give it up for the absolute legend who just showed them what true guts looked like. The one kid destined to carry the entire world on his back. That lone survivor? Our guy, of course. Right on cue, Mark scrambled up from the dirt, and the whole crowd totally braced for him to throw a massive tantrum. But Mark was completely shook. He'd witnessed firsthand that Sharon wasn't just good, he was a generational prodigy. Dragging his feet, he stepped right up to our boy. swallowed his massive pride, and straight up confessed he was dead wrong, practically begging for a second chance. Stripping away his ego as a mage, he came clean about his toxic role in the whole mess. Sharon just stared him down with dead eyes and coldly told him to pick his own poison for a punishment. The crowd was totally terrified by his freezing aura right then, but honestly, our boy was just running on zero sleep and pure fumes. He literally just wanted to pass out into a coma. Over on the sidelines, Sherelle and Amy were totally ready to dip out, and Amy figured it was definitely not the vibe to go bother him right now. He had just dropped the mic and proved all his haters wrong, but then Chiron's heavy eyes locked onto Amy. Brain completely fried, he blurted out that he actually pulled it off, promising to hit her up later. Instantly, every single person in the courtyard was glaring daggers of pure jealousy at her, as her face ignited into a total tomato. But they had one glaring issue left to deal with. Chiron's brain was completely wiped. When he finally peeled his eyes open, his memories of the trial were literally non-existent. Despite the total amnesia, they still bumped him straight up to the 5th grade. Still, the professors were scratching their heads, totally mind-blown by how he actually survived that insane labyrinth. Did the dragon maze just magically give him a free pass? Before long, the entire faculty and student body got dragged into a super serious. Tons of people actively protested against Maria taking the fall, but the rest of the squad instantly folded and confessed their own dirty laundry, spilling exactly how they actively tried to sabotage Chiron's trial. Suddenly, this whole drama skyrocketed into a massive federal case. Even with the heat turning way up, Maria stood her ground and shouldered the absolute entire blame herself. One instructor couldn't help but pity her, totally feeling awful about the trash hand she had been dealt. But even if she never actually intended to cause physical harm, the headmaster wasn't about to let it slide. Academy rules demanded some heavy consequences. Out of nowhere, Chiron stepped up, claiming he deserved a penalty too. He straight up ignored the direct order to abort the test, and charged headfirst into the maze anyway. He even admitted to dragging Mark through that absolute death trap, claiming his back was completely against the wall with zero other options. The principal and the elite staff were utterly stunned. This level of hardcore accountability was basically unheard of here. Students who were practically blinded by toxic rivalry, massive egos, and bitter jealousy were suddenly owning up to their massive screw-ups, genuinely striving to evolve into top-tier mages. This was exactly the hardcore reality check the headmaster had been begging his staff to hammer into these kids' heads. The second the final verdict dropped, the entire room totally shattered, bursting into heavy tears. Maria totally lost it, loudly sobbing right there in the open. For a lot of the professors, this emotional meltdown was way more shocking than the crazy trial itself, mostly because a verdict this wild was totally unprecedented. When the dust settled, absolutely everybody caught some heat. Mark and Maria got slapped with a brutal 2-month suspension, while the rest of the crew got benched for 1. Yep, even our golden boy wasn't immune. He was forced to pen a massive apology letter for recklessly diving into the maze, long after the trial had officially flatlined. Deep down, Chiron knew exactly why he went rogue. The kid just violently despised the idea of taking an L. And even with his memory totally glitched out, he knew he was dead set on His mentor suddenly clocked that underneath that soft boy exterior hid a terrifyingly aggressive. Just because he walked around looking like a total softie didn't mean he wasn't ready to absolutely obliterate his competition. Crashing hard that night, Chiron got trapped in a brutal nightmare where the maze's creepy eyeballs were mercilessly hunting him down. Just as the panic peaked, a ghostly piano melody yanked him. Realizing the sun was already up, he threw on his uniform to bolt to his morning lectures. Later in the day, he snagged some fresh apples and swung by to drop a few off for Amy. But the second he peeked at her study notes, she totally panicked, turning bright pink before sprinting away. Flash forward 1 full month, and the academy, Amy was still out here playing hardcore to get, brutally ghosting him to the point where even her bestie was questioning if they were actually a thing. She spilled the tea that Amy was laser-focused on becoming a military officer, mostly because her absolute superpower was crazy precision sniping. And shooters with that insane accuracy were always drafted for high-stakes recon ops. And let's be real, in the 5th grade, finding your ultimate specialty was basically a matter of survival. From this point forward, these kids had to start treating magic like an actual cutthroat career. Maxing out a single god-tier skill made you infinitely more valuable out in the wild. So nobody really threw shade at you anymore, just for fumbling a random written exam. While our guy was deeply zoning out over his own future, Nelda suddenly crashed his thoughts. The dude had aggressively mid grades, but he was chaotic, loud, and could straight up hurl lightning bolts. Mid-conversation, two absolute units marched right up to their table. Sharon braced himself for some intense magical debate, but instead, they dropped the most unhinged question. Which professor did he vibe with more, Sienna or Athela? Honestly, what a wildly out-of-pocket thing to ask. Sharon finally clicked that he wasn't the class outcast anymore. People were actually giving him the time. Nade scoffed, asking if anyone seriously thought that was a tough question. Sharon was totally ready to call it brain dead, but Nade pulled a fast one and suddenly backed up Sienna. As the trio started roasting the teachers and hyping up their favorites, it hit Sharon. They weren't some unapproachable elite. They were literally just— When they spun around and demanded his take, he froze. He knew jumping into random gossip was step one to securing a normal high school life. And he practically had a safe, middle ground answer locked and loaded. But before he could speak, the guys randomly bailed. A weird wave of disappointment washed over Sharon, until Nade whispered that they scattered because Iruki was creeping up right behind them. Yep, Iruki and Iruki, same exact dude. A total stranger to Sharon. This guy casually dropped that he was the ultimate fifth-grade loner. But the moment he spoke, Sharon's eyes widened. That voice, it was the exact same one that— Without thinking, Sharon snatched the guy's hand, spilling out a massive thank you. Iruki just deadpanned, saying he honestly expected someone way more entertaining. Nade instantly started doing damage control, desperately apologizing and explaining that Iruki literally only speaks in cryptic puzzles. Brushing it off, Iruki claimed that was his twisted version of a compliment. His tone shifted, warning Sharon to watch his back way more than before. When the boys asked if he was straight up ditching class, he just shrugged, sighing that he was bored out of his mind. Nade let out a heavy breath, admitting Iruki was constantly pulling stunts like this, but deep down, the guy was insanely reliable. Sharon smiled, pointing out that he actually seemed like a solid dude. Nade quickly jumped in, clarifying that Iruki was a literal prodigy, just a freakishly weird one. Right on cue, Iruki stepped up, whispering some absolute nonsense under his breath. A split second later, he blurred into motion with absolutely unhinged speed. The vibe in the air instantly warped. Iruki manifested these glowing, floating orbs, locked onto them as targets, and started blasting away, detonating them in a chain of blinding explosions. The sheer power terrified everyone nearby, but Iruki just chilled out and casually told Shirone to catch up with him later. Sharon stood there, totally jaw-dropped. This outcast was casually flexing both split form and detonation, which was supposed to be Sharon's absolute specialty. The craziest part? This guy was famous for being the biggest ghost in their year. He dodged human interaction like the plague, and coasted by with fiercely average grades. Yet everyone still crowned him a genius because his talent in one specific niche was downright god tier. Iruki was an absolute monster when it came to physical calculations. He could simulate the most brutal conditions purely in his head, predict exact dates 40,000 years into the future, and literally rattle off the digits of pi until the end of time. But step 1 inch outside the realm of raw science, and the guy was The faculty were constantly mind-blown that a freak of nature like him was even sitting in a 5th grade class. Nade mentioned how the professors used to go to war over who got to mentor the kid, but at this point, they had all totally thrown in the towel. The two of them were still riding the high of that crazy display when a girl strolled over, practically begging Sharon to join her squad. He politely shut her down, leaving her to walk off, saying the offer was still on the table. Honestly, the brutal truth behind his rejection was his absolutely tragic grades. When he confessed that little secret, Nade's eyes lit up, dropping the bomb that he'd gladly drag Sharon into the fold. Expecting some elite, official study hall, Sharon was totally thrown off when Nade led him straight to a dusty supply closet, literally the exact spot where the academy hoarded all their medical items. Nade hyped it up, swearing you could scavenge basically anything in this dump. Sharon nervously asked if this was straight up illegal, but Nade smirked. He revealed the storeroom literally shapeshifted its entire layout every single time someone entered, meaning zero paper trail for stolen loot. Honestly, that sounded incredibly awesome to Sharon. Navigating the maze, they finally hit the hidden base for Nade's study crew. And for whatever bizarre reason, the club was officially dubbed Ritualism and Ghost. Nade quickly laughed it off, promising they weren't actually in there hunting demons, searching for souls, proving the afterlife, tracking aliens, or debating heaven and hell. A sigh escaped Sharon. He half thought this whole trip was a massive waste of time, even if the vibe was kinda chill. The literal second those words left his mouth, Nade's Spartan kicked the door wide open. A massive cloud of dust exploded into the hall, and standing right in the center, Iruki, the same chaotic dude from earlier, aggressively covering a chalkboard in wild equation. Rubbing the back of his neck, Nade admitted their club had a wildly toxic reputation on campus, which was exactly why he kept his mouth shut about Iruki being one of their founding members. Sharon was completely baffled that a science freak like Iruki would care about this stuff. He straight up asked why a literal genius was hanging out in a ghost hunting club. Nade grinned, saying it was the exact opposite. Iruki formed this club to aggressively debunk the supernatural, baiting in logic-obsessed nerds just to crush their theories. Spotting his new favorite target, Iruki smirked, genuinely thrilled to see Sharon. He cocked his head, asking why a hidden gem like him would wander into a dump like this. Not skipping a beat, Iruki declared that since Sharon was trapped here, they were going to tackle god-tier questions, like if an atom could actually be split. Sharon's brain totally panicking, he blurted out the first random thought that fired in his head. Iruki's eyes flashed. He coldly stated he already had the answer. There had to be apocalyptic levels of energy packed inside a single atom. Leaning in, the genius casually dropped a bombshell, telling Sharon his morals were useless. To Iruki, if unlocking that power got people slaughtered, it literally didn't matter. Sharon snapped. He fiercely fired back that sacrificing even one student was completely unacceptable. That was literally the headmaster's golden rule. Unbothered, Iruki snatched a piece of fruit off the desk, taking a bite before mocking Sharon's childish view of magic. In the real world, every single mage wrote their own ruthless rulebook. That triggered Sharon's absolute breaking point. He spat back that he'd a million times rather be an idiot than a psychopathic genius who steps on innocent people. Iruki, ice-cold and unmoving, held his ground. A few elite prodigies will always leave a massive crowd of absolute losers in their wake. Iruki swears history backs him up on this, and absolutely despises blind idealism. But Shirone refuses to buy into that toxic mindset. He fires back, claiming those high hopes can actually become reality. Catching the vibe spiraling out of control, Nade steps in to extinguish the beef, but realizing this whole club is a dead end, Sharon decides to walk. Nade scrambles to keep him around, but our boy is officially checked out. Naturally, Iruki pours gasoline on the fire. Treating Shirone like his ultimate rival, he endlessly trashes him, claiming this so-called genius is a total fraud. He laughs off the idea that Sharon can pull off crazy feats in the blink of an eye. While Nade stands there paralyzed, a hyped-up Iruki dares Sharon to prove himself in the upcoming speed exam. It hits Sharon right then and there. This rivalry is going to be a long, exhausting grind. Now, this speed test is brutal. Students rack up points by blasting targets using purely offensive spells. Since healing and buffing skills literally cannot inflict damage, and you are locked out of the next stage until every single mark is annihilated. Being fast is everything. But here is the glaring issue. Sharon literally cannot cast a single attack spell, meaning he is practically guaranteed to fail. He mentally calculates that unlocking omniscience magic requires a bare minimum of 60 points. Even with this massive roadblock, his instructor is honestly thrilled, because his insane grinding method skyrockets his stats across the board simultaneously. Yet, one specific discipline still exposes him as a total rookie. Photon theory. Sharon had completely ignored it, but suddenly, the hype is real. Wasting zero time, his teacher drops 2 massive volumes on his desk. He tears into the pages, praying to speedrun the curriculum, but reality hits hard. Even if he crushes the exam, this light element seems practically useless in actual combat. His instructor violently disagrees. She insists that while photon arts look insanely weak on the surface, their hidden potential is staggering. Purely because light is the absolute fastest force in the universe, making mastering it a total game changer. Right now, elite scholars at the Advanced Tower are convinced harnessing photons could completely revolutionize communication, already running crazy experiments to weaponize it in ways no one ever dreamed of. That little reality check flips a switch in Sharon's brain. If manipulating light can literally spawn a futuristic industry, mastering it would be legendary. So, he sprints out to the training grounds, attempts to channel the energy, and fails miserably. He grinds away, failing over and over again, coming up completely empty. The spark isn't supposed to ignite from his palms, but straight from the core of his spirit zone. And visualizing that abstract concept is absolute torture. While he is out there sweating bullets, a girl casually strolls onto the field. The crowd loses their minds over her sheer aura, totally shook that she just wrapped up her own hardcore session. Then the realization hits Sharon. It is Athela, an elite bishop from the legendary Karsus order, the absolute units protecting the 12 sacred shrines. Her mental fortitude is iconic. The whole class goes crazy, knowing they get to study under a literal legend, while Sharon is just blown away that a powerhouse like her is bothering to teach a bunch of rookies at all. Athela drops the agenda. Today is all about supercharging their omnipotence. To show how it is done, she calls up an upperclassman. A senior named Samuel steps onto the turf, flexing his mastery of verbal incantations. Most of the class frankly despises the guy, but personal beef does not matter right now. He unleashes a spell called Tornado. The crowd nods in approval, but he smirks, telling them to hold their applause. Verbal magic can push limits way further. He starts chanting a second incantation, getting everyone hyped for an absolute nuke. But 3 agonizing minutes drag by while he just keeps mumbling. Right as the audience is about to fall asleep, he finally snaps it shut, and the cyclone violently expands, multiplying its destructive force. He brags that by meticulously calculating your vocabulary, the spell's impact skyrockets. Then he demands their attention again, promising to speedrun the process. Nobody is exactly thrilled, absolutely dreading another 3-minute wait. But this time, Samuel rattles off syllables so incredibly fast, it sounds like a glitch. The spell detonates instantly, ripping out the most violent twister yet, packing enough kinetic force to literally blow the entire class off their feet. Since half the class is experiencing verbal casting for the very first time, Athela brutally crushes their hopes. They will not be learning it. Instead, they are tackling the progression technique, a method that overclocks your mana output by intensely focusing on counting numbers. Sharon questions if just rattling off digits can actually buff someone's stats. Athela shoots him straight, explaining that numbers hold fundamental symbolic truths, allowing them to synchronize perfectly with a mage's spirit zone. To back up her claim, she overcharges her own aura using progression, rapidly chaining digits together without skipping a single beat. Her magical domain violently explodes outward, swelling until it swallows hundreds of meters of the training. She breaks it down. The faster your brain processes those numbers, the more overpowered your aura gets. We are not just talking massive scale either. It massively buffs pure damage, pinpoint. However, she drops a harsh truth bomb. It is completely useless if you lack the heavy processing power to handle it. No shot that works. Sharon instantly grasps the flaw and dives straight into his grind. In 60 seconds flat, he effortlessly ticks off 1,000 counts, before a wild idea hits him. What if he supercharges his zone to speedrun the math? The second that light bulb goes off, he triggers a blinding photon burst. He executes it so flawlessly that the entire room just blinks, totally clueless about what just flashed before their eyes. Then, the collective realization drops. Wait, did some random kid just casually master top-tier sorcery right before finals? Athela spots his insane breakthrough in a heartbeat and strides right over. She checks if he is locked in, suggesting he shift his grind to a dedicated training arena. The moment he steps onto the floor, the instructor orders him to spawn the dummies. His brain instantly maps out the perfect game plan. Max out his spirit zone, anchor the whole setup with progression magic, and instantly manifest the targets the exact millisecond they drop in. All his brutal training pays off. The dummies absolutely explode into dust in mere seconds, leaving the entire crowd jaw-dropped by his god-tier speed. Athela pieces it together. He has basically coded a custom progression style, weaving base digits together with massive numbers, and crunching the data through a hyper-advanced modular system. To her, the kid just smashed through a skill ceiling everyone else thought was unbreakable. His leveling speed is totally glitched. When the dust settles, the scoreboard flashes a mind-bending 342 destroyed targets. Completely dead on. The display is so hyped that half the class suddenly debates swapping their majors to photon magic, right then and there. Nate is standing there completely shook. This dude literally had 0 mana flow last week, and now he is casually dropping flex scores like a prodigy. Only Iruki sneers, calling the whole spectacle absolute trash, and arrogantly steps up to run the gauntlet himself. Athela tries to shut him down at first, knowing full well the guy is a walking red flag. Meanwhile, Chiron is already mentally bracing himself, desperate to avoid bumping heads with another toxic ego. But in a blink, Iruki is already dominating the center floor, charging his spell. Tension spikes. The crowd holds their breath, sensing Chirone's high score is about to get brutally wiped. Then, Chirone's eyes widen as he cracks the code. Iruki is literally calculating the flight paths using hardcore motion equations, a flex that feels physically impossible to pull off in real time. Iruki crushes 1 million counts in exactly 60 seconds. The entire hall freezes, reeling that this arrogant jerk was gatekeeping such overpowered talent. But instead of soaking up the hype, Iruki marches straight up to Chiron and smirks. Shook, huh? That just proves how pathetic you really are. Chiron flinches, completely blindsided by the raw disrespect. While Tom is losing his mind, trying to figure out the million-count cheat code. With all eyes locked on him, Iruki just gives a bored shrug. It's basic math, he yawns. I just ran a logarithm sequence. The room practically stops breathing. Running logs means you mentally process absolutely astronomical numbers, like it is second nature. But trying to weave that insanely heavy math into the progression technique, where the entire point is just raw counting, should literally fry a normal brain. It proves the guy has pure, unadulterated savant energy. Iruki tilts his head, mocking Chirone. You actually think you can touch my score? Chirone stares right back, his voice dead calm. I don't care about beating you. I'm locked in on one target alone, the finals. Iruki scoffs, completely unbothered. To him, that sounds like massive copium from a loser. He warns Chiron to drop the tough guy act, because Iruki literally does not play those games. Yet, internally, a switch flips inside Chiron. If he somehow clutched this head-to-head showdown, it would validate his entire grind. Iruki even fueled the fire, mockingly praising genius Chiron for pacing so close to his own god-tier level. The crowd is absolutely eating this rivalry up. The rules are savage. Stack up hits before the timer zeroes out. Every tier unleashes a massive wave of fresh dummies. And bombing just a single phase means instant game over. To make it worse, the speed scaling is vicious. They blitz faster with every rank up. So if you hesitate, your multiplier literally falls apart. Crunching the mental math, Chiron maps out his run. To crack the 700-point threshold, dropping combos is forbidden. He has to hit stage 30 in exactly 60 seconds, a blistering 5 seconds per wipeout. With that brutal metric burned into his brain, he goes full 7 days of pure sweat later, he skyrockets his score by a massive 200 points. The whole academy is already buzzing about his cracked attack speed. But Iruki is still sitting pretty on the throne. The ultimate disrespect? Every single day, Iruki outscores him by exactly 1 measly point. It is a massive flex, sending a toxic message. I'm not even sweating, and I can end your career whenever I want. Obviously, this epic beef is all anyone on campus can talk about. Nade tries to play peacemaker, insisting he doesn't care who takes the crown, since they are both his bros. But he low-key confesses the absolute sweat fest is pure cinema. He even hypes them up, swearing that both of them might actually shatter the all-time Academy record. When Sharon asks who is currently holding the crown, Nade drops the bomb, his own girlfriend Amy, sitting on a ridiculous 987 points. The camera then cuts straight to her. Eavesdropping on her coffee chat, it is obvious that senior year is a literal nightmare. Amy vents, complaining that the professors are aggressively squeezing out every single drop of her brain power. But once she takes a breath, she coolly points out that surviving fifth year is a total cakewalk compared to the final boss of graduation, assuring her bestie she will be totally fine. Then, Amy casually drops a question about Sharon's grind, catching her friend completely off guard since those two literally never cross paths. Regardless, she starts spilling all the tea on his explosive level-ups. Listening to the gossip, Amy's eyes narrow as she connects the dots. That toxic genius Aruki definitely played her the exact same way back in 5th grade, fronting like completely dismissing everyone's emotions, only to weaponize those exact feelings the second he gets backed into a corner. Her bestie immediately nudged her to step up and back her man. But Amy didn't even flinch, coolly brushing it off, because she was totally confident Sharon would handle his own business. While they chatted, a massive crowd started swarming the area, jaws dropping. Nobody actually believed he could pull off that kind of insane growth in just 2 weeks. Meanwhile, Iruki just stood there, flashing this cryptic smirk. Amy flat out admitted that if they kept clashing like this, her own untouchable record might actually shatter. But then, Iruki effortlessly blitzed past Sharon's score yet again. And for the very first time, real doubt crept into Sharon's mind. That night, he sat isolated in his dark bedroom, agonizing over the massive exam looming just 3 days away. No matter how fiercely he pushed, Iruki remained an impossible wall. Was this really the moment he'd just throw in the towel? Then, a rush of memories flooded back, reigniting his absolute resolve. Deep down, he even acknowledged Iruki was dead right. Walking away now wasn't enough. To crush a genius like him, he had to transcend raw stats. What even were these numbers anyway? What was the actual, hidden core of this progression method? It hit him like a truck. Meaningless digits weren't the answer. If he stayed locked inside his own head, he was completely doomed. He needed to stop overthinking and just purely feel it. How high could a human realistically count? What exactly existed beyond that breaking point? He pushed his mind to the absolute brink, counting endlessly until some unknown force. When his eyes finally snapped open, a staggering 40 hours had vanished, and Judgment Day had officially arrived. The arena was absolutely suffocating, packed wall to wall with students, drawing in. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Everyone was hyped for the main event, Iruki clashing with Sharon. Gamblers were dropping bets left and right, while others were practically shaking with nerves. Then, the announcer called up Team 20. The two titans stepped forward, and instantly, the roaring stadium fell into dead, suffocating silence. Even Nade could. Their instructor immediately sensed the crowd's ravenous hunger for this exact matchup. The second the buzzer blared, both prodigies absolutely shredded through their targets at a terrifying, god-tier speed. While the entire stadium stayed glued to Iruki's skyrocketing scoreboard, Nade caught on to something insane. Sharon was actually inching ahead. At first glance, the audience assumed Iruki was just trolling like always, but looking at his intensity, he knew that was totally false. For the first time ever, the genius was going all out. So what on earth did Sharon do during those missing 3 days? Watching his posture, the teacher figured out the terrifying truth instantly. Carving out a brand new path is always agonizingly slow, but once that trail is blazed, sprinting through it becomes second nature. And that exact logic applied directly to his explosive score. Sharon hadn't just leveled up. He had tapped into a realm that completely defied human limits. The kid was an absolute monster. He relentlessly unleashed wave after wave of blazing photons without missing a single beat. But the instructor spotted the fatal flaw. One tiny slip-up, even a microsecond of lost focus, and his entire rhythm would vibrate. The stadium absolutely erupted as the speed hit blistering new heights, forcing Iruki to finally unleash his brain's maximum horsepower. That's when the audience lost their minds. The guy was operating two separate zones simultaneously. Even the veteran instructor was completely paralyzed by shock. Processing and calculating data at that insane velocity, it wasn't humanly possible. Everyone basically declared Amy's prediction had hit right on the money. Sharon's luck had just painfully run out. And he felt that crushing reality too. Was this truly his absolute ceiling? Was his arsenal completely empty? But then, the blindfold ripped off. He realized exactly what was shackling him. Pure, unadulterated fear. He had to shatter his own mental barricades and dive completely. The very microsecond that mental wall collapsed, a terrifying, invisible domain exploded outward, instantly obliterating every single target in its shockwave. The entire crowd fully expected the genius to take the crown. Yet Iruki suddenly found his brain glitching, completely baffled as to why time itself seemed to crawl to a dead halt. As the final buzzer echoed, he smirked, totally convinced his massive score of 1,247 points. Instead, the entire stadium stampeded straight toward Shirone. He hadn't just won, he totally annihilated the Academy record. Shocking everyone, Iruki slowly walked up and extended his hand. Swallowing his pride, the prodigy openly took the L, admitting the rookie was anything but a bore, and completely validating Sharon's insane theories. The victor was absolutely speechless. But the genius wasn't finished. He dropped a cryptic warning. As long as the internal charge is perfectly contained, zero damage occurs, even if the outer shell violently shatters. Somebody has to shoulder that massive burden. And starting today, that heavy crown belonged to Chiron. Whispers rippled through the stunned crowd as the students frantically tried to decode Iruki's weirdly intense metaphor about charges and stabilization. Still, the laws of physics are absolute. Every force triggers an equal opposite. So what exactly was Chiron's counterweight? Paralyzing fear or raw, unyielding strength? If there was a single soul on Earth who could slam the brakes on a walking disaster like Iruki, it was him. And looking deep into his rival's eyes, Chiron finally believed it, because he could clearly see the quiet terror hiding in there. Without hesitation, he gripped his rival's hand, swearing an ironclad oath to step up and put him down if his ability. Moments later, Nade came crashing in to hype up his boy, but the celebration was cut brutally short when the instructor quietly dragged Shirone off to the side. Her voice dropped to a dead serious whisper as she asked if he truly grasped the terrifying dimension he had just tapped into. That hidden realm, she warned, was basic. Once you fully cross that threshold, the elites referred to that untouchable state as nirvana. Sure, legends say a mortal can touch absolute infinity, but diving into that abyss also meant risking fading into absolute nothingness. During his mental trip, Shirone vividly remembered staring down a colossal, suffocating void that desperately tried to swallow his soul. That exact, terrifying imagery kept. Worse still, his own physical body was acting totally erratic. The second he caught up with his squad, he confessed that he constantly felt this creepy, ghostly presence stalking his every move. Nade was visibly thrown by his dark tone, but Iruki instantly locked onto his words, his eyes narrowing. Did all of that cosmic horror actually go down inside his dream? The freezing galaxies, the bottomless black hole, that bizarre, pulsing entity lurking at the very edge of reality? If that was completely true, Iruki. So maybe Chiron actually witnessed an unquantifiable sequence, a glitch hiding completely outside the universe itself. Chiron's brain was spinning with that exact question. Like, how on earth do you dream up something you've literally never laid eyes on? Breaking the silence, Nade dropped a crazy theory. He brought up these wild, cursed rumors from 200 years back, where obviously the authorities permanently axed those trials for being straight-up barbaric. But here's the kicker. The survivors walked away hoarding memories of places they had never visited. A bunch of them absolutely swore these mind-bending visions were 100% real. Just as Nade was giving Chiron serious nightmare fuel, Iruki chimed, "Think about it. If raw electricity sparked a massive quantum chain reaction and literally ionized Chiron's soul, he might have actually warped straight past the boundaries of the cosmos." Iruki was hyping up a microscopic reality, theorizing that Sharon's spirit compressed down far enough to physically weave through the spaces between atoms. Hearing this absolutely fried Shironi's mind. Staring right through him, Iruki demanded the absolute truth. Was he finally ready to drop the mask and confess? Throwing caution away, Sharon spilled every single detail. Instead of freaking out, Iruki erupted into pure, hyped-up laughter. He revealed his own dad used to preach about this exact phenomenon, a legendary, absolute value that unlocks the entire universe. Catching their infectious energy, Sharon officially locked in his choice. He was joining their squad. Nade practically exploded with hype, rushing them to ink the deal instantly. The trio rushed off to smash through the application forms over in the cafeteria. Literally nobody pictured the quiet kid teaming up with these chaos makers, but whispers travel fast, and the absolute deadliest instructor on campus just caught wind of his new alliance. Boom! That wraps up today's crazy chapter. If you survive this mind-bending lore drop, smash that subscribe button and fire off your thoughts. Catch you guys in the next epic breakdown.